Power of Questions. Chapter 5. Red Names, Red Thoughts. For a moment, time ceases its march. The city becomes still. In a house near the Harvester's Gate, a boy stands above his father, the knife for carving a block of butter on the table shivering in his tiny fingers. His father bleeds on the floor, crawling away, a whimpering mule halfway out of his oozing throat. The mother holds her mouth, eyes wide. The spirit of the boy's youth fades away, and hatred sucks into the vacuum of what remains. On a porch outside the city, small shadows gather, their sharp ears perked. They can see the glow from South River. An old killer breathes out a lungful of smoke and rubs his temples, wondering if he has made a terrible mistake. Under a great tower, a little blue skink pulls shards of glass out of a broken wolf. The skink is scared of what's going to happen next, scared of the expression on the broken wolf's shattered face. Madame Lucilin's home is silent. Its owner sits in her favorite chair. Her body is cold, and her dewy eyes have lost their luster. Fingers still cradle the glass of poison she willingly drank. Down the street, the newspaper man watches over his printing presses as they stamp their terrible headline. His useless right arm hangs limp in a sling, and his nose is a broken mess. He picks up a dried copy of tomorrow's edition and reads it over again. Killer declares war on K-Knights. In an abandoned home in an abandoned district, the man who could never be again stands at a window. The boy lays on the bed, asleep now after the doctor gave him the ether. Beyond, he can see Beyond, he could see South River burning as he wrote the red names down. His red thoughts turn to the night Selvasta burned before. He reflects that that was the day that he went down this terrible, necessary path. In the deepest part of the river, where the current barely touches the things that have sat under the water for so long, something happens. An event so brief that one could argue it didn't happen at all. Shorter than a breath, shorter than a blink. Time becomes unglued again. The blood continues to leak. The current begins to flow once more. The fires begin to rage again. Finn, Mogsby, Boone, there is fire all around you. Not just Callahan's is alight. All of South River seems to have been taken away to a furnace world. The most prominent sounds are a roar all around, the cracking of weakening wood beams inside the buildings nearest you, the wailing of people trapped or those who know the ones they love are trapped. The adrenaline of fighting the pointers is still pumping through your heart and brains. In this moment, you stand grouped in a claustrophobic alley behind the kiln that was once Boone's home. Handline Morrow screeches over the den of the fire, bouldered over the corpse of his brother Morley on the ground. Mr. South River stares down at the dead cat and his brother. Three-Eye Theo, blade in hand, leans over to comfort Tanline, but his eyes are on the pointer that jumped from the back balcony and sprained his ankle. A pockmarked possum with wide, pink-rimmed eyes scooches away from your group, trying somehow to escape. The quiver of crossbow bolts he had been drawing from during the ambush have spilled out into the mud. Somewhere inside of Callahan's, a barrel of spirits explodes, followed by another. They do not drown out the younger brother's wailing. An invisible hand above turns the dial on the oven, ticking with every 10th degree. You can feel your clothes stick to your fur. You can feel your nose hairs singe. You can feel your body beg for respite from this oppressive heat. You will die unless you find a way out of this furnace, and soon. You see this little symbol up here? Every turn, one of them is going to go away, and if they're all gone, you're going to start burning up. What do you guys do?
Oh boy.
Well, it's probably not the time to have a chat about all the things we discovered last time. I think It's probably time to get out of here.
Yeah. Do you guys remember all of the different symbols? This is Theo, Morley, Tanline, South River, and then you three. You can go either way. This is your little map.
Yeah.
You can take a second to think about it, but as soon as the first person acts, we're gonna get rid of the pie slice.
Okay.
You're not in combat, but it is like combat. You're moving with your pace.
Okay.
Talking is a free action. You can discuss things, but time is of the essence.
My gut says sort of northeast to that larger alley, but
Well, you
I think
know
in this-
you know that the road is this way, but it's
Yeah.
blocked by fire, and this is like crawl on your belly. If you ever see this, it's crawl on your belly or have smoke inhalation. Smoke. It's
yeah,
bad.
we're not getting through there.
And you're all healthy.
Okay.
You all have 3 bennies. It's the beginning of the session.
Yes, all topped back up on those. That's good. That's good to have. I think after the chaos of the ambush and everything like that, seeing how Finn reacted, I think Mogsby looks to Finn to see if there's any direction he's kind of getting a sense of.
Finn is sweating bullets. He's looking at the fire all around him. He's a mess. He looks at everybody. Is everyone okay? We need to get going. It's not safe.
No arguments here. Everyone ready to move?
Boone will take a moment to look over at the pointer on the ground, and there is an inkling of a look like he might go over there.
Yeah, he's
To-
cowering. The pointer is like
like-
still trying to get away from you guys. He's like scooching.
There's an inkling of a look of like Boone going over to beat the shit out of him, but he will pause and. Right, we should go. We don't have time.
And worth it. Let's beat feet.
South River nods and he goes to try to get Tanline up, but he's not.
God.
He's screaming. He's completely
Yeah.
inconsolable. And there's one of your childhood friends, your 4 amigos sitting there. Morley's cold as a doorknob. He's gone.
Yeah.
Crossbow bolt during the ambush. He's just kind of looking distant. You'll probably have to force Tanline to leave his brother.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm just gonna have to pick him up. Let's see, I have stats somewhere. Although, is he really gonna? Well, I imagine he's gonna be putting up quite a bit of a fight if he's this inconsolable.
He's inconsolable, but like we're not gonna. No, if you pick him up, I'm not gonna have you roll for it. Like you're picking a person up who has completely lost their mind. This is a person that has spent every living moment with this sibling, and they're gone. And they're still in like their first 15 minutes of dealing with that. Oh, pretty much.
That is unfortunate. But yeah, I'm just gonna scoop him up in a fireman's carry, and we're gonna get out of here to northeast.
You're gonna head up this way.
I think that's the way.
Okay. All right. Anybody else want to do anything in this alleyway before moving out?
Finn's gonna light his match cord just in case we run into resistance.
Okay. I don't recall if you had fired. I feel pretty sure you fired that once and you shot that guy on the. You blew that guy away, but I don't think you ever fired again. Maybe you did, but you're all loaded up.
I reloaded inside.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
Because you jumped out this window over here and then came over here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. we will get rid of a pie piece. Where's my little, where is it? There it is. Yeah, I don't know if you've ever opened, you've got like really excited to like eat a pie that you baked or some sourdough thing, and you opened a oven too close to it. Imagine that, but everywhere. Like, it's like you can barely like open your eyes all the way. It's so like your eyes are watering, it's singeing. Like every part of you is just like, I don't want to be here. And you go into this alleyway. We start I'll start moving people. So are you doing a full sprint? You get tan line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Something like that.
Yeah, I think that's the move. Just taking that feeling and using it. We gotta get out of here.
Finn will follow closely behind Mogsby. He's not familiar with these alleyways, so.
Yep. You're quite familiar with these alleyways, Boone.
Yeah, I was gonna ask.
Yeah. I'll let you make the call. Is Boone stressed out enough for it to matter right now? Would he be able to keep his shit together, or would he need to get his shit together to remember, like the layout of the behind these houses? This is your home.
Yeah, I do think he needs to get his shit together a little bit. One of his
spirit.
friends is dead. All that happened.
Yes. Like you're leaving him behind.
Yeah.
It's a blow to your
Okay.
hurts.
Spirit, you said, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That is what is that? A 3 and a 4.
Is the 4 on? Is it a D4? Is it just a 4? 4 is a success.
That was on the. Yeah, 4 is that was on the wild die.
Yeah, you're good. So you know that there are 2 outlets to the street. There's one over here, and unless somebody's done something weird, there should be one right around here.
Okay.
Like there's crisscross applesauce. This is kind of like a contained little back alleyway system. You know that this wraps around like this. There's a couple of places where people live over here. You know the people who live next door right here.
Okay.
Are you gonna move your full?
I'm gonna move what? Sorry.
Are you gonna move your full movement?
Yeah.
Okay, so you take the lead, and then Theo and South River. All right, roll me notice.
Notice.
Everybody who wants to.
Yeah.
All right.
It is not smell based. It's a hearing situation.
Gotcha.
Sorry, there's an explosion at the end of this song. I don't know why. I mean, it fits in the situation, but but there's a random explosion at the end of the song. I like it too much to like not use it, but it is an explosion. My bad.
I thought that was intentional.
No, I don't have it on like a soundboard, like a boom, 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 boom. No, it's a part of the soundtrack for the movie. So don't forget, it's your notice and your wild die.
Okay.
Wild die
5.
exploded.
5.
So I got a 10 total.
Okay.
Ooh, my wild die also exploded. That's 6 plus 5. That's 11 total from the wild die.
Okay, nice. Okay, you what was the
total?
You have 12 and 11. Okay. So
Nice.
Boone, you think you hear somebody moving around over here? The other 2 of you know that there are 2 people talking over here. There are 2. You can't hear what they're saying because it's coming through a hole. This is all like high smoke. Like this is bad smoke. Like and then go through it, like because it's thick and black and just it's getting everywhere. But you hear somebody out here, but you're pretty sure that there's someone in this alleyway. Like you hear like something, you know, like when in the fire there's a lot of crackling, there's little pops, and you know it's a bonfire but 360 degrees. Like you hear something get knocked over, which is not right. Like, you know, that can't happen in a big fire, but it's like you hear footsteps. But there's someone right here. But you hear people talking over here, like you can like catch a word, like Mogsby and Finn. You can hear like a word like where. You hear the word where, and I, like these literally like cutting through the sound. All right, next round.
That is a gamble, because that could be anybody fleeing the fire, or that could be more pointers waiting for us to get flushed out.
All right, who wants to go first? Boone's in the front. Boone lives here, so yeah.
I think he's more focused on getting out, and if there's someone in his way, he's gonna just deal with them. So I think he'll just continue, but when he gets to where he thinks there's someone, he will.
Okay.
He will like take a peek if he can.
Okay, you're gonna get partially in the smoke.
Okay.
Okay. So you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and you're partially in the smoke. You like look and you see a figure. What is your brain? What does the electricity in your brain tell Boone to do? There's a figure 10 feet away from you.
Ooh, I think he'll take a step back out of the way.
Take a step. So you're I'm assuming you took a breath. You're in. The reason why you can't see this person is because you're in thick black fire smoke. So you're partially obscured to whoever the person is, and they're partially obscured to you. They're down this alleyway.
Okay.
You see a figure standing right here.
Okay. And did he go the full? Did I go the full way yet, or is there still like I can still move?
Well, I didn't ask you if you wanted to declare a run, so you still have the flexibility. You have one more space of, because I believe you're right here. You're right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then that's your pace, but then you could double it if you wanted to.
Okay. And then get to the person. Yeah, I think his instinct is he needs anyone who's gonna be an issue out of his way. So I think he maybe just run right up to them and try and grab them and catch them off guard.
Okay. You take one. Ooh, I'm taking the whole thing with me. Oops. You take one step out of the smoke, and then you can see what's happening. There's a guy with a crossbow pointed at you. I'm going to draw you a card.
Woo! Okay.
What the fuck? And then you get a king of spades. He gets a 4 of clubs. And we can since combat has happened, you guys just don't know what's going on. You see Boone run into this fire, into this smoke, and you hear somebody like shout something. Actually, my good hearers here hear somebody go, "What the fuck?" And so you have to. So you're gonna. What are you gonna do? So you've used a move, but you can run and get into base to base.
Yeah, he will, especially because he sees a crossbow.
Yeah,
he's gonna get right as close as he can.
Yeah, it's a pointer with a crossbow pointed at you.
Yeah.
Okay, so you are -2 to everything because you ran, and you can act as normal.
Okay. You know what? We'll give it a try. I'm gonna assume he still has his knuckles loaded, ready to go. He's gonna try and take a swing to knock him down.
All right, fighting plus wild die.
Okay, fighting. D10. Okay, it's been a hot minute.
You're good.
That is an 8.
That's a hit, and that's wait. So it's a D. You have a D10. So that's
D10. Yeah.
You need a 4, and you got an 8. So that's a raise. So you get an extra D6 of damage.
Okay.
So you roll your strength plus.
Damage.
I believe your knuckles are. It's been a minute for me too. 1d8 plus 1d4 plus 1d6.
Okay, all right. That's a lot. Let's
Yeah.
do this.
You're clobbering time.
All right. All right, that is a 5, a 4, and a 3. None of them were exploding, so that's 9, 12.
Okay. Yeah, so this guy like turns, looks at you, and you run up and you take his head and you slam it against the wall, and he ping pongs off of it and hits the other side, and he's down. Boink. Think fast, chuckle nuts.
Truly.
Okay, everybody else goes.
Yeah, I'm picturing how this looks from Mogsby's point of view.
Yeah, I know.
You
hear what the fuck?
he just pulls ahead, runs into the smoke, and then there's just sounds of a struggle.
Yeah, do you say
Just
anything back to anybody? It's still your turn. You can still do something if you want to.
Yeah, I think when he knocks the person down and be like, this way, over here.
Okay.
It's clear.
With that, Mogsby's just gonna mutter under his breath, "Damn it, Boone," and just follow him.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and you are at the choke point. You can't. These alleyways are so thin that you can barely move. And I'm just gonna pull everybody in. Is Finn taking up the back?
Yeah, I'll take up the rear in case we get
Yo,
jumped from behind.
South River. And Finn. Oh no, he broke his. Yeah, this guy doesn't know he's gonna go this way. he's like, I don't know where to go. Oh, the
He's off on his own adventure.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll be fine.
Yeah, he'll make it out alive. We'll see him again.
Okay. That means we get a new song. We're halfway there, halfway out of time. Okay, what's next?
Moving forward, and just for my clarity, this is the right way, right? Like Boone knows he's
Yes.
going the right direction.
You're going to,
Okay.
yeah, but you don't know if the alleyway is clear or not.
Ooh, this will be fun. Okay.
There's a bit of a traffic jam.
Boone will kind of turn and say they're like let them know that like that guy was ready and loaded, so to keep an eye out because they're still here.
There might be more of
and
them.
There might be more of them, and he's gonna run ahead. He's
All right.
gonna go see if it's cleared up.
You see smoke at the end of this. This end of this alleyway is straight a black abyss. Do you go left or
Ooh.
right? Right is towards the street, the main street.
Right. And then left
But there's
is
fire. You can
away
like
from it.
yeah. You see straight fire. Like there's fire. You're like walking. This is the building that this is adjacent to is straight up burning down. So you don't know
Right.
if this alleyway right here is full of smoke or not.
And is this like the only way he knows of a way out, or is there another way?
You've got the pain Mogsby, the pain train with a breaching axe. You could cut your way through any of these walls. It's just depending. Are you going to cut your way into a raging inferno and waste time, or are you going to just try and be like Dewata and flow out of this place like you're in a sewer drain?
Right.
It's
That is a good point. I do have that axe.
yes. You could, if you find any sort of debris, you could cut your way through it. If you could, if you know what I mean, like, so. But it's kind of like you just gotta pick a way to go.
Ooh, okay.
Hovering my eraser tool over.
I know. I'm like, oh wait. Oh, what do I do? What do I do, team?
Flip a coin.
Time's ticking.
Time is ticking. Okay, Boone's gonna push forward to where he knows is the exit.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then you hold your breath.
Hold breath.
9. You can't see. 10. How many spaces forward are you moving through the black smoke? Or just
ooh.
you don't know. You just don't know. You are walking into nothingness.
It's true.
You're just gonna go as
There's
far as
no-
you can. Because if you end your turn in the black smoke, that's bad.
That is
'Cause
bad.
that's gonna actually start ticking away. You're gonna start to have to roll vigor to hold your breath.
He could. Oh man, but then that'd be a whole other turn, and that's risking it. Ooh. You know what? We'll do it. We'll roll vigor if it comes to that.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oops. Where's Lucky.
Ooh.
Walk into clear, beautiful, terrible air. And I believe you made it to there. Okay. You see a raging inferno in front of you. But
Mhm.
you do know that past it is the way out. Like this is the way.
Ooh,
this is the
okay.
alleyway. But something has fallen right here. Like this building is like partially collapsed, and the fire has just blasted out of it, and is now licking into this building here.
Okay.
But everybody else, your movement is donezo.
Yeah.
Mogsby is rolling up behind.
Yeah, without any room to maneuver, I think we're following behind Boone.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, you're following up on him. Luckily, that little patch of smoke is a shallow one. You hear Tanline coughing on your back, like in between wheezing. His nose is all stopped up with weeping jelly, and he can barely breathe out of his mouth. Kid's not doing so well. 1, 2, 3. Yep, everybody. He's gonna stop on this side of the smoke, and that side of the smoke, and then Finn, you're moving up. Roll me notice
I'll be right
again.
behind them.
Just Finn.
Oh, sure. Yeah, let's see. Oh boy. Oh, okay, my 8 exploded.
Ooh.
So that's a 6 after that, so it's a 14 plus 2, 16.
Okay, you hear people on the other side of this smoke as you pass it. You're like going like this.
Yeah.
Heard something. And then
Oh god.
shut the fuck up, come on. You hear people coming. They're on the other side of the smoke, and you hear thump 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 of people running. Can't see anything. Just go.
Oh god. Shit. And he gets as close, as far down the alleyway as he can, and he's gonna aim
Okay.
down the alley if anyone comes through that smoke.
Okay. You're staring down
He
here.
looks like a bad guy. Yeah,
Okay.
he's gonna get ready to pull the trigger.
Okay. You are technically. I guess we're gonna move on to a new turn, but you can. Yeah, we'll pull cards. Okay.
Okay.
Boone,
Oh, getting
we have some
close.
decisions to make.
Woo. Okay.
No pressure.
So that's so forward is the only way. That's like a straight way out.
Yes, but
Otherwise,
it's
they'd probably have to.
yeah, but it's through fire and debris. Could you jump over it? Could you break through it? Probably not without some physical ouchies, but
Right. And the building that it's where is it? It's from the left and going into the right building? Or from
yeah.
the right and
So
going
this
into the left
is
building?
fire. This
Okay.
is all one structure, and then this is fire going over here. But there's an alleyway right here, but it's chock full of smoke. You know, you could take a left right here and not run into something. It should, unless somebody's unless there's debris in this alleyway, you should be able to move through this smoke and be fine.
Okay, okay. Oh, I was thinking, yeah, maybe because maybe he could get through it or chop it in, but then there's all the people behind him too. So maybe going into that other alleyway and
Trying to go around.
maybe if trying to go around.
Because you know that there's an alleyway down here. And it connects like this.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
So there's a way around.
So yeah, I think going around would be the best, because otherwise he's gonna have to get all those people through there. And I think he'll turn and tell Mogsby that, like, there's a way out there, but it's blocked, so we're gonna have to go around. And he'll run forward to the way he knows.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. How far are you moving through this smoke? Are you sprinting through it?
Sprinting through it.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh no. Okay.
Cards time.
Uh-oh.
You pull a queen of diamonds. They pull a 5 of clubs. Yeah, you come out of that smoke like a demon. And you catch this guy by surprise. This guy is actually looking at you, but this guy isn't, and he couldn't give his buddy any time because it's so loud they didn't hear your footfalls on, like, this is like dirt back here. It's like shitty dirt. It's not like cobblestone back here. So it's like your footfalls don't ring that much. So you surprise this guy. So +2.
+2. Okay.
Do what
Let's
thou
do
willst.
A little fighting. Where's my? There it is. Okay. All right. Boone also probably like, oh my god, there's people here, but he pulls his arm back.
The difference between
and that is
the difference between them and you is that you have powerful forward doggy momentum.
yeah. Okay, and then a +2.
Powerful. What's up?
A +2 to it. You said.
Yep.
Okay, so that would be a 6.
That's it.
All right, and then D8 +4. Let's see.
D8 plus a D4.
All right. That is a 3 and a 2, so 5.
Okay. You crash into this guy and you stun him. You beat his toughness, but you did not wound him and knock him out of the fight. So he's stunned. Which totally makes total sense, because you literally just ran out of nowhere and he was like talking to them, being like, they were trying to decide which way to go to try and link up with the rest of their crew, and you just go boom, 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 and you like shove into him, and he goes, oh fuck, and then so he goes. He has to roll vigor to try and become, or spirit to become unstunned. He does not. He stays stunned. His friends, one of them. Let's grab him. That guy goes, and he swings a knife at you. 6 explodes. 6 explodes. 6 explodes.
Oh,
1
no.
6 6 6 1 19. How much? So that goes. What's your toughness or your parry? Is 6, right? 6.
And parry is 6.
7
yeah.
8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18. So it's 3 raises. So we're doing d6 plus 3d, so 46 total. Don't worry, you can soak these.
Okay.
You can try.
Probably will.
5 and a 4 is 9. 2 1. You are so lucky. So the total is 9 10 11 12. So you're dealing with 12 damage. Your toughness is 8. So that is 1 wound. You're dealing with 1 wound and a shaken. So you're shaken and wounded. So
Okay.
you can soak the wound with a vigor test. You could spend a Benny to instantly unstun. Unshake, I mean. But to remind you, you still have a guy that's gonna go. This guy in the back here is gonna go, and when you're already shaken, you can't get shaken twice. The second shaken turns into a wound.
Okay. I am gonna try and soak at least the wound.
All right, vigor test.
Vigor. Okay, 10.
Big fat D10 vigor. Homie
Right.
he's a meat eater.
That is not good. That is 2 2s.
That is not good. That's 2 2s.
Really spend Benny to re-roll that?
You can. Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's try this again.
You're
Come
down to
on.
1 Benny.
It would be down to 1 Benny. All right, that's okay. Just try not to die in an alley.
Okay.
Oh, okay, that's a 6 on the wild die.
All right, you're
which
good.
explodes.
So the wound is
Okay.
gone. You're down to 1 Benny. And are you going to keep the shaken result? Or are you going to clear the shaken result? It's not a roll. You just clear it with a Benny. You'll go down to 0 Bennies.
I'll take the shaken.
Okay. You're just going to stay shaken, keep a Benny. All right. This guy comes, you crash into his cousin, and he comes around and he says, "You fucker!" And he sends he actually has a punching dagger. And he sends that into your stomach. Your armor takes the brunt of it, but you go, your lungs are emptied by this swing. He gets you real good. And then the other guy's going to roll in, and he's going to swing a club at your head. 3 is a miss. All right. He came in.
Whew.
Yeah, 3v1s aren't fun. Oh, actually, what's your parry? 6. Okay, he got a +2 from gang up. Or a +1 from gang up.
Okay.
Okay, never mind. Because this guy's stunned. If the other guy wasn't stunned, you would have been hit. Because it's
Ooh,
for every
okay.
additional person that's ganging up on you, everybody gets a +1 to hit you. Unless you have no, that's Mogsby that doesn't care about that shit. Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say, do you know there's someone on the battlefield here who ignores 1 point of gang up bonus?
And he's going
It's
next
this guy.
because he is the pace car currently.
Yeah, so if these guys thought it was surprising when... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
It's okay. I'm gonna draw you a card because
okay.
I would assume that Mogsby understands that there's mortal danger up ahead of him. So he just saw Mogsby,
Yeah.
and then he heard you hear Boone like in pain. Like
Yeah,
you fought
there's
with
something going
this
on
kid
ahead.
enough that you know when he takes a hit.
Yeah.
All right, Mogs is going on a 9. And then I'm still on 5 right now, so we haven't looped back around. But Finn, you see a shadow in the smoke right now. Do you fire? Yes or no?
I'm not gonna fire until they come out of the smoke.
Okay. I'm gonna roll with dice. That one goes. Poor guy. Okay. This guy goes and keeps going, but his buddy goes and he turns the corner and he sees a funny looking shape. Well, he sees one of his buddies absolutely clobbered on the floor, and then he looks up at you.
And I pull the trigger.
You are okay. Well, now that you're in combat, okay, lucky you. You're
Yeah.
going on a king. So this works out. So my 5 ends, and now your king goes. So go ahead.
Okay. Yeah.
We'll just say that goes then.
easy.
Actually, we'll just say that you were doing Overwatch, which means you were pretty much holding your thing, but you will go on a king in the next round. But
Okay.
go ahead.
Gotcha. Got it. It has been about 2 months since we last played. I'm
Okay,
looking for
you
my
roll
dice.
your
There we are.
shooting. It was a d6, or you rolled the both.
Yeah, D10, D6. Let's see here. That's a D10. Sure.
You're in close range.
Okay.
He did a full move, so -2.
Gotcha.
That's it. Only -2, so you're looking for a 6.
Let's see. And because I was waiting for somebody to come out, does my marksman?
No, that's
ability
that's
trigger?
if you. I believe that's if you declare your aiming. Aiming is an active marksman. From 2 shooting pace when you have. Well, you did move that last round. This is if it
Okay,
goes
gotcha.
into a new round and you haven't moved. So next round you could fire, but you'll have to reload. You could declare an aim. You could just aim at this guy. Get a
I'm not
+2.
gonna take a chance.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah. I rolled an 8, and then I have. Let's see. +1 to shooting, so 9, and then what was it? -2.
Yes. So you needed a
So,
6,
7.
and you hit him. Roll damage.
All right. Let's see here. 2d10. Okay, I rolled a 4 and a 9, so 13. Yeah.
The abyss
Damn.
birthed this figure, and you sent it back. He just comes out, and he looks at you, and then you go. Everyone's deaf. You can't see in the alleyway anymore. This is all smoke, and you don't know what happened to this guy. Blam.
That's fine. Everything's fine.
Mr. South River goes. He puts hands on his head, and Theo looks over his shoulder like, what? Like, why did the jaws of death open up behind me? But Mogsby, go.
All right. So if these gentlemen thought it was surprising when the son of South River came out of the smoke and clocked that one guy, I think they're gonna find it a lot more surprising when Sergeant Broderick, make you talk Mogsby, comes out of the smoke with another guy in a fireman's carry, ready to just like.
You're bringing Tanline along with you.
Okay, so here's the thing. I know it has been requested that I do not use the grieving person I'm carrying as a weapon, and I'm not going to do that. I am just going to barrel over that guy.
You're gonna run through these.
I'm just gonna get up as much momentum as possible and just plow through them. I'm gonna try and throw Tanline a little further on my back so I'm not literally hitting anyone with him.
Okay.
But we're pain training these guys.
Okay.
I don't know if there's a move for that, but
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you're going to have to do a run, which is good for you. Tanline's on your back. One momento, por favor. I believe that you can do something that is applicable, but I have to look. You can. So you could. It would just be better to attack them because you could test them. You could make them vulnerable, which means everybody gets +2 attacks against them, or you distract them, which is -2. So you could say that your act is a test to hinder them by plowing into them. But in reality, just hitting them will do more mechanically to make them fall down than it is just going in like
they're trying to get fancy with effects. In that case, I will attack them, but it is fluffed as just going for the Pepino shoulder.
Yeah, and if you raise, we can definitely you can knock them prone and stuff and push them and do all that stuff. We need a fighting check at -2 because you are running.
Okay, fighting. Where are my skills? Oh, there they are. That is a D8. Big money, no whammies. Come on. That is a 4 on the wild die, a 6 on fighting, -2 would be a 4.
That's a hit.
Hey, if that's a hit, I'll take it. It's not a raise, but...
No, but you're going to be hit it pretty hard.
I think that in itself is going to do a lot to even the score here. Let's see. What was melee damage? Sorry?
Strength, D8.
D8. Oh, right, I have Brawler. I have Strength plus D4 for unarmed damage.
Yep.
So let's do, D8 plus D4. That's a 3 on the D8 and a 4 on the 4, so that's 7 so far. +1, so that's 8.
That does it. He's out of the fight.
All right.
You clobber him. Oof. Boom, 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 blam. You slam into him. Ow.
Excellent. So much for that gang up bonus.
Yeah, no. Finn goes. Sorry. Boone goes. My bad. And Boone is shaken, so you need to do a spirit test. To try and unshake your thyself.
Let's unshake. Let's hope I unshake. Okay. Yes, that is a 6.
Yep. All right.
on
So
my
you are
D8.
unshaken.
Perfect.
You may act as normal.
All right, and then Boone is gonna turn to the guy he already hit once, and he's gonna try and do another full one swing.
Okay.
10. I knew where I just put my D10. All right, there it is. All right, so that is a 7.
Hit. Nice.
All right, and then 8, 4. It is a 5 and a 2, so 5 is 7.
So you shake him again, but the fact that he's shaken, it graduates to, he gets its diploma and goes straight to wound, and he's done. Well struck.
This last guy has a very important choice to make.
Uh-oh. That is a great observation. This one's brave. He just rolled a 6 on a D6 spirit test. So he is going to he's pissed. And he's gonna go. Where are you, my friend? My little guy. And I don't know, actually, I don't think he's willingly going to get like surrounded by you guys, so he's just gonna step like this, step over his buddy, and he swings at Boone. And misses. Swing
Hey,
it.
I have a thing that lets me get a free attack against a foe who failed a fighting roll.
He's out of, but you're out of range.
Oh.
Oh, unlucky. If he did step up, if he was an idiot and walked up and stayed right next to each of you, then yes, you would have been able to hit him for free.
Dang.
Trying to play my guy is not like
glaring
badly written 2004 PS4 AI or PS2 AI. He's just
Fair,
crowded.
fair. Just glaring daggers at him then.
Theo goes. Oh no, the bad guy's still going. We still have a bad guy back here. He hears his buddy get disintegrated, and he just doesn't understand. So he's going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hello. He's attacking. Your parry, and I do believe you get a parry bonus.
I have a +1 when I have the Thunderpike.
Yep. 6. I'm not joking. 4. 6, 6, 4, 16. Toughness 3. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So you've been wounded 3 times, which means that if you don't do anything, you are bye-bye. Bye ever. You have 3 bennies.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I guess I'm soaking. I've never done this before. Cause
I know you've always been very safe, but you have been pincered by these fucking gang members. So you have 3 bennies. A soak roll is just a vigor test. You need a 4.
Okay. I will do that. Let's see. Vigor's D6 and wild die. So I rolled a 4.
Good. All right. So there's 1 wound.
Okay.
Keep in mind, every wound that you have is a cumulative -1 to everything you do. So currently, if you
Right.
were to leave it as it is, you'd be shaken, -2 to everything. You're on 2 wounds.
Gotcha.
So down to
Okay.
2 bennies.
How many more can I use right now?
But the main thing is that this isn't. I know you know. I'm not saying this because you don't know, but this isn't a fantasy game.
Yeah.
The only way to get wounds back, there is no way to get wounds back aside from bed rest and a doctor. The way, but bennies do come and go. So
It's true.
wounds are a bad thing to get. I don't think any of you have been wounded once,
This is my first time.
despite
doing
my
the whole campaign.
despite my
Yeah.
best efforts.
Okay, is that all I'm allowed to soak for now?
No, you can soak as many times as you have bennies.
Okay. I'm gonna spend one more Benny.
Okay.
If that's cool.
Okay.
That's another 4.
Okay. So you're gonna take the 1 wound.
I'll take 1 wound.
Okay. You're taking 1 wound. You're shaken. Bennies. This guy runs out of the. You disintegrate his friend. He comes through and he has brass knuckles. Your nose is broken.
Yeah.
He blams you and you slump back against South River, Mr. South River. Your nose is an explosion of blood, and your lovely sense of smell has now been demolished for the time being. So, no more +1 notice. Can't smell anything. You're not like a cat where you open your mouth weirdly to smell things. All right, new round of cards.
I feel very attacked.
Finn going on a queen of queen clubs. Boone on an 8. Mogsby on a 3. Bad guys on a 2. Lucky. And then good guys. Good guys on a 7. Good guy NPCs. Alright. Finn's up.
Okay. Ow. He.
So
his
these are your
first instinct
options.
Would be,
Yes.
yeah.
So you are in a confined space, but you have the small keyword. Therefore, you can move into spaces with other people if they are consenting. And Mr. South River would be consenting for you to move through his space to... Oh, I forgot to do the anxiety inducing thing. Okay.
Oh no,
Oh yeah, great.
the anxiety.
There, we'll zoom out a little bit. So you can squeeze by Mr. South River, but you will provoke an attack from this guy who just broke your nose. And keep in mind, you're already shaken, therefore any shaken result, if he hits you, will be graduated to a wound.
Right.
So you can try and fight this guy off of you, or which you're not terrible at.
I think his first instinct wouldn't be to run. He has 2 people he wants to keep alive behind him.
Okay.
I think upon seeing that guy charge out, he would start grabbing at his knife, so he'd have that ready, I guess.
So you drop the thunderpike? Or you...
He's got it on like a sling, but
Okay.
yeah, I think he's... Knife is coming out.
Okay.
He has 2 people he's got to protect behind him.
Okay.
Oh, Finn.
You gonna slice him?
Oh my god.
It doesn't take any... It doesn't... Readying and unreadying weapons isn't an action in Savage Rolls. You can whip that knife out and sling it at, or slice him if you want to.
He's right in front of me. I gotta go for it.
Okay.
I think he would go for... what would disable him? Probably... I don't know. Probably somewhere around the chest, or he needs him off of him.
Yep. All right.
So
All right. It's a D6 and a D6.
Yep. Here we go. That explodes.
Nice.
Oh,
That explodes.
I saw it. Oh, see how you like it, motherfucker.
Oh my god. Okay, that's 12, 5. That's a 17.
Okay.
Oh
So
my god.
his parry is a 5. So 5, 6, 7, 8 stunned. 9, 10, 11 wound. 12, 13, 14 wound. So oh no, I'm sorry. This is to hit. So this is 3 raises. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me do this one more time. Parry. 6, 7, 8 9 raise. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 raise. 15, 16, 17, 18. You said how much was it? 17 or 18?
17.
So you get 2 raises. So you get 2 extra d6s of damage. Or 2
Okay.
bonus effects. But damage is also really good.
Damage takes care of people.
Okay. So if you were to do damage, it would be your d4 of your strength, plus a d4 from the knife, plus
Gotcha.
2d6.
Okay. So let's see. D4 from strength. That's a 2.
Okay.
D4 from the knife. That's a 4. Does that explode?
If it's a 4, if it's a D4 and you roll a 4, it explodes.
Okay. That's an additional.
Savage Worlds,
3,
baby.
so that's 7.
Oh, keep in mind it's a -1 to everything, even damage.
Yes.
Like
Okay,
your
gotcha.
attack roll was technically down to 17, but it made no difference. Or down to 16, it made no difference. Though. Just gotta remember,
Gotcha.
everything's -1.
Okay, so we had a 2 from strength. We just got a 7 from the knife D4. And then +1, so -1 because of the wound, right?
Yes.
Okay, so 9.
Okay. You. Boom, 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 boom. He punches your freaking nose. Your nose explodes, and for a second, you have this flash of, oh my god, no, this can't happen. This can't be happening. And your instincts, your hunter's instincts, and thousands of years of your ancestors being put up against a corner. Normally, if you run, but you can't. The knife comes out, and you just stick it into him, and his liver gets pierced. And you just see the color drain from his face, and you just hear the and he slumps down in front of you. And your shaking hand pulls the knife out, and it's slick with red. You feel South River turns you around, and he grabs you by the chin and looks at you. Good job, lad. And he pats you. Go, Theo.
Thanks.
And Theo nods and moves through. Do you want to move for your action? Because you're no longer threatened.
Yeah, he's following.
Okay.
He is dissociating so hard.
Yep.
Oh.
You just unalived
Uh,
person with hopes and dreams, but he ran into the wrong motherfucker.
Finn's kill count is now 4
2,
people
3,
this
4,
campaign.
5, 6,
my
7,
God.
8, 9. Okay.
Finn accepts the violence.
We're gonna.
Yeah, he follows behind.
Do you try and reload? Because you can't run. You can run and start your first reload. So, do you think that he could have his shit together enough to start drilling?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
In fact, one thought that was going through his mind when he first saw the fire was having powder out is probably a bad idea.
It's only if it makes contact with fire. You know
Right.
that. He knows that. If a spark hits your pan, yeah, it's gonna go off. And if your powder horn gets like really, it would take a lot because it's in an oiled powder horn.
Mhm.
So it has some degree of it's lacquered, so it has some degree of heat resistance. It's not gonna it's not like a Half-Life 2 barrel. It's like no fire and then it suddenly just explodes. But if you were to throw that into a fire after a few a heavy flame, after 10 seconds, it's gonna explode.
I had that in mind, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
A
there's nothing
healthy
everywhere
fear of
about
fire is helpful. That's good.
Yeah, he doesn't think he has time.
Been done. Next is Boone.
Boone. Yeah, Boone's gonna look at the guy that just tried to take a stab at him and is gonna swing on back.
Okay.
All right. D10. And that is this a 6 and a 7.
Oh yeah, that hurts. Ouch.
Ouch.
Damage
Okay,
time.
and then D8 and a D4. It is a 6 and a 2, so it's 8.
What the? Oh, yep. Clunk. I don't know how you want to do it, but a swift punch in the face works just as fine as anything.
Yep.
Yep. The teeth go flying. The clatter what are those things you can get out of the chiclets?
Chiclets.
Yes, the
Oh,
chiclets
yeah,
go
yeah.
falling onto the ground.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, this is a brutal game. Ouch. All right.
Sure is.
And then you can have your full movement. If you want to, you just can't run because you didn't declare at the beginning of your thing.
Right.
You have 6
Yeah,
points of
he
movement.
he just looks back to make sure everyone's behind him now and
Yeah.
keeps going.
Everyone
forward.
looks good except Finn. Finn's nose is a bloody red pulp. And he's got blood on his
Still
knife.
Bloody knife.
Yeah, he's got a bloody knife.
He would look at Finn for a second, but there's
Yeah.
no time for that. He's
Yep.
just gonna go.
Finn is elsewhere right now.
Oh,
All right.
Finn.
1, 2. So are you taking a right? I have to ask. Look, it's protocol. I have to ask. Are you going left
Yes.
and right?
Going the correct way out.
The correct way out. Okay. And people do crazy shit when they're stressed. 1 sec. Okay. You turn this corner, and you see fire, but you don't see enough fire to stop your pursuit going. But it's you know, you get close enough to the frying pan to feel it. It's like one of those kind of burns.
Ooh.
So but you're at 1 turn away from starting to have to roll vigor checks to stay conscious. Sorry, I have to find the Boone. Big Boone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're going here. Is next is good guys. Good guy people. They're going to lap you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They're gonna back up their kid. Unk and Dad are going up behind Boone. Yeah, Dad pats you on the back and lets you know that he's there. As he's running behind you, gives you a tap. Moggs goes.
I think when Mogsby sees Finn round the corner with like the just covered in blood, like there's no time to ask him what happened, but he just like ushers Finn ahead. Mogsby's gonna bring up the rear.
Okay. Yeah, we are out of combat, so we are now final turn. Boom. And now we are full sprinting until we find another source of threat. So we'll just go to Boone because Boone's in the front. Full sprinting, I assume.
Full sprinting. Get out of there.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then it's essentially going to be like this. Then he gets to go first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's not Finn. And then, so you all are within this is the exit right here. Oh, I don't know. Okay, I can't see it. This is the exit right here. You're all within it, but I need vigor checks because you're technically going over time.
Yep.
I need vigor checks from everybody. I want to roll the.
Okay.
Just need 4s.
Oh boy.
Well, remember your -1, Finn.
Yeah. 10 minus 1, 9.
10 minus 1,
So
9.
9.
Nice. Also 9. You're good. Good.
Mhm.
Theo's good. South River's not good. Tan Line is not good.
Oh no.
You hear. I don't know, Boone. If your eyes are not on a swivel, you don't see shit. But South River slumps against the wall and starts hacking bad. And you can hear Tan Line's been holding on to you, and then you're starting to feel his grip weaken, Mogsby.
It's worrying, and vigor check is just straight vigor.
Oh yes, I didn't hear your. Yeah, it's just straight vigor. Vigor plus your wild die.
Okay. Oh. That is a 7 on my
You're
D8
good.
and a 1 on my wild die.
Yep,
So
you
we're
are good.
Okay.
So everybody's gonna make it to the end, but we have to. You're already carrying, Tan Line, but it's gonna look like it's gonna be. Let me see if Theo can grab him. Yeah, Theo's gonna grab South River and haul him to the exit, and you guys make it out of the furnace.
Ooh.
Oh, that got very close.
Yeah, Finn's just covering his nose and looking at the others to make sure they're okay.
You
I
said
assume we get out on the street just fine. There's not like another 20 of these guys waiting for us, right?
no. You getting. I'm about to
Okay.
narrate what you see when you get on the street.
Ah, okay.
You suddenly feel the air open up. The heat is still everywhere, but now you can breathe easier. Before you is the main street that cuts through South River, and it is in chaos. Your vision sweeps over the people running for their lives as pointers pursue them. You can see bodies littering the street of all ages and of all means. It becomes clear that the pointers' goal was not merely assassinating the South River family's patron and his kin, or lighting fire to a few buildings near Callahan's. The plan seems to be the liquidation of the entire neighborhood. No building is untouched by flame. Oops.
God.
Oh, man.
And into the Friar. For me, you guys can be in whatever way you want to be, but let's get you up here. Me, everybody out. See if South, and I'll roll South River can come to or not. Is that everybody? Yes. That's what we see. A woman in her night clothes stands screaming almost silently in a shredded voice at her third-story window, where a small man leans halfway out of it, trying to suck in clean air as the room he is in fills with black smoke. I'll circle everything as I describe it. Happening right here. You see the gold wagon where it came to rest. The driver and the moth hounds are gone. You can hear whooping and screaming from an alleyway next to it. An old man walks to and fro from a water spigot on the street, filling a broken glass cup with water, slinging its contents helplessly against a raging inferno inside his family's bakery. He does so over and over, a look of bewilderment on his sagging face. You see a group of pointers throwing flaming cocktails into a broken window of what was once a small bookseller. The owner is currently being beaten to death on the street by a man 5 times his size, screaming in a language that seems parallel to something you can understand, but warped by a missing tongue. An effort to organize some sort of firefighting militia seemed to have had some success before the members got cornered by pointers down the street. You see some of the firefighters have weapons. One even has a decent-looking sword. But a few of them have already been stuck with knives and have fallen. They are surrounded or are being pressed in on by enemies. Boone, 1,000 little memories of this place flood into you like a sucking wound. The woman screaming hoarse up to her husband gave you a pair of her son's shoes that he had outgrown. Her husband invited you to play blind man's bluff with their family once. The old man throwing water is Dory Wilcox and would give you a loaf of bread for every barrel mite you found and squashed in his cellar. You do not know the bookseller. Must be related to the old woman who used to run the place, though. You never learned her name, but she always smiled at you. What do we do? Does anybody need a break? Are we good? Are we good?
I think I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good.
Yeah, I think I'm good for a bit, yeah.
No one's noticed. No one who would do you ill intent has noticed you yet. But current time-related things are the firefighters in the top left corner are being attacked right now. As you guys do other things, I will be rolling hits and damage and all that stuff until it's over, one way or the other. The person in the street by being beaten up by Tongueless here is alive, but in the process of being beaten to death. They are savable. You don't know where. Oh, the gold wagon's on fire. There's somebody threw a Molotov cocktail into the cabin, but the wheels are still on it. So all of the problems that are, these people haven't noticed you yet. Like echoes of the dockside. You're coming into a situation where people don't know you exist until you let them know. Tan Line's unconscious. South River is barely conscious. I can roll for them at the beginning of... I just want to know what you guys want to do first. Woman to your left, screaming at her... She's obviously been screaming so much that her voice box has been shredded. She's screaming, and he's up on the 3rd floor, and he's gonna... I mean... He's pretty much like halfway out of a window trying to breathe. And then the old man across the street's trying to put out his bakery fire with a half-broken glass of water. And he keeps refilling it. He's like obviously in a delirium. And then you hear something down here. Who are you gonna save? I don't know if you can. I don't know. Like, I'm not saying you can't save everybody. Dockside was a miracle that you saved everybody, but you did. But things are looking thin, and you don't have the dog with you. You don't have the wolf with you.
Yeah, we are. Well, we have a couple others. Can we bottle lightning twice?
Who is the biggest, strongest looking guy right now?
This guy. This guy is screaming at the top of his lungs something, but you can't tell because he doesn't have a tongue. He's enormous. He's bigger than Mogsby.
Boone is heading in that direction.
Okay. Makes sense.
Finn isn't completely there right now. After getting hit as hard as he did, and then
your bell's still ringing a little bit.
People. Yeah, he looks over at the scene and
to reiterate, your entire, not just your house, because that's one thing. If your house is on fire, it's traumatic. You know, this is where you live. Your everything you've known growing up is on fire right now, Boone, and it's shocking even to Mogsby, who's lived here his entire life. It's shocking to see this much fire. It makes sense for Canaanites to come in and burn the place down because they don't care about it. These are Selvastans doing it to Selvastans. That's the hard part. That they all salute, or well, not really salute, but they all live under the same flag, and they're doing this to each other.
Man, first things first. Are we doing turn order, or
I can draw cards, or you can. I wasn't gonna draw cards until there was a reason to.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure there, because I think Mogsby's gonna set down Tan Line, I think, and check in on Finn.
You set Tan Line down. He's completely out of it. He's unconscious. How much smoke inhalation damage on his lungs is not clear, but he's breathing raggedly.
Yeah, we're not gonna want to leave him here, but I need to make sure everyone's on the up and up here. It's like Finn, you with us? What happened back there?
He starts reloading the gun. I hate to shoot someone, and then I got jumped, and I took him out too. I think we need to get to our questions. August isn't okay.
Something happened?
Yeah. But he looks up at the fire. One thing at a time, right?
Mogsby nods.
Nose just pouring blood, and he's trying to reload the gun.
Mogsby, you know his nose is broken, and you know that just a nice pinch from your fingers could set it. He might be able to breathe out of his nose again.
Yeah. This is probably something I've done before.
You've done to yourself probably a dozen times.
Good point. Good point. Yeah. In that case, I'm gonna do the old hey, think about this other thing over here, and then quickly set the nose trick. We gotta do a check.
No, Blue. You know, in certain Call of Duty games, when you take a bit of damage and you get the red jam all over your vision, you get one of those.
Yeah.
A like burst of red. It hurts like hell. But you can take it. You can intake breath through your nose again. And
Yeah, he just gives him the little like, all right, Finn, just watch my hand over here. Over here, you see it? All right, crunch. All right, there you go. How you feeling? You breathing a little easier?
A little. Oh.
Gets you get used to it.
Oh. Okay.
All right.
Okay, we're here. Oh. Thank you.
Anytime. All right, and Boone's running for tongueless, right?
I think he will take one moment to make sure that his dad
Yeah.
isn't
Yeah.
passed out, gone.
Yeah,
and then
yeah. I'll roll. I will roll. Yeah, he's lucid. He opens his eyes and he's breathing. He coughs. But Theo looks over at you and then looks at him. And then looks out at the scene, and Theo isn't sure what to do. He's the number 2 guy, and he's always been told what to do. He's the helper. He helps you. He helps the family. He's your uncle essentially. But even this is like, he's not a soldier. This is insane to him. Like, these guys are criminals, but this is like war.
He'd sit there a second and he'd breathe a sigh of relief because they're fine. He'd be like, get him out of here. You two get somewhere safe, and I'll make sure that they all pay here.
Theo grabs your shoulder, or grabs your arm, like the scruff of your uniform. What are you gonna do? You can't fucking do this on your own. Not even with them, and he noses towards the other Goldcrests.
I can't do nothing.
I can't lose anybody else. Your father can't lose you. You just need to run.
He kind of looks down for a second. Yeah. You're right. And he starts running towards the biggest guy.
Okay. I will reasonably, I'd say you could probably get to about here-ish before getting
I won't say he full sprints, but he is running in that direction.
Theo goes with you. Theo's not gonna let you do it alone. So yeah, Mogsby and Finn, you're having this moment. You kind of are trying to get Finn together, and you see Boone and Theo start heading that way. Start heading towards the chaos. You hear the man on the 3rd floor coughing. You can barely breathe up to your left.
Well, while my hands are free, I'm almost tempted to have that guy try to jump and try to catch him.
You have to yell at him.
3 floors up. I mean,
About 30 feet. 25 feet.
Yeah, I'm a big guy. I could take it. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. Mogsby's he's got to do something about this. He can't just leave them there.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, he's gonna step over tan line, shout up to the guy on the 3rd floor, hold his arms out, just you're gonna have to jump. was trying to think of the most reassuring thing to say, and all I could come up with was, "Try to aim for me," and that didn't sound very reassuring.
Oh God.
He's terrified.
I imagine he would be.
Do you say anything else? The wife, they're both like middle aged, like they're like 50s. She looks at you, and then looks up at him, and then looks at you, and then looks up at him, and she doesn't. It looks like she doesn't see any other means, because in all likelihood, if you were to cut your way into that building, you'd probably die on the way up there.
Yeah, that's 3 floors to cut through. We don't know what the situation is like in there, and by the time we get up to him, he may have run out of space and fallen out anyway.
Yeah. Okay, Mogsby.
Oh boy.
We gonna do this. Okay. So the way that it works we talked about it last time, how falling damage happens when you're gonna absorb. Actually, I think I have to pull up the rules really quick. Do you remember how we did it with you, Meowpie? It's a d6 for every 10 feet. I believe. It's d6 for every 10 feet of damage.
That sounds right.
And for every raise you get, you can diminish that. Like a vigor test, a success will diminish 1d6 worth of damage. And then it's almost like a roll-off. It's you versus gravity. But you're also a big guy. And so I need you to do an agility test to successfully catch him. And then a successful strength to support him. And he's doing a successful agility to not fucking die.
Yeah.
That's good. A 4?
A
2, 6. That's good.
Okay, good.
So he successfully pitches out of the window in a way that is conducive to you helping him, and not like
okay, good.
He doesn't hit anything on the way down. And now we need an agility for you. Catch. D6 and a D6.
Come on, big money, no whammies. That is a 5 on my wild die.
And on your agility, is it the highest you got?
Yeah, the highest I got was on the wild. 3 was on agility.
You said a 5?
Yes, a 5.
Okay, that's a success. You do line yourself up.
Okay.
But now it's the strength test to see how much inertial force you can absorb.
Yeah, I'm kind of picturing just like knees are bent. He's ready to like grab the guy and go into a roll to kind of bleed off some of that momentum. All right, strength test. That is a D8 and a D6 for wild. Big money, big money, big money. That is a 7 on the strength test. That's the highest one. 2 on wild.
That is a raise, so he's going to take 1d6 damage.
All right. Is there anything I can do to mitigate that, or is that the best we can?
Because it was successful lining up. He only takes 4 damage, which is just a shaken result for him. So he is
excellent.
He hits your arms and he goes. Hey, but you almost like get down on your butt from the impact, and he smacks against your armor, and it's not comfortable for this guy, but he doesn't break anything, and he's not dead, which is good. And you can give him off to his wife. His wife is screaming in joy, like almost punching him, like just gently, like angrily, in your arms.
I set him down as nonchalantly as possible and just give him a nod and just get somewhere safe as quick as possible.
Okay, they start hobbling down this way. And
all right.
They are gone. You saved somebody. Yippee!
Hooray!
All right,
now gone. The rest of the scene.
Yes. So tan line unconscious. South River recovering. Boone and Theo on their way. What is Finn gonna do?
So Finn's reloading.
Wife was on the street. Yeah. Sorry, chat was stupid. Yeah. Wife was on the street shouting up to the man. What were you saying? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Finn's reloading. And that.
Yeah, you're loaded.
Okay, cool. He doesn't want to get another person, but if he has to, he's gonna give supporting fire. So he's just gonna stand ready. He's not gonna get any closer because he's been in enough danger today. But need be, he will move up and shoot if the situation calls for it.
Okay, are you gonna stay there? I'm putting Boone and Theo pretty much as far as they can get, unless they try to be sneaky to get around the. But it sounds like Boone's doing a beeline.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys are walking across the street, or like, hustling across the street. Theo has his knife out, long knife. I just want to know where Mogsby and Finn need to be when the cards are drawn. So Mogsby has sorted out that the husband and wife situation.
Finn will be by South River. Just I guess the tile immediately under him in the street. Yeah.
And then where's Mogs headed?
Good question. He might be going along the northern sidewalk to try and back up the fire brigade.
Okay.
I think that might be... Yeah, with fire support from Finn, we might be able to kind of fan out, head in that direction, and when the time is right, make our exit.
So something like moving like this? Forward momentum that way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just catching his breath from the incident there and striding confidently down the sidewalk.
Okay, let's see. This is the first test. This is a notice test from Tongueless. 1, he doesn't notice you. You have line of sight. I believe 6 could see. Let's see if 6 can notice. 2, so you get another round of movement to move in on these guys without them noticing. So, Boone going straight there.
Yeah, at this point, when he knows he's not being noticed, he's sprinting there.
Okay.
He's running right at this guy now.
We're gonna do another test right here. It's gonna be a lot easier. Mogsby's running this way.
Yep.
Okay. Now we're gonna do a round of fighting over here. 1, 2, hit. No damage. 3, hit. No damage. You see this one guy with his half-decent sword fending off 3 men. 1 firefighter. The other 2 guys are backed up. They're trying to defend themselves, but this is the only guy with actual any skill in actually wielding a blade. And he's not some sword soothsayer.
Yeah, he's not.
He's barely scraping by, but he's
sword soother.
Yeah, he's. Oh yeah, I need to see if he swings. That's a hit. Okay, so it's a backward movement, and then forward. The firefighter swings forward and misses, and he's holding his own. All right, Finn, are you moving at all? Staying still. Just to let you know, this is like extreme range for your. Like this is long. If you were to shoot Tongueless or any of these guys over here, it would be, I believe it's 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's close range. Medium, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, you would be in medium range, which is -2. You'd be -1 from... But then you could also be aiming. You could declare an aim on any of these people if you want to. You just have to actually tell me which one you're aiming for to get that bonus.
Right. Line of sight isn't great with the 3 that Boone's approaching.
No, right?
He would probably aim the guys that are attacking the firefighters.
Okay.
And he would turn to Mr. South River. You doing okay? You need anything?
He's still like coughing and hacking. Where's Boone?
Ran right in.
Damn it. He's like trying to get into his coat to get his knife out. He's trying to find his weapon on him, but he's disoriented from the smoke. He's still getting it together.
You should stay put. Boone will be okay.
South River doesn't look convinced of your statement. He does not look consoled. He's just staring out at the hazy image of him and his and then Boone's uncle and him walking towards there. All right. Is this guy so gleeful about killing this or beating this guy to death to not notice you? Okay, he notices you. All right. We're drawing some quartz. Finn, 4, but he gets to redraw because he's fast. 8.
Yeah.
Boone 3. Mogsby 2. Good guy NPCs, which is essentially the only one who's working, is Theo. Theo's on an ace, and then bad guys are on queen. So Theo's first, and of course he's going in. He's just as enraged as Boone is. 5, 6. He's going in to swing. D8. That's a 1. Okay. You think it'd be hard to miss a big motherfucker like Tongueless, but he's just faster than he looks. I'm gonna roll a get it together roll a vigor test for South River, and he's good. So next round he can act. He's like getting himself together. He finds his knife. Good guys are done. Bad guys go. Tongueless turns around. Yeah. I can't talk without a tongue. He's like, you can't understand what he's saying. He's saying, get him. Swinging on Theo. Miss. A big meaty club fist flies over his head. Bad guys 3 on firefighter. Hit. No damage. 2 on the firefighter. Hit. 5. That is a stun. So you see him finally get a nice like a flat of the blade against his head, and he falls backwards. He's stunned. One on the firefighter. 6 blows up. 11. So that's a 1 raise. No, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 1, yes, 1 raise. 2d6 damage. 5, 6, 7. And then a knife slides into his chest. He's down.
Shit.
Okay. And then these 2 guys are moving up. 5 and 6. Trying to separate you both real quick. This guy 1, 2, 3, and gets a gang up bonus onto Theo. 4, 5, 6 hits. 3, nothing. All right, that's bad guys. Finn goes.
God. Okay. Well, he was aiming, and he saw that happen. Oh God.
Yeah, you could barely hear like the scream of the firefighters being stabbed, like bounce off a wall, like these walls, like bounce off these buildings back to you.
he is hesitant to shoot again.
Okay.
But he knows people are in danger.
You can hold if you want. It's a bit of a quandary of the soul.
He hasn't been happy to pull the trigger anytime he's done it, so he's gonna hold until it looks like Mogsby needs help. He's gonna continue.
That's who's next. Mogsby, or no, Boone. Boone's on a 3. Mogsby's on a 2. Boone goes.
All right. This guy just tried to get in front of him, and he's gonna go right after him.
Yeah, he's all done up and he's all like wrapped up and got a piece of armor on here or there, missing a finger, and he looks confident. You look a little beat up already. Close the gap.
Close the gap, and Boone's just gonna give him a big old. Ooh, what do we do? 1, 2, or just a 1? We'll do a 1, 2.
Okay, -2 to both. First attack.
All right. First attack. Okay, fighting 10.
For 5s.
All right. Come on. Ooh, okay. 6 -2, so 4.
Mm-mm.
Nope. Okay.
Second swing.
Second swing. Ooh, that's better. 9 -2, 7.
That's a hit.
Perfect. Okay. So 1 swing, 1 to 8. This is a 4. That is a 6 plus a 1, so 7.
Toughness 5, 6, 7, 8. So he's stunned. So you give him a
Okay.
nice crack on the jaw and spin him like a top, but he hasn't dropped yet.
He's not out.
So stunned. I like doing this. Ah. All right, Mogs.
Oh, after seeing that one firefighter drop, he's redoubling his efforts. He's moving along the sidewalk, trying to get closer.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Also, very consciously staying out of the field of fire if Finn should happen to find a target.
Hey, you could be right here, or you could be right here.
Staying on the sidewalk. I want to get between these guys and the other firefighters.
Yeah, you just push through the smoke and let me double check. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. All in.
Yeah, if I'm close enough, I'd like to end my turn with a hearty "Hey!"
Okay.
Get their attention.
Yeah. They all swivel on you. One looked like he was ready to walk up and finish off these other 2 guys cowering because their morale has been totally broken by the other guy getting knifed. But they all snap their heads at you.
As the biggest guy they've ever seen just barrels out of the smoke.
Yep.
Looking like a complete
You
nightmare.
have their attention.
Good.
All right, Finn, are you doing anything, or you forfeit your action?
He's gonna forfeit.
Okay. More cards. Finn gets a Joker. Everybody gets a Benny.
Hey.
Yay!
So you can take your action
Yeah.
wherever, and within reason, move anywhere on the map.
Gotcha.
Within reason. Boone, 6. Mogsby King. Good guys 2, bad guys 2. But the 2 of the good guys is a higher suit. It's a diamond, and the other one's a cloak. Okay.
All right.
So you can go whenever you want, Finn. You can go now, or you can go later.
I'm gonna wait and see.
King is Mogsby.
Okay. Let's see here. What's 3's deal?
3's deal. Oh,
Yeah, like, who was the one that stabbed the guy?
One killed the guy.
Okay, 1 was the one that stabbed. What's 3 was gonna head over and finish off the other 2, right?
No, 1 got done finished. Like when you went, hey. 3 snapped. 2 snapped. 1 was busy wiping his knife off on his pant leg and was looking at the other 2 ready to get them. But then he looks over at you.
Okay, in that case, I'm just gonna close the gap to 3 and just try to knock his ass out.
Okay. You could do a wild attack if you like. You could, I don't know if you
I
remember
could.
wild attacks, but they are, sorry, I lost my train of thought for a second.
Looking for
Wild attacks are +2 damage, but you leave yourself, you intentionally make yourself vulnerable, which means everybody gets +2 to do stuff to you. But you get +2 damage. You put +2 to attack and damage.
Ooh, that is tempting.
Because it would carry over to any failed. It's like an effect you put on yourself for the entire turn. So if they fail to swing on you and miss, you get a wild attack riposte.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I got a good stack of bennies here. I'm gonna go for a wild attack.
Okay.
All right. Let's see here. That would be, let's see, fighting.
Does August feel the Joker all the way in the basement of the Tower of Questions? Gets his Benny.
I feel so invigorated.
Somewhere, somehow, he knows the rest of his squad is getting into trouble. Alright, so that's D8 plus wild. That's an 8 on the D8.
Boom.
Let's see. That's a 1, so that's a 9, minus, plus 2.
Yep.
That'd be 11.
Okay, so 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So that's 2, or no, that's 1 raise. So you get an extra d6 damage or an additional effect of your choice that you can just let me know. You can deal extra damage, or you can say you want to knock him into another guy and make them test for being knocked prone. You could try and demoralize them with some sort of, you could intimidate them, like, you know, let me know what you want to do.
Knocking him into 2 and making him go prone sounds like a good thing, because I get the feeling I think I got the damage to take him out.
Okay.
I want to turn him into an environmental hazard too.
All right. This is dependent on actually if you shake or you actually have to hurt him.
Okay.
But go ahead. If that's your intent, your
All
intent
right.
is to knock him into him with your raise.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do some damage.
All right. That's strength plus D4 for unarmed. Strength is also D8, makes it nice and easy. No wild die for damage, right?
No. So your full, it would be 1d8 plus 1d6 plus 1.
Is 6 on the D8 and a 1 on the D4, so that's 7. Was it plus 1 or plus 2 from the wild attack?
I'm sorry, it's plus 2 damage.
Plus 2. Okay, so that's 6, 7, 8, 9 damage.
Okay, yeah. Boom! You send this guy ragdolling, Gmod ragdoll, like you hit him with the fizz gun, flying into number 2. Number 2's gonna test for, he's gonna test vigor, not to get knocked down. He gets a 10, so we're gonna say he stays up.
Oh, he was ready for that.
Yeah, he just kind of puts, like, rolls off his shoulder. But the number 3 is down.
All right.
Just shoof, and he flies past him. Okay,
All right.
good to go. Boone on a 6.
Ooh, okay. He's gonna attempt to give this guy another knockdown.
Okay, he's
All
yeah,
right.
he's shaken. So all you have to do is shake him to kill him, or incapacitate him.
Incapacitate him.
Yes.
Okay. Ooh, that is a 7 on the D8. I mean, yes.
Yes, good hit.
D10. D10. And then D8 plus D4. That is another 7 plus a 3, so 10.
Yeah. Bye.
Just one more smackdown, and he's gonna get
Yeah,
run
and
right
you
over
can
next
and you
to
can
his
move if
uncle.
you like, because you haven't moved so far.
Yeah, he's gonna move right over next to his uncle to
Oops, wrong guy.
Try and give some help here.
Yeah, you give him, you grab him in the shoulder, and then 1 liver, 2 liver, 3 liver, and he just crumples. This pounding is insides. Never mind. Never mind. You move right here, and you get
I wasn't gonna say anything.
You get a look at what is going on down this alleyway.
Oh, okay.
You see the driver and the 2 moth hounds backed into a corner over here.
Oh, okay.
And the driver does not look like he's doing well. You can't really see him, but you can see that he's holding something on his body. And and this right here is a severed moth hound leg. Right here.
Oh no.
Oh.
Forgot to draw the blood trail. But yeah, that's where they are. There's just a guy in the back, like terrorizing them, like laughing and whooping, like an absolute maniac.
Terrible. Those Riverview bastards are gonna pay for smashing up our ride.
Yeah, it's toasty. It's lightly toasted. Good guys. Theo on tough or tongueless. 5 is not good enough. He's got a good parry. And then bad guys go. Unless like at any time, like I said, are you gonna do anything, Finn? Finn?
Oh, sorry, I was muted.
Oh, it's okay.
Bad guys haven't gone yet, have they?
Not yet. I forgot to move South River.
He's-
South River's gonna start 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's not moving very quickly, but he's gonna go try and help his son.
Okay, gotcha.
I'll be right back. My cat knocked my my
You're
D8
kidding.
into a tote. I have to find it.
That's a very important dice for Mogsby.
Yeah.
Everything he does is a D8.
Can Finn keep holding his fire until
You can interrupt
someone
people.
attacks Mogsby?
You could literally
Yeah.
hear, you could I could say, and this guy's gonna run up and attack, and you say, "Hell, hold up, I'm shooting him."
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
And I keep holding.
Bad guys go. Tongueless on to Theo. What's his name? 6 blows up. 3, 9. That's not a race. But he's swinging a nasty axe at him. 7. That stuns Theo. Theo is stunned. 6 on Boone. 5. What is your parry? I think it's way higher than that. Your parry?
6.
Yeah, your parry is 6. You're good. And then 2 activates and is going to try and stick Mogsby. It's going to move up right here. He's going to attack. Are you going to interrupt him, Ben?
I shouldn't I?
That's up to you.
It's up to you. Oh, that reminds me to point out, I finally got around to putting that battle damage on my PNG there. Mogsby's taking hits.
Oh shit! I just noticed.
Yeah.
I wasn't really
I
looking.
also made him look a little more depressed.
I see around the eyes.
Oh no.
Don't worry. You can. This is combat therapy. You don't have to shoot if you're. This isn't a video game. It looks like a video
Yeah.
game. Kind of looks like a video game. You don't have to. There's no impetus to do something your character wouldn't do.
Finn's gonna hold. I think Mogsby can handle it.
Mogsby.
All right.
So 11. Your parry is 6, so that is a raise. It's gonna deal an extra d6 damage to you. 2d6 damage coming at you. 3 and a 1. He
2d6.
does. You don't even. He doesn't even care. He doesn't even care.
Oh yeah, because that's under my toughness.
Yeah.
Ooh.
He doesn't even scrape you. He hits you, but it glances right off your breastplate. Probably nicks right into the slit that axe did. Probably catches in it, and you're like, "Hi." Number 1 stalks forward. Because you are a lot more scary than these cowering guys in the back. 6
He
explodes.
He's
4, another
oh.
10. God damn. 2d6.
Oh.
6 and a 4. 6 explodes to 3. So it's 7 plus 6, 13. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So that's 2. That's a stun and 2 wounds. Oh no. 7, 8, 9, 10. Stun. 11, 12, 13 wounds. So you're dealing with 1 wound, 1 stun. One
wound, 1 stun.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and soak that wound.
Roll a vigor.
Move my Benny over here. And vigor. Where's my vigor again? One of these days I'll remember my stats. Ah, yes, it's a D8 like everything else.
The D8. Juicer.
That is a 5 on the wild die, highest.
Good.
Excellent. All right, so that
All right.
soaks that one.
Yes, but do you want to dismiss this quarrelsome shaken state?
Oh yeah, I'll spend it. But I thought you automatically cure shaken if you
No.
soak all the wounds.
Nope.
Okay, yeah, I'll spend another one
Okay, down to 2.
unshake, because I don't think anyone will be reshaking me this turn.
Well, if you don't think anybody's going to attack you again this turn, you think you'll go before, you get a free spirit roll to clear it. So you could save yourself the Benny if you want to.
Ah, true. I think, yeah, let's hold on to that one because I do have 2 guys on me here.
Yeah, but it's
let's
like
hold
you
on
have
to
one
that
guy
one.
on you because you have block. You have block.
Ah, yes, true.
Unlucky that
I
they
ignored
didn't.
one thing.
That they both hit really well with their. They didn't fail to hit you.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. Let's do a spirit roll then. That's a
Well, that's on your. That's the beginning of your next turn.
Oh, beginning
So
of next turn. Gotcha.
that's the risk. If the bad guys go before you, they could potentially slip past this shaken result and get straight to wounding you. That's the trade-off. If you think you'll go before them,
true.
you get a free spirit result. But if you fail that spirit result, you don't get to go at all. So if you want the safe route and you have the bennies to burn, you can just say, no, I don't want. You can also wait. You say at any time, you can be like, I'm using a benny to clear my shaken result.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
That,
So
yeah,
in
I'll
reaction
hold
to
on
them going
that
before you, all right, I'm reshuffling the deck because we drew a joker. And
Gotcha.
we're going to see what Finn is up to. One on a 5. Finn's going on a 5. Boone's going on an 8. 2 for Mogsby. Good guy's on a 5. Bad guy's on a 7. So Boone is up.
All right.
You see the toughest really clock your uncle.
Yeah, and I was debating if he'd try and get in between them. But he'd probably make himself vulnerable doing that. Okay, he will, could he possibly push his uncle away to kind of take his spot and then attack the big guy?
The problem with that is that he's currently engaged by 2 different characters, and any movement outside of their threat range, even you moving it out of their threat range, if you did, would provoke an attack.
Okay.
And since he's stunned, you really don't want to have him take more attacks.
No.
Because he is not, unfortunately, he is not a wild card. If he takes 1 hit, he's gone.
Not. He's gone.
Okay. He's right on the verge of important enough NPC, but not important.
Boone, I think we'll try and get between the 2 guys. He might make himself vulnerable for a second, but he'll try to get between the guys to.
Yeah, and you could
big guy.
Okay, so you could move out, provoke a 6. 1, 2. You get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and be right there. So you're threatening both of them. The problem.
Okay.
Yeah, you could do that if you want to get a swing on tongueless.
Yeah.
But you're gonna take a hit from 6. You could also declare wild attack, which makes it easier to hit you, but you are going in really strong against. Up to you. It's about how much risk you want to take. You're currently sitting on 2 bennies. Full wounds.
Oh, let's let's do a wild attack because that's his uncle that he doesn't want to die in front of him.
All right, we're stepping out.
All right.
We are currently.
All right.
All right. You take one step away. 6 swings. 5. Your parry is 6. You're good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then you are doing a wild attack on toughest. That's +2 to both.
Okay.
Oh
So,
no! You do get hit. I'm sorry, I don't even remember my own
Dang it.
thing. So you're -2. Everybody's +2 to hit you. So that 5 was a 7,
Right.
which beats your parry. We're rolling damage.
Okay.
6 plus 1, 13.
Oh.
So toughness is 8. You're a freaking unit. 8, 9, 10, 11.
Right.
Stunned. 12, 13. And then you're wounded. Oh, no. It broke the barrier. So it's a wound. So you're dealing with 1 wound.
Okay.
And a stun result. And if you take that stun
Okay.
result, you literally take a step away and your turn ends.
Okay. So I need to soak the wound for sure.
Yeah.
I think.
All right, vigor test.
Okay. Figure 10. 6. All right. That is a 6 on the wild die.
Good. All right.
All right. And that's a Benny gun.
Yep.
Okay.
So that you are still currently in your turn taking a step away, and now you're resolving
Okay.
this shaken result. So you can just spend your Benny and you're good. The problem is now you're just going into a fight with the
No bennies.
the big guy with no bennies, yeah, alone with a stunned teammate who is going before the bad guys go. Or no, bad guys are going before anyone else. Like it's you and then them. So if you could walk over there and literally punch him out, that would be great.
That would be awesome if I could do that.
But the only way you're doing that is spend this Benny.
All right, we're gonna spend the Benny.
All right,
We're gonna do it.
down to 0 and rolling in. Okay, now you get to roll your big fat +2
All right. +2 to
hit and damage.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Strength. Oh no, fighting, which is D10 and a D6. And we get +2. All right, come on. Oh, that's a 10.
Nice.
All right, and then ooh, damage. This is where I want the
wait.
big one.
So
Yeah,
what was the 10? The 10 was on the D10.
10 was on the D10
So you
+2,
roll,
so
you
12.
right, but you rolled again because it explodes.
Oh, right.
You're good.
Plus a 5.
5, 6, 17.
Yeah.
Okay, so his parry is a 6, just like you. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1 raise. 14, another raise.
Okay.
So you raised twice, so 2d6 extra damage.
Oh my god. Okay.
you're rolling-
So 8.
1, okay, you're rolling 1d8 plus
D4.
d4
and then
plus 2d6.
2d6. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Big numbers.
Oh my god. So 2 of the dice exploded.
I need a look, Coda. I need a number. Look, we're
Okay,
closing this deal. This guy's dying, but I need a number. I need a number.
Oh
Okay,
my god.
Okay. 3 6s, a 2. That's 12, 18, 19, 20.
And then plus 2 at the end.
3, 4, 5. 27.
Oh. Okay, so Boone,
Holy shit.
it almost all comes to like a singular point. Your life has been an affair of people dragging you out of situations. You always get yourself into trouble. You're always everyone's always fixing it for you. And your level of agency has been very low in your entire life. You never knew your parents. You had to be scraped off the street by these people, but they were so kind to you, and they were selfless in their love of you. And they're dying all around you. They're burning to death in their homes. One of your friends is dead. It's almost as if you're in it's in this fugue state of being in this boxing match. Number 6 swings at you. You duck out. You go back. You spin around. You pirouette around him. You get into the tongueless guy's side. You do 1 to the body. He goes down to block his body. 1 to the head. He goes up to block his head. 2 to the body. Bam, bam. He goes down to block. He's reeling over. 2 to the jaw. 1 to the under the jaw, and he is out. He's gone. He stumbles over. This guy he was beating to death, he flies over. And he's completely and utterly gone. You might have killed him with your bare hands. You don't know, but you've dealt so much internal damage with your bare fists, well, your brass knuckles, that you just let out so much anger, so much pent-up rage from what has happened to you in the past 3 days on this one singular person.
Ooh.
And
Nice.
And he's out.
Ooh, okay.
Damn.
Where's this piece of shit? I should really learn to. There he is. Bye. Okay. Finn's done. Or Boone's done. Bad guys go. 6 just swung at you, and now his like boss is gone. Like it's like he faded away out of existence, and then you just absolutely demolished the guy next to him. He's terrified, but his brain is telling him to fight instead of flight. 6, 4, 10. 3 over your parry. That's not a raise. That's good. Let's see some damage. 6, 4, 10 damage. So we're going from toughness 8, so you're stunned.
Okay.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
Nothing I can do.
You were watching this guy crumple into like somebody took a it's like spraying like hydrochloric acid on like packing foam. It just wilted away into nothing. Disintegrated the person with your bare hands, and then he clocks you along on the side of the head. Okay. 1 up here goes on Mogs. 3 is a miss. 2 goes. 1 is a oh trigger. You get to swing.
Yeah, I do.
So before I keep going, the other guy missed, by the way, but you get a free swing.
Okay, that's it. That keeps the +2 from the wild, or is this
Yes.
this a new turn?
Wait, no, it is
Okay.
technically a new turn. A new turn.
Ah, okay then. So that's just a regular D8 plus wild. That is a 5 on the D8. It's the highest.
That's a hit.
All right, and then for damage, it is strength plus D4, which is also D8. 6 total. 5 on the D8, 1 on the D4.
You stun him.
Okay, good. I'll take that.
And then the other guy misses you.
I only get 1, right?
Yeah, you only get 1 a turn,
Okay.
or that'd be so busted. Finn goes.
Yeah. He's still keeping an eye on Mogsby. I guess
Hold
he
it.
probably didn't see the stuff happen over there with with Boone because he's focused up there. But he noticed the South River starting to make his way in, so he's gonna tail him.
Start moving with him. So you're gonna use your action to move. 2, 3, 4, 6. That.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, on to 5. 5s are bad guy or good guys. Let's see if Theo can get it together. No, he forfeits his turn. South River moves. Support his kid. Just shy of getting out there. And roll spirit for 1. No. Other? Yes. This. Nope. This shivering firefighter's gonna take a swing on one, killing his friend. Unfortunately, a miss, but he tried. I wrote if nobody stopped what was happening down here in 2 turns, he was going to start getting mean, so it's time to get mean. Down here. Lucky ducky. All right. 2. Mogsby goes.
All right. I gotta finish this up. We gotta go help our driver. Okay, so one's currently stunned, 2 is still up.
Yes. That just means it's ever so easy. This is one of those great moments to do 2 attacks because the one would only need to just beat his toughness to erase him from existence.
I think I'm gonna do that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go for the double attack. That's -2 to each roll, right?
Yes. Yep, because you're doing a multi-attack. And you can balance that out with wild if you want to take the extra risk. Do a wild attack on top of doing a multi-attack.
Hey, wait a minute. Did I ever unshake?
Oh no! So now you get your free.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, your free spirit roll to unshake yourself. Yes, that happens first.
Okay.
Because if you don't, then that's bad.
Okay, that's spirit plus wild, or spirit and wild.
Yes, but you get +1 to spirit rolls.
Yep, 5 high.
Yep, you're good. All right, so you
Alright.
unshake.
Okay, now we're gonna do the 2 attacks.
Yep.
So that's -2 to each, unless I do a wild attack, in which case it would be plus. It would balance out.
It makes you vulnerable though for next round.
Yeah. But if I take both of them out,
Very true.
hmm,
Who
Dare
can hit
we
you when
gamble?
everyone is unconscious?
That's true. That's true. Yeah, all out. We gotta end this. We gotta end this conflict up here right now. I'm going wild as well. So that's two attacks -2, wild +2. So D8 plus wild to attack number 1. That is both of them exploded. Okay, so that's 8 plus 6, or no, hang on. 8 plus 6 for my D8, so that's 14. And that was a 4, 10, so 14 high.
For the first damage on 1?
For the first attack.
To hit or just damage?
To hit.
Okay, so they have a 5 berry, so you raised 9, 13, yeah, so 2 raises, 2 extra d6 damage. I'm pretty sure this guy's going to go to sleep.
Yeah, it's time to gently tuck him in and send him to slumberland.
Let's see the degree of violence we're going to deal with here.
Okay.
D8 plus D4 plus
damage.
I'm sorry, D10, right? You have a big strength, yeah. Or no, D8.
Yeah, D8 plus D4. I got a 4 and that's 4 on the D4, so that's 8 so far. That is 8, 9, 10, 11 total.
And then 2d6 extra damage from raising twice.
Yeah, okay. That's a 5, so that's 2, so that's +7 to whatever it was I just said a second ago. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage.
I believe you were at 13 plus 5, 20.
I believe it was 13, yeah. So that is 20 total damage.
How many days has Mogsby gone without sleep?
It's a good question. I'm not even sure Mogsby himself could answer that, because he feels like sometimes he kind of spaces out. He has that kind of like half sleep where you catch yourself and you're not sure how much time has passed, and you're not really sure if you fell asleep because you definitely don't feel any better than you did. But it's been some time.
Do you think that he ever personifies or tries to put a face to who broke in that night and did what they did to Addison?
I think he does, yeah. I think anytime I remember there was something he said to August on the first day that people in the city lose their way, and it's his hope that they find their way back. But I think that there is something when he comes up against someone like the Pointers here, someone who does not seem to have a method to their madness here. When he comes up against someone like that, there's that little thing in the back of his head where it's like, this is the kind of person who would have done it.
Yeah, because
even if they
you
weren't
watched
the one.
Right, you just watched this guy stab a innocent person who was just trying to put out fires to death.
And this is the kind of villainy. Yeah, this is the kind of stuff Mogsby cannot abide.
So what would he do to that person if he got his hands on it and did 20 damage to them?
Well, I feel like ideally Mogsby would like to have some time to take for that one, and this one time is a factor, but I already used my raises, so I can't go throwing this guy into the other guy, but at 20 damage, I think he's gone a good distance.
Okay, you're just gonna like baseball
just put all of that into a single solid impact and just send him flying off the map.
Okay. Yeah.
Just like the guy behind him, the firefighter there, just like ducks. He goes over him and he rolls down the street.
Yeah, you hear Mogsby roar and throw a man like somebody might throw a bag of rice like into a cupboard. That was particularly annoying.
Oh, that's a really good way to put it. Love that.
See ya. Okay, and then your attack on number 2.
The next one.
So anyway. Wow, that's terrible. Anyway.
Oh, such incredible violence. All right, well that's another 2 explosions. So we've got a 6 and an 8. Let's see which one goes higher. That is a 3 and a 5, so that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 8. 2, 3, 4. That's 13? I'm bad at math. 8 plus 5.
To hit? That's okay. That's another 2 raises.
Okay, that's
So
another
big
2
juicy
raises.
hit.
I am gonna go and keep that extra 2 d6s. We're just 2 real solid hits.
Okay.
All right, so damage for this next one. My d4 went on the ground. One sec. That is a 3 on the d4. And that is an 8 on the d8.
Yeah.
So it's 8, 9, 10, 11. Plus a 7, that's 18. Plus 1. Plus 5. So that's 19. I think that might be 24.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Mother of God.
And you dispose of him in whatever way you see fit. You monster.
Yeah, that's another. He's going flying. It's like a 1-2. That first one, and then the second one.
You throw the other one too.
I think they both go in different directions.
Okay.
That one goes down the street, and then he swings with the other fist, and then the other one goes across the street.
I see, like this way.
Yeah,
Blam,
like a
blam.
1-2 right there.
Just like
Jeez.
gorilla smashing.
He is an exquisite beast of violence.
New cards. That situation, you saved the firefighters. Well, 2 of them.
Better than 0.
Finn, 6. Boone, 7. Mogs, 3. Good guys. King. Bad guys, Joker. All right. Bad guys can't get bennies, but they can go first. And there's only 1. Oh, there's 2. They get +2. We can forget to say I don't think anybody who's drawn a Joker has actually done anything with it this session, but remember, when you get a Joker, benny for everybody, +2 to everything you do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Number 6, swinging on Boone. Rolls a 1. Unlucky.
Oh no.
And then 4 on the driver. Rolls a 1. Oh my god, these guys suck.
Oh.
Lucky. All right, King. Good guys. Theo, wake the fuck up. Good. Theo swings on 6. Rolls a 3, misses. South River runs up for some it's time for family bonding. Fight with me, Jimmy. 2, misses. Unlucky. That's everybody. Oh, driver can swing. No.
Get him.
He's not a fighter. He's just a guy. Okay. That is Boone.
All right.
Gotta
and
roll
I'm shaking,
spirits.
right?
Yes, gotta roll a spirit to
Gosh.
check.
All right. 8.
Which I don't think is too
and-
terrible for you. Yeah, D8 spirit.
Nah. All right. That is a 4 and a 3. So.
You're good? 4 is all you need?
Yeah.
Unshaken,
All
and you
right,
can act. And this guy is now, you have a +2 because you have 2 more people than him in base to base.
All right. Yeah, let's just family bond knock this guy out.
Boom, boom, boom. It was like ping pong him off each other.
Yeah, literally. Okay, we're gonna take a big old swing towards him. And then Boone will go running down that alley as long as this guy's out.
Most likely will be.
That was a 4 and a 3.
Doesn't hit. Oh, +2. Yeah. Yeah, +2 to
Oh,
hit.
+2, right,
6.
right, right.
Yeah. Because they have 5. They have 5
6.
parry. Yeah, you hit him. Roll damage +2.
Okay. And 4. That is a 6, 3, and +2. Yeah, 11.
Yep. You and your dad, it's a you look at me and then you get punched by the other guy kind of situation. This guy is getting it rough. It's almost like a good old South River shakedown for money. You beat this guy, you break his legs because he didn't pay you protection racket. He's done. And that clears everything. You said you're going to start running. You can only move 6. 1,
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah,
Down
he'll probably give a heads up that there's one more guy and he's gonna go take off towards him.
You say, is there one down here? Yeah, or one over here. And then you disappear into the alleyway, and then 6 is done. Finn goes.
Finn is going to continue his walk, I guess in that direction towards Boone and all of them. Yeah,
Okay.
that one guy is still up, right?
No, I haven't deleted him yet. Number 6 is
Okay,
got
gotcha.
this guy just got family bonded to the emergency room.
Warming.
Yeah, Finn's not running or anything. He's still very out of it.
That is okay. He's had a
God,
while.
I'm just picturing him just wandering in a daze through the battlefield.
Yeah, just the utter carnage of it all. Okay, and then Mogs. Now you see the firefighters cradling the other guy. They're trying to stop the bleeding from the guy who got stabbed.
Yeah, after those 2, Moggs is just like catching his breath, just like, oh. He sees them trying to help the others. I don't have any medical skill or first aid or anything, do I?
No, but that doesn't mean you can't try.
Yeah, I could give it a shot. I could put some pressure on the wounds. I don't think I'm gonna get to the fight with the guy cornering the driver anytime soon.
No, you can let the South River squad deal with that.
Oh yeah, I think they've got it. I think they'll be able to handle one guy. All right, what do I need to do to help these guys out?
So you're doing a unskilled medicine roll. That's going to be a D4 -2 and a D6 -2. You're unskilled, but you could still pop
Okay.
off.
As long as I'm not gonna accidentally cave this
No.
guy's chest in like that
it's-
clip from that show.
No, the worst thing you can do is not be helpful.
Okay. All right, so that's a 2 and a 2.
You could reroll it, but
which-
it's up to you.
-2 is 0, so that's nothing.
Yeah.
Mogsby is no help here.
But you try.
I think I'm gonna let that stand. That feels very in
Yeah, he just doesn't know
character,
what's
just
going
like-
on. I mean, it's a gushing, arterial stab wound. Like
Yeah, he's
it's
been more alive than he's felt in days, just like meeting out this violence, but when it comes to helping them, he has no idea what to do.
It reminds you of the night with Addison, where it's a red landscape and you don't know where to even start.
He's as lost as Finn at this point.
Yes. Very good at creating the trauma, the blunt force trauma. Not so great at managing it.
Not so much.
And that is that. We are rolling. We are shuffling because we drew a Joker. Finn on a 4. Oh, he doesn't care because he rolled a. He actually gets an 8. 3 for Boone. Queen for Mogsby. Good guys on an ace. Bad guys on an 8. So good guys are acing. We're gonna try and. South River sees his son running down an alleyway, and then he notices that there's a person down there getting attacked. And then Theo is right behind you. Running down. This guy's gonna have a bad time. And then fuck it. Firefighter 1. We will say that he is trained in medicine, but only at a D4. He rolls a 4. He rolls a 1.
Nice.
A 5. And then I'm gonna say the other guy is only going to support him with to give him a +1. We'll say a 6, and that is progress. It isn't like magic. Somebody gets stabbed like that. It isn't just like, oh, you bandaged it. Like, it's not like Tarkov.
Yeah.
But progress. That's all the good guys. This guy over here slings another cup of water on his burning bakery. All right.
Oh, I feel so bad about leaving him, but he's not in
He's not in mortal danger. No, it's not. You're not doing something like bad. Yeah. I mean, just what can you do? Queen Mogsby.
Okay. Yeah, with like being unable to assist here, I think I'm just gonna head towards the middle of the street and group up with Finn, and presumably once that last guy's dealt with, we move on. We head towards the tower if we can get there.
Okay.
Alternately, comedy option. Hey, wait a minute. These pointer guys, any of them have like a helmet or something?
Yeah. Like they have like shitty surplus, like the war that happened 100 years ago. Like dug it up or found it in like for cheap somewhere.
Okay, yeah, no. In that case, as Mogsby heads out to the street, he's gonna take one of those and just toss it down the road towards the old guy, just like, hey, this is better than a glass.
You would have to be a fucking like a quarterback to throw
that distance, yeah, down the way down the street. This is more just like hey, just tiredly throwing this out, like, towards that as he's walking towards the road. Just like half out of it.
Yeah. Like you want to help. That's the thing, is like Mogsby just wants to help. It's not.
He wants so badly.
You could try and put the gold wagon out.
Oh, we could do that
if you wanted to. You could pretty much run over there and get it. You might notice the severed moth hound leg.
It's no good.
Yeah,
I'm gonna try and I'll try and at least put it out. There's like a spigot or something around here.
You could try and open it up and try and drag out the burning. Because what's on fire are the curtains and the upholstery inside.
Oh yeah.
So you could try and get rid of it. Like you could open the doors and try and get rid of that, and and try and smother it with like a.
Yeah, that'll work. That.
You run by and you see Addison on the ground. Then you shake your head, and then you realize it's a woman. But
I knew you were like deliberately messing with me, but for a half a second I caught wait, what?
He's in the graveyard.
Yeah.
That's not where I put her, you think to yourself. She's comfortable in her little box with flowers.
God. He just shakes his head, pinches the bridge of his nose, like, gotta hold it together. Gotta hold it together for the squad.
Yeah. Bad guys are at a higher. Nope, Spades is highest. Finn goes.
I guess I'll just walk over to Mogsby and just take a look around. Dude, I don't think he's gonna do anything beyond that.
Okay. Well, you see that Mogsby's running over here to try and put out the gold wagon. You could assist him if you wanted to. Or is it that you're like Saving Private Ryan, like ears ringing, kind of bleary?
Total shell shock.
Right
now.
Yeah, that's fine.
I guess, yeah, if he sees Mogsby trying to put out a fire, he'd look around. Are there any like buckets or anything?
Not really. All of the gear for like putting out fires are like all the way over here, like in this area. Like this is just these aren't even like actual fire militia. Like they're just people who were trying to stop the fires and got. I just called them firefighters because it's easy.
Right.
But
Yeah, it's just like the curtains and upholstery burning. The cart itself, I guess, hasn't caught fire yet.
no, it's not so bad. Somebody just like
Yeah.
errantly tossed a torch in it, and so it's been just smoldering for a while.
Yeah, we'll
like,
just
the
we'll
wheels
just
are
pull
still
out
on
the
it.
burning stuff and smother it.
Yeah, Finn will just watch.
And bad guys. Rolling close strength checks. Okay. Boone, you see the guy. He has long blacks, like a mop of black hair. He looks half mad, like psychotic. This guy.
Mhm.
He grabs the driver and puts a knife to his throat and spins around. And he's behind him. He's got him around the neck. And he's looking over his shoulder at you guys. And he's like grinning. Like grinning like it was some practical joke that like you just don't understand. He's just smiling at you. He doesn't even tell you to stop. He lets the blade at his throat try and stop you.
Ooh, okay.
And then that's you on 3.
Oh gosh. Okay. Trying to determine if that would actually stop Boone or not.
I'll change the things are dying down a bit.
Yeah, Boone would see that, but he would still try and get to the edge of like that end of the alley. Getting closer.
Like right here. You get to be
Yeah.
around right here, and you see a line of red go down the driver's neck, but it's not.
Okay, he stopped.
Okay.
He stops there.
The cards get redrawn, but it's kind of now we're in a situation. Now that you get closer, you see that one of the moth hounds is missing a leg. And it's oozing kind of like a weird Icarus blood, like kind of blackish. But they're both like, they both were cowering behind the driver, but now they just don't really know what to do. They're confused. I mean, you probably have seen a confused dog when there's too many people in the house. They just kind of like back into a corner and look around. They don't know what's going on, and the last pointer is leaning over, and the driver is got gritted teeth. He's got a crossbow bolt in his leg. The driver does. That's what he was
Okay.
holding. But it doesn't look like, it looks like it's stuck into meat. It's just it's oozing blood. It doesn't look good though.
Mm-hmm.
Being shot with anything without modern medicine is bad. So do you know this guy? He pretends to shave his chin, like he's with the knife.
Oh my god.
It's all over. He's laughing like he's taking there's been like a laughing gas.
Yeah. Boone, he just kind of sits there a second, and then I think he'd look at his dad and just be like,
He looks at you.
right, it's over, so just drop him.
What's that? You can beat me to death? I know how you work. We're all in the same circle. We're all in the same rotten apple. I'm not making it out of here. I can take him with me. We can go down that dark road together. The driver coughs.
We could back up and let you out of here, and you let him go.
You just shoot me in the back. He like makes an agonized look for a moment, like somebody's got like a fist in his intestines and just wrenching, and then he starts smiling again.
No, we won't, because you're gonna go back home, and you're gonna let him know what we did to everyone. That their plan didn't work here today, and we know exactly that they set us up.
It wasn't about gangs. It was all about the big people. It's the big money. It doesn't even matter. I don't care about you. I don't care about this. I don't want to die.
Well, right now, your option is either do what I say or die. So you can have it either way. I don't care about that guy.
You don't. Nobody cared about me. He starts weeping.
Then take your chance. Take your chance right now. Get out of here.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just want to go home.
Boone would look to his dad and he would start backing up.
Okay, yeah. South River will start backing up with you. You're gonna back up all the way to the exit?
He's gonna start to back up and see if he's gonna come forward at all. And then if he does, he'll keep going back.
One second. Like that. So he'll keep going, but he's keeping a distance to you. He doesn't want you to be able to rush him.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Boone will just keep. He'll go all the way back to let him have enough room to be able to get out.
Mogsby and Finn, are you paying attention to this situation at all?
I think once we've gotten like
You've managed to get the fire. You know, it's I wouldn't sit in it, but at least it's not on fire. You've got the gold wagon.
It's a marginal improvement. At that point, once it's clear that everyone's backing out of the alley, Mogsby's going to take the hint and keep his own distance as well.
Okay.
If Boone and Cadre are backing out of a place instead of rushing into it,
it's weird to see that after all of this kinetic, brutal, second to second, life-threatening combat, this harrowing, and then you see Boone walking backwards. It's weird. it's a little strange, and then you can once he like clears the alleyway, you can see that this ratty looking pointer is has the driver around the with a blade to his neck.
Yeah, Mogsby's gonna keep his distance. He's figured out what's going on here.
How does Finn react? What is he doing?
I don't think Finn is even paying attention.
Okay, so he's just zoning out.
He's looking at all the unconscious bodies. Thoughts racing.
Okay. He gets to be like right about here. It's not a trick.
Nah, you can get out. We'll just keep getting on your way and you get out of here. Drop him.
I'm sorry. And the driver is let go. He just kind of like lets him go, and he starts running as fast as he can, limp out, and he kind of crashes right here and like against the gold wagon. And you see this pathetic man walking out, and he doesn't even have his knife in his hand anymore. He just drops the knife and he just like walks like blearily, like and emotions are striking across his face. It's so strange to see something like when someone's just walking, to see agony flash on their face, like not just like I stepped on a tack or I've got glass in my shoe, but like I'm walking and I have like a pleasant smile, and then somebody's sliding a screw under my nail, like and it's just sheer agony for just a few moments, and then he just keeps walking. He will walk right past you, and unless you do something.
Boone is going to grab him the second that he gets past him.
Okay. How do you grab him?
He is just gonna grab him by the shirt and yank him towards him.
Okay. He doesn't even make a sound.
Yeah. And then Boone is going to throw him to the ground.
Okay. Poof. He's on his back. And he's just staring up at the sky. It's all going dark again.
Yeah, Boone will step over him and look down and just say, "You think sorry is going to fix this? You think sorry is going to put the fire out and bring my home back and bring my friends back? You killed them, and it's your fault." And he's gonna swing his arm back.
I'm sorry. I want to be good. I just can't stop.
And now you never will be. And he'll start punching him in the face.
Boom,
over and over.
Boom. Boom.
Oh.
The nose breaks. Tooth comes out. Or is anybody going to stop him?
Once it's clear that he's... As soon as he throws him to the ground, Mogsby's just like, with each punch, just a little louder, like, Boone. Boone.
You've never hit someone and had their expression improve. It usually goes the opposite direction. You hit people and the emotions turn to the negative, and the eyebrows draw in, the eyes wince, the teeth are bared in pain. But it's almost like every swing it's like a slot machine. It's a roulette wheel. You're hammering different. It's like every swing is on a different person in this one man. Sometimes you get a smile. Sometimes you get sheer agony as you dislodge another tooth, as you bust his lip. And Boone's gonna keep going apparently, unless you do something. Unless
unless someone is actively pulling him off of this man, he's gonna keep going.
I think in that case, yeah, Mogsby's gonna try and pull him back.
You hear Mogsby's footfalls coming towards you, probably kind of hustled. You feel big, unfriendly hands grab you under your shoulders.
Big old mitts.
Boone will turn really quickly. His hand is kind of up, like he is about to swing, and then he stops and looks at Mogsby and puts it down.
Boone, it's over.
Right.
I'll help him up and God, I guess there's nothing left to do, but like unless he's gonna go back for him, there's nothing else to do but to head back to the tower. We got to check on the driver and the hounds, of course, but
Oh yeah, the driver. I was gonna say I didn't want to interrupt the moment, but the driver does a weak whistle. As much you've lost a what's a lot of blood? Well, not too much blood. You'll die. You lost a pint of blood. How many pints is of blood? You lose a Capri Sun of blood, and you don't feel so good. And it's hard to whistle, but he does a little. And you hear the moth hounds padding out of the. They're coming. But one of them, one of them is kind of walking kind of funny.
oh, you hate to see it. Do those grow back?
They do grow back. It just takes years.
Oh, that's unfortunate. But yeah, no, Mogsby will kind of go from pulling Boone away to helping him back up to his feet. Just like it's over. We gotta get back to the tower. We gotta sort this out.
Okay.
Right.
Squad 3, Squad 3? Is it Squad 3? Squad 3 away team. Finishes up a brutal melee in the streets of South River. Anything you want to do before you have to walk home? It's gonna take a minute. It's getting to the middle of the night.
I think Boone will just check in with his dad and uncle and see what they're gonna do next.
Okay.
But otherwise,
Yeah, what do you say to them? Like they're looking at you and they're conflicted. They have the same rage, but they also have years. They have years of settling scores and what revenge can do for a person and what it can't do. They definitely didn't stop you. What you did, like they didn't even try. Like they weren't even gonna do anything. But South River just embraces you if you like walk up and just like
Oh yeah.
He probably just lets it all out. He probably just starts weeping. And isn't even he isn't even afraid to hide it, even in front of the cops.
Yeah, I think he'll just sit there and he'll hug his dad back while he kind of looks over at the street just burning.
Yeah, you look in and you see your home. Your home is not only like you look over and you see part of the roof cave in. There's nothing that will bring back any of that. There's nothing that will bring back Morley. There's nothing that can to save that. Any of that. It's over. All right. You guys start heading back to the Tower of Questions. The camera pans all the way up and then down into the basement of the Tower of Questions where, ladies, please contain yourselves, a shirtless August Khanov sits in the operating chair in the basement, in the morgue of the Tower of Questions. You have been having glass pulled out of you by Nods and Smiles for the past. He's very fastidious. It's been about an hour of him pulling them out, and it's not feeling any better from the first time to the 17th, 20th, 30th time. He's pulled tiny shards out of your fur. But he has been making. You can tell he's nervous, August. he, it's not exactly. His conversational skills are very staccato, but you can tell even he is nervous about what's going on in the city, and he yanks out a rather substantial piece. He's been doing so many small ones, and it clinks onto his little thing, and he leans back and adjusts his little spectacles and gives you a once over. He's dabbing the spot it was. There's a little bit of blood. I believe that's all of them, Chief Inspector.
I gingerly pad myself down just to make sure that nothing remains embedded.
Have you ever had glass in any part of you before? Like tiny shards? Like, yeah, like it's fucking awful. Like in your foot, like you'll feel like you don't have anything in your foot, and then you'll just move it. Yeah, you're good. You don't have it. He's a good surgeon. He's a great doctor.
Thank you for your work, Nods and Smiles. I'm sure I would be in much less good condition. I'm like trying to say thank you in the most. I'm like really struggling to say thank you.
There's no need. It's my job. He starts disinfecting. He puts his little vat of alcohol that he puts all his little tools into, and starts putting things away. Would you like to keep the He just holds out the tray of glass.
I glare at him, like just daggers at him.
I'm sorry. Sometimes I remove teeth, and they like to keep them.
Actually, why don't you hand me the largest one?
He hands you the largest one. Even the largest one is not so big. The problem is that you should be a mangled mess, but you jumped from a second-story window, crashed through the window, and then fell on and rolled around in the glass at the bottom on stairs, and you didn't take damage. It's annoying, but this is superficial damage. Superficial.
I look at the piece of glass and I run it through my fingers before I put it in my pants pocket.
He walks over to one of the little basins of water. How is the case going?
Well, we know who the killer is.
Oh.
We know who their accomplices are.
Oh my.
I have a motive.
Oh.
Now I just need to set my trap.
You're going to trap the killer?
Yes. I discovered a weakness of his. It's the orphanage.
I believe that he has found your weakness as well.
Is it loss of blood?
Oh, no. You have not lost much blood at all. I believe it's windows.
I laugh. I laugh a very tired, maybe the first genuine laugh I've had since I've been in this city.
Nods laughs too. He's glad that you found his joke funny. He's just happy to please. He's a person pleaser.
Yeah, that was it hurts to laugh, but it's good.
What are you going to do with them when you catch them?
I kind of look down at the ground. We need to set an example, Nods and Smiles. I have to send a message. We have to send a message, not just to the city, not just to the people. This message needs to reach all the way back to my home.
What's the what's the message?
The message needs to be very clear that Selvasta is capable of being a productive member of the Empire. If we don't do that, it will get worse.
You're going to kill him?
Maybe. Maybe painfully. I haven't decided. Whatever will reach the most ears.
Do you know much about this city, Chief Inspector?
I've read a bit of your history. I've read your newspapers. You have a conjecture, nods and smiles.
It's not my place to correct you at all, Chief Inspector. He moves his tools and gets ready for, puts them out. He has OCD, so he's putting them in the perfect spots on the little tray.
I suspect you have opinions on this matter.
I come from a place that's very cruel. Life doesn't really matter much. And I was surprised at a place that could be founded on the ideal of mercy.
You think this man deserves mercy?
I don't know. I have been picking apart his handiwork, and it seems like he's very hateful.
Not exactly a reflection of the mercy this city seems to offer,
I guess he points at his chest. I guess in here it feels like maybe we just don't know anything about what's really going on. Have you ever been hungry?
No. Well, not in the way you mean.
Did you know that my kind, our tails can grow back?
I kind of look him over.
He pulls it around to show you that he indeed does have a tail.
I did not know that your tails can grow back.
I've lost mine 5 times in my life. I ate it 3 times.
You ate your own tail.
3 times. And every time I was thankful that I could and not lose something forever. All I mean to say is that before you pass judgment, you should maybe try and understand anyone, even cut purses. Not everyone has cruelty from birth. I was born in an egg. He then looks at himself like, why did he say that? Like, that didn't really pertain to anything, and then he just brushes off his apron.
What do you think of the Empire? Nods and smiles.
He shuffles his feet a little.
Go on. It's just the two of us. I promise I won't cut out your tongue for heresy.
That doesn't grow back.
Oh, I'll remember that.
I don't know anything about your home, but I know that a country can bleed like any wound. And I think groups of people have memories that go much further than living. Like great-great-grandparents are still puppeting you around to do what they want. But they're in the dirt. So, I just mean, it's right to have traditions, but I think that I don't know if in the end, if it all comes back like a great circle. I swore an oath when I started doing surgery to only cut when it's necessary. Do you ever cut when it's unnecessary?
Never.
That's good.
But I find it often necessary.
Do you feel that way, or did your great-great-grandfather feel that way? He starts packing up his stuff. He rolls up the little...
Yeah, I start to sort of dress myself. The Empire is built on duty and sacrifice, and the bones of the people who died providing those. And now, Selvasta is part of that empire. Does that mean Selvasta must be reinvented by duty and sacrifice? Or do we have to consider its roots, its mercy? I don't know.
The only thing I can think to say is to just be careful what you cut away from the city, because not everything grows back.
I look at my wounds. I would also prefer if the city was careful about what it cut away from me.
He chuckles a little bit. There's a knock-knock at the side of the door. The door's been open the entire time. Aravante Escada leans in. Downriver burned down. Or whatever it's called.
South River? Burned down?
Yes. That's right. Like a cinder. Such a shame.
All of South River? What?
Oh, you could probably burn a marshmallow on it from here. You want to come upstairs?
I quickly put my shirt back on and hobble towards the door with Aravante to go upstairs.
He doesn't get.
Thank you, nods and smiles.
He doesn't get out of the way, and nods and smiles, but he doesn't nod. He just watches you go.
I'm like
Aravante doesn't get out of the way.
Staring at him. Ugh.
Oh, shush. He reaches forward. You did this wrong, and he snaps your collar back to the correct. You had it on the wrong button, and he starts walking. Saunter. He saunters at a nice. He is exaggeratingly slow pace so that you can keep up.
I am flustered for 1/2 of a second as he does that before I put my face back on.
I told the boys to stand at either end of it to make sure that, the fire doesn't get spread, but I'm not sending them in there. We're not on hazard pay until you start paying our hazard pay. And that's a hazard. And we need to be paid to do it. He starts heading up the stairs.
Yes, I imagine I know what you're motivated by, Aravante, and dealing with fire is not what I need you to do right now.
No, stand around and look like your little... it's almost like a troupe. It's like a school play. I have seen meat stalls better manned than the Goldcrests. But don't worry. Go on.
Go on. No,
you.
The two of us just stare at each other awkwardly, waiting.
He never looks awkward. He's always grinning.
Okay, well, I'm staring at him awkwardly, waiting.
He's staring at you,
Fine.
smiling, so you go first.
You're not wrong. The Gold Crest has seen better days, and I have plans to fix that now that I have the keys.
The keys? What do you exactly have the keys to? This cock-shaped building?
Well, Aravante, I thought you were a man of vision. You can't see what the Tower of Questions could become?
Well, a nice shade on a hot day.
I stop in front of Aravante just for a second, and I look him up. The richest man in the city is gone. If what you say about South River is true, a large part of the city is now in chaos. This is a very formative time for Selvasta. A wonderful time for enterprising individuals with ambition. I look him in the eye.
You think I want to plant a tree here?
Why can't you be the richest man in Selvasta? And I turn around and start walking.
Because I don't know a damn thing about boats. He starts walking with you.
Not yet.
What good is boats on a river? It all goes one way. It's not like the ocean. Have you ever seen the ocean outside of the archipelago? It's wide.
I've read about it.
There are islands that you can go to that have never been stepped on by a human. A furry. By a person.
Not yet.
I would temper your ambition, or you're going to get pinned and mounted just like old Wellerby. And then I'll have to go and find another person to hire me. Can't take two of those in 1 week.
I promise you, I plan to be around for quite a while.
That why you jump out a window?
I scoff.
You need to go a little higher next time, or I can help you with it. I'll send you out real honorable like your ancestors, our ancestors.
Right. Our ancestors. If we get to the entrance, can we see South River burning?
Yes. Yeah, because you're up on an elevated position. You can see the glow. You can't see the actual fire, but you can.
Yeah.
We can walk out of Martyr Square and see it if you go stand by the Lady of Mercy Cathedral. You walking out?
No, I don't want to leave the Tower of Questions right now.
Okay.
So I'm like surveying. You can. It's like the gif of that lady who's thinking really hard and all the symbols and math is flying by her. That's me right now.
Okay. Aravante is picking his teeth with a knife. So what's your next plan to become the richest, wealthiest, rulingest, what, emperor?
I'm not looking to be the emperor, Aravante.
You could just walk into the capital and sit in the chair. She's not in it. She's not 500 years old. It doesn't work like that. And you can stare at me all you want. You know I'm right. Get angry about it. What are you going to do, jump on me from upstairs? Waggle your cane at me? I'm not scared of you, Khanov. I actually enjoy this conversation so far. The only problem is that we have no liquor. I've gone 5 stories up and found no liquor.
Well,
no wonder no one wants to join this outfit.
I do have a bottle in my room. Seems a good night to drink. I look out at the fire.
And I will sit here and wait for 3 hours as you go upstairs to fetch it.
It's what I pay you to do. And I walk out to my room.
Okay. You walk up to... Oh, so you're walking to... Where are you going?
I'm going to go grab my bottle of liquor that I have in my room.
He'll wait downstairs for you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Boone, Finn, Mogsby. what conversation would you like to have on the way back? Now's the time. You just crossed the bridge and heading up Seamsters Row. And
It's gonna be hard to top that one.
what? What? They're just a couple of bros chit-chatting. No homo.
I love their dynamic.
I assure you, it is just bros, and they hate each other.
I crafted Aravante from antimatter to August Matter. He's the complete opposite of August's character.
It shows. It works really well.
Yeah, I ship it.
He had all shippers.
We have fun here. Let's see. I know what I want to talk about, but like, what about you guys?
I think unless someone talks to Boone, he's gonna be dead silent.
Kind of the same for Finn right now. Yeah. He's just looking in the direction of the tower.
Looks like
Well,
Mogsby's gonna have to break the ice.
Yeah. In that case, as we're marching back to the tower, Mogsby's gonna look back at Boone and just say, "Whole time, huh?"
Whole time what?
He kind of nods back at South River. I heard what you were talking about back there. That's why you joined, isn't it?
I mean, do I seem like the kind of guy who would have joined because I wanted to?
Well, to be frank, I'd have a different answer today than any other day previous. But, no, not so much. Is it true what they said? About, you and our first body in the tower?
What? He was my friend, or what? Which part?
You tell me. What happened?
I met up with him. I left. And he was dead. But if I told any of you that, you would have pointed right at me.
He thinks for a second and just kind of nods. I don't know how this is gonna shake out, but I don't know. How everything's turned out since, can't really. He lets out a long sigh. You said this was about a, what was it? Stolen shipment? That was your cover?
Was the cover, but no. I sent my guys in there asking about him, seeing what I could figure out, see if he was connected to something else. And when I found out that he wasn't around anymore, they immediately turned on us. So, no questions asked.
All right then. Well, let me put things this way. Never put me on the spot like that again. You come at me straight and I'll have your back. Got it?
Boone kind of stops and kind of looks at him a bit. But Why?
Making sure we're clear here. You understand?
I understand, but why would you have my back, of all things?
Last couple days ain't been like the times before. A lot of things have happened.
Right.
If you asked me even a couple of weeks ago, if I would have guessed that you'd be running into danger like that, I would have said, not in a million years. Till this is over, I'm willing to look past this, but there will have to be clearing of the air afterwards. Assuming there's anything left to clear.
Alright. Then I'll be straight about it from now on.
Alright. Appreciate it. How you holding up, Finn?
Huh?
How's the nose?
Oh. Stop bleeding. For now.
That's good.
Thanks
That's
for
good.
popping it back into place earlier. That was hurting.
It's no problem at all. I know how that goes. Weren't the first time. Listen, it's been a long day. And want you to know you done right tonight, but you done a lot too.
Thank you. Yeah.
You got a good head on the shoulders. Make sure it stays there.
I'll try. There's just so much going on.
Yeah.
Finn looks away. He's tearing up a bit.
Well, I think we're gonna have to have, I don't know, conversation. Something with the new inspector. You're gonna have to figure out what to do next. If the answer ain't satisfactory, dare I? If the answer ain't satisfactory, I got a mind to put him through the chief's window myself.
I left.
I try not to.
Excellent, thank you. That's all I was looking for there.
August, would you sit on the Tower of Questions front steps and drink with Aravante? Or would you drink it?
I will. I mean, I'm drinking with Aravante, yeah.
Okay. You guys come into Martyr Square, and the only thing that it's dead silent. Everyone is going to South River to try and, like, all the squads, all of the Aravante's people are all in South River trying to stop the fire. You come in to the Martyr Square and you see there's no more glass on the chief inspector's window. There's still glass shatters everywhere. There's blood on the ground in front of the Tower of Questions. There is a broken, disgusting, battered breastplate laying on the ground in front of the steps. And you see Aravante Escada and Augustin Khanov, and you catch Aravante in the middle of a story. Well, you see, you have to clean the underside of a boat because of barnacles. Did they teach you that in the Imperial Academy? Barnacles? They accumulate, and it's called having a sour bottom. So we would say, once we put the boat in the port and you put it up on the winches, somebody has to clean their sour bottom. And he's laughing. Even if you don't laugh, he thinks it's hilarious. And he leans back. Are you drinking out of a glass or are you sharing the bottle with him?
A glass for sure.
Well, he's drinking straight out of the bottle.
Oh, of course he is.
So you see Aravanti Escada and August and Khanov. Aravanti leans over and pours some into August's empty or near empty glass, and then he takes a swig of it himself, and he's leaned up back against the stairs. It's dead silent in Martyr Square aside from that.
What an image. Mogsby's he's just looking around. He's looking at the broken glass, at the blood, at the broken window. These two goofballs on the stairs. It's just like, the hell happened?
The walkers of the inferno. You're not nearly singed enough. You look great. Well, that one doesn't. He points at Finn.
We were lucky. A lot of folks weren't.
Well, I stopped any more of the fingerless bad people from coming in, if that's what you're here to thank me for. I set up a perimeter. I am not on hazard pay, as I've told this one 10 times. So I will not send my people into a fireball, the center of the sun, the underside of an oven. None of it. Drink.
Mogsby just does not, just no sells that. Turns to August. Hardly seems like we need to make it clear, but the meeting did not go well.
Why don't we discuss it inside?
It's so
Agreed.
nice out here. The air, you can see the stars. Well, the fire is making it a little hard. He squints.
I stare at the glass shards that are like littering the outside. I think I've had enough of outside for tonight.
Suit yourself. Drink. Hello, Boone. Did you have a good night tonight? Without me? How could you?
No, I didn't.
Can I lead us into the map room?
Yes, you can.
Go ahead.
You limp into the map room, leaving Aravanti on the front steps, drinking all your liquor.
Yeah, you can have it.
It's like the iPad. Give him his iPad.
Yeah. I lean against the map table and turn to look at my amazing squad. I heard South River burn down.
Say that. I might say it was burnt down.
What happened?
Feels like saying it were an ambush is underselling it. We were ambushed in the bar, and then escaped. Find the firestorm you now see across the horizon there. They had no intention of any kind of resolution that didn't involve what you saw there.
Did you take care of the other side? Are they going to continue to be a problem?
Many as we can get our hands on, at least. Looks over at Boone.
There'll be more. I don't know what their next plan is, but
Did we lose anyone important?
I think you're going to want to be a little more clear about what you mean there.
Is
Yeah.
Boone, did your family survive?
there was one loss. But if you're asking if it was the guy in charge, then no.
Good, I suppose. One less complication to deal with. So we will. I'll make a note to the Duke that they need to send additional aid to South River. I'm sure he's already aware. We'll set up an extra patrol around the perimeter tomorrow.
The wagon might be a bit of a write-off.
I see. We had a visitor tonight in the Tower of Questions.
Do tell.
Finn gives them a knowing look.
I met with our killer. We had a very pointed discussion before I escaped. Seems we
Mogsby's
have
eyebrows visibly raise.
Yes, it seems the security in the Tower of Questions is a bit lax, to say the least. I will be fixing that.
He got in? He got into the tower.
He got into the Tower of Questions. I was shot with a crossbow bolt and I had to jump out of the second-story window. So yes, he got into the Tower of Questions. And worst of all, he looked me in the eyes and he got away.
Huh.
We need to take care of the business in South River. Or rather, we need to make plans so that it is taken care of, so that the rest of us, the four of us, can focus on finding our killer. I want Albrecht caught within the week. I have an idea on how I might force him to make an appearance. You won't like it. So I'm willing to hear your ideas before I enact my own plan. How do we bring this killer out of the shadows?
There is the question in it. Kind of thinking back to when Finn got that hunch of where he might be when we were meeting with the madam. Where was that exactly?
Blocks away.
That was like Duke's View, right?
Yeah, he was a couple blocks away when he got his little feeling.
I wonder if that's... I don't know if that's solid enough to go on. Like, if that's like where he's hanging out, or if he just happened to be there.
Well, you could lay out all of your evidence so far.
That'd be a good opportunity to kind of recap what we know about him, at least.
Yes, we know Albrecht was an orphan. He lost his sister. He is eloped with the madam's daughter. He is distinctly anti-Cainite. Is or was an artist of the city. Did I miss anything?
No.
I think
sounds
that
good.
about covers it.
Any ideas how we get him out?
Well, you did have a letter from Calliope to Albrecht mentioning that he needs to stop that there's a way to make money to do something. Well, no, that it was hard at Martyr's Rest, but surely you can find money some other way than stealing and mugging with the Brewers. That was a lead you were going to go down before things got crazy.
Oh, yes, the Brewers. I remember now.
That's right. He used to run with the Brewers. We discovered that at the orphanage.
Well, that was in KotaBlikkie's room
Right.
at Lent's house. Now,
And there was also that mention of like a festival or something that they
In the
went to,
woods,
but I think that
yes.
was more. Yeah, that was more when we had no idea who he was.
yes. So you know that he wanted to take Calliope to this shindig in the woods up the river, and Lent said no.
All right, so we've got a couple of threads we can tug on there.
True. We could also try and track down Calliope herself.
Would seem prudent.
Yes, she would make excellent bait.
I was thinking more that it would be a bad loose end to have around, but can't disagree, considering the state of things.
Very well. I think we will pursue our lead on the Brewers before I decide to get desperate and clamp down on the orphanage.
Sounds fair to me.
Boone,
Yeah.
any thoughts on tonight?
Boone just kind of stares out for a bit. No, not really. Just tired today.
Didn't learn anything at the meeting, did you?
I learned that it was a setup.
I see.
And Boone would also look at Mogsby.
Mogsby just kind of, he's got his arms crossed, he kind of tightens the cross in his arms and just nods and said, and beyond that, it was, we were just trying to get out to safety, help as many people as we could, take down as many of them bastards as we could get our hands on. Still, it's a lot to lose.
And I see you let Thorne get injured. Can you still fight?
He looks like he's barely holding on right now.
I think Finn could stand to take it easy for a bit. He's been through a lot. I will vouch for his conduct. He's been invaluable. We would not have survived this encounter without him.
Good. I'm glad he's proven himself. Well, unless we can mend South River over the course of the evening, I suggest we rest for the night and pick up our investigation with the Brewers tomorrow.
I have one more question.
Of course.
I think I may have misheard you earlier. You really fell 2 stories from the window?
I jumped. Yes. Onto the ground.
Mogsby kind of looks you over where, like, you've got your jacket and everything back. There's, like, no visible damage or anything on you.
I'm using a chair limb as a cane, because my cane broke.
Oh, yeah, your cane broke. But beyond that, yeah, like, nothing. Yeah, Mogsby is just, like, blown away by this. Like, oh. Huh. Interesting.
On that cue, Nods and smiles, pads into the room, and is carrying a little coaster, like a little tray. He's trying to be quiet because he's not often comes into the map room. It's not really his place. He thinks it's like the sacred temple. And he brings over to the closest like lip of the map, the thing, and puts a little vial. I forgot to give you your laudanum. And and then he, unless you have any questions for him, it's for the pain.
Yes, thank you. Nods and smiles.
And he'll head out. He'll smile at you guys. He likes you guys. But
Mogsby nods at him. All right.
What a night.
Well,
What a city.
yeah, only roughly one, I want to say 1/6 of the city burnt down. I think that's pretty good. It could have been more.
Well, yes, but one piece of the city had already burnt down.
That does kind of skew the ratio a little bit. We'll have to go over those numbers tomorrow.
See you in the morning, Squad 3.
Inspector.
Did you guys like the smash cut to the front of Wellerby's house? Did you enjoy that? Or was that jarring?
It worked well.
I liked
pretty
it.
good.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I propose another one? on the end of what did August just say? He said, "I'll see you in the morning, Squad 3, Inspector." Yeah. Smash cutting to something that I can describe, but I don't want to steal any good night kisses on the bros' heads or whatever, or anything like that.
I go out and get one small glass with Aravante.
He's asleep on those stairs.
Good.
He would be.
I pour whatever remains. It's probably a drop or two. And then I head back, and that's it.
Surely it can't get worse, you think, and then smash cut to what's worse.
Oh boy.
It's like it's looking out at the city. It's like the glow's gotten a little worse. A little better now that efforts to actually fight the fires can happen unimpeded due to the active gang warfare, open war in the streets. We smash cut to in front of a brewery, and it's the bleary light of the morning. It is gray. It is the grayest it's been so far. It's almost like a low fog has fallen over the city, so deep that it's like you're walking through a cloud, just walking down the streets. The walk over here was surreal. The streets are, I wrote a little blurb about it. I'm just going to paraphrase it. You can get the vibe of a city. You can get the vibe of the streets, especially those of you in the party that have lived here your whole life. You can get on that wavelength, and people are afraid. You were given the Duke's View signaler this morning.
Yeah.
Killer declares war on Canaanites. And it is every detail of the case, down to the most, anything Von Stahlbeck knows of the case. It's the gory details. The woman, severed head, the drawings, the message inside the mouth of the drawings that you gave him.
Oh, no.
You showed him. People are in the streets. They're scared. You've seen on your walk to Brewer's War just this morning, you can taste it in the air. The people are on a hair trigger. You can still see smoke rising from South River. People, you've already seen a couple houses with with boarded up windows, just to protect the glass. They just know it's coming. It's like an animal backed into its burrow, and it knows it's coming. You're being led by a private. Actually, no, you're being led by one of Aravante's men. Not a very exceptional specimen. Clearly a cutthroat, but it almost hurts Mogsby a little to see this scum in the blue of a gold crest.
Yeah.
He's picking his teeth. He's spitting on the ground. I mean, that's no surprise to anybody in Selvasta, depending on where they come from.
Looks like a wonderful member of the Gold Crest.
Yeah.
Very productive.
Mogsby just looks like all of like the confidence he had last night, like whatever nightmare overnight has just drained that. He looks like complete garbage again.
Sorry.
It's almost like he only feels alive after some kind of fight.
He brings you in front of Brewer's Ward, into Brewer's Ward, and into a brewery in specific. And you can see the other two members of his 3-man team are standing there. There's a woman. She's dressed as a worker. Wouldn't surprise you if she knew how to set boards, build a deck, or maybe she works on the docks. Maybe she is a logistics person on the docks. Whatever. She's built to be outside, like she's dressed to be outside. Built to be outside. She's muscled. The way that, manual laborers can be.
Mm-hmm.
And the crook that brought you here pipes up. Said she's got one dead in the manager's office and more dead inside. It seems to be a bit of a clusterfuck. He stands at the door and points. Boss said just bring you here and you can sniff it out.
Very insightful.
Yes,
Thank
thank you
you.
for the very detailed report.
We stay here or off we go?
No, you don't need to stay here. We'll handle it from...
You want me to question this lass?
No, that's quite all right. We'll
scowls
take
at
it
him.
from here. Thank you for your assistance. Goodbye.
Okay. All right. Well, he takes his friends to go off to do whatever you told them to do this morning in the map room.
Yeah.
The woman is standing there. She is. She does not look comfortable. There's a couple boxes sitting next to her.
Mogsby, Boone, maybe one of you two want to take the lead on questioning her.
Suppose we could do that.
I've got a lot of deliveries today. Can we make it quick?
Yeah. What's the situation? What happened?
I just got an order for these. It's dry goods, canned stuff. And she points at her boxes. I go in, no one's there. They always meet me at the front. I go into the office and there's just a dead woman on the floor, and then I went into the back and I don't want to go back in there. Something happened. I don't know what happened. I don't know anything.
Around when was this when you found this?
An hour ago. I don't know why it took you so long to
Okay.
get here. I'm sorry. I don't know. With everything going on, I didn't think that this would be how my day started.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. All right. Boone, you got anything?
No. Not that I can think of.
They were supposed to pay me 20 dukes. I need that money. Can I ask the big man for it? She looks over at the ducal palace or something. I don't. It's just not fair.
She wants us to pay her for her assistance here?
No, she's a delivery courier. She brought dry canned goods to this place, but somebody's dead inside and she can't get paid. She's asking you to pay her so that she needs that money. She's asking you to pay her, not for her help.
I just give her a couple ducal notes.
Okay, I was gonna say at that request, Mogsby looks at Aravante's guys leaving, and then looks over at the chief inspector there. Just
she looks down at the money and said, "I can't get a shoe polish for this. I spent 3 hours doing this morning, and my day's almost done.
People are dead, ma'am.
I guess I'm sorry." And she just sulks and walks off. If you let her, she'll walk away if you let her.
Oh yeah,
okay,
she can go.
She leaves. You stand in front of a sad brewery on a silent street in what seems like an abandoned district. Nothing moves here. A year ago, there would have been so much happening in this slice of the city. You couldn't run a wagon down the street. People found out that you could modernize and quicken the process of making alcohol. Everyone won. But now it had more in common with the next day's hangover, as you look upon the Selvasta Sons Brewing Company and the logo of a happy moth pup holding a mug of beer. It had been touched by the siege fire, like many buildings this close to New Selvasta. The door is ajar.
Let's take a look, shall we?
That logo sounds very good.
I'll draw it for you. I don't know. It's just a little happy.
I didn't want to just say somebody's got to draw that.
It's just a happy little moth pup. It's Selvasta Sons Brewing Company.
Adorable. All right, yeah, let's check out the grisly murder scene.
Is it that routine? It's a police procedural. There has to be murders.
We have seen so many gross dead people in like the past 3 days. I'm ready.
So catch the fucking guy then.
So many horrors have happened.
Get him! Fucking AC-130 him. All right. The door creaks open, and it takes no deduction to see that this brewery has not been in business for some time. There are bedrolls in the front lobby. The front desk has been changed into a makeshift bed frame for 2 people to sleep. You can see fresh imprints on the floor where someone has scuffed away the dust and grime. There's dust on a few of the cots, while others look recently used. A door has been taken off its hinges to the right of the desk. It lays up against the wall. It reads Manager's Office. On the left side of the desk is a hallway marked Brewery Tours. I don't know why that's hard to say. Brewery Tours. You can see a foot sticking out from around the corner of the office and a trail of blood snaking past it like a red serpent.
I heavy sigh and hobble over extra slow because I'm a little hurt from yesterday.
You don't have to rub it in. You're not hurt at all. You're a superhuman, super soldier.
Yeah, Finn will join them.
Yep, let's follow that trail.
Who's first to the door?
Take a look. I think I want to lead the way. I'm in charge.
Okay. You find a young...
Can I make everyone else walk awkwardly slow behind me?
You find a young feline woman with bright white fur. She is dressed in plain work clothes, like a carpenter would wear. She even has a big dump pouch of nails slung around her waist. Most of them have spilled onto the manager's office floor, along with most of her intestines. She has been cut cleanly open. You have seen many wounds like this from your time in the Legions, August. One foul, cruel cut to end someone. Her gaze is distant, confused. The office around you is sparse and doesn't seem to have been used as an office in a very long time. The chair and the desk are gone. Mogsby, you walk through and you think you see Addison on the ground for a split second again. It keeps happening.
Oh. Yeah, anyone who's paying attention sees him look into the room and then just immediately back out, take his glasses off, and rub his eyes.
His eyes are so red they look like somebody maced him.
My man is doing bad. Oh, I had a question. we looked. We know what the. We didn't investigate the brewers previously, but we know like what their general deal is.
You know that after the siege, that a lot of people couldn't upkeep any sort of manufacturing of alcohol, so it's just led to what everything happens when everybody runs out of money. They try and steal. They're petty, but it's petty theft. It's not people who stick their fingers into furnaces and melt them off and then go and try and kill an entire neighborhood with fire and swords. They're just
they were just
they're thugs, but they're not
your standard thugs.
Yes, they will mug people, but very rarely did you ever have the most serious crime you've ever booked a brewer for in the past 6 months since the siege is like throwing somebody off a bridge, you know, and it wasn't even like a murder; it was attempted. Like, so, homie threw him off a bridge, but like, not it.
Gotcha. So we've got one body there, and she said there was something else in back.
Yeah, let's before we get too involved with this one, why don't we see if we can't see what else she was talking about?
Get a sense of the whole picture.
You head back out and go down the other way?
Yeah.
A hallway that looks stripped of all its decorations leads you to a wooden painted standee of an oversized moth pup holding a flagon of beer. It's a matter of taste is painted with exuberant lettering across the right side of an arrow pointing you straight into a catwalk. To the left of the catwalk is a wide open warehouse with a tall ceiling, thin rays of light piercing through to create dark shadows behind tall vats used to make beer. But it's clear this place hasn't been made a barrel of beer in a long time. People live here, or did. You see at least a dozen dead bodies laying all over the brewery, cut apart with savage precision. Most of them are men, worker clothes, some in rags, some wear old Goldcrest uniforms. There are weapons scattered about. Whatever happened, a few of them saw it coming enough to arm themselves. Butcher work stretches all across the large open room, and you can easily chart the path. The bodies are in small clumps, as if they either ran away or towards the threat together. They perished either way. Beds everywhere, cooking area, an area where haphazard furniture has been dragged. You see a guitar laying on a moth-eaten couch. At the end of the catwalk, there's another door that with the word cask storage above it, and you can see another set of double doors deeper into the factory floor. You can see more bodies over there too.
Whoa.
This is a slaughter.
I don't think this is the work of our guy.
Is it? I'm not so sure.
Unless he can take on about a dozen brewers at once, possibly more.
I know he's not working alone after last night.
Wait, an accomplice?
Okay.
That ain't Calliope, were it?
It was not Calliope.
That is troubling.
Why target the brewers, though? Have they... Do you know if they've worked with the Canite occupation here at all? Any of you?
I don't think they work with much of anybody other than themselves.
Yeah, they're just people without jobs. Some of them are people who have been. You could tell just by looking at some of these bodies that these are some new Selvastans that have kind of migrated over here to try and not live in a literal shithole. You know, some people just look like workers that don't have a job anymore.
Curious about those ones that you mentioned were in old Goldcrest uniforms.
Yes.
There's not anybody that we recognize back here, I assume.
BB, do you have a visual for the scene?
I don't. Would you like me to draw it?
Oh, yes, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Is there anything that you're confused about?
I guess the layout of the building.
Sure.
There's the office, there's
Yeah,
the catwalk,
yeah.
there's the
I can rough it out really quick. So,
Yeah.
what is this? Who's 10? Some dead guy. Some guy who got punched, probably. See ya. All right. All right. So you have the front office. You walked in. Oops, that's white. So you walked into an office, or you walked into the like a lobby area where people would come in to. There was like a desk, and there was a door to an office where you found the woman. The woman who had been unfortunately disemboweled. She was laying in a doorway. She's right here. Her foot was sticking out. She's right here. There's a there, like everything's out of this room. Like it's like not obviously not been used as a. There's like some chairs out here, and then there was a long.
It's not a functional brewery.
No, this is literally a skeleton of a workplace that has been not even retrofitted. No work has been gone into it aside from cutting it and putting down cots. Here's your little standee with your little moth pup pointing, come this way. And then you have a giant room that was the actual factory where they made all of the stuff. And then this is a catwalk where people can, this is where they would like, obviously if people weren't working, they would ask you to not leave the catwalk so that people could, but it's like a place where that's raised a little bit. And then there's another door down here. There's a set of double doors down here. And there's giant vats. There's there's places where, not vats, they're more like giant drums where alcohol can ferment, where it can be boiled, all the impurities be boiled out of it. But also part of it is places to sleep. Like little makeshift little cots and everything. And the bodies are boom, 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 in little clumps, boom, boom. These people ran. Like this. There's somebody who hid back here, didn't survive. Here, here, here. Somebody tried to run this way, didn't even make it. Somebody's halfway through this door. And it looks like this. You can, when I say you could path it, because it doesn't take, you don't have to be Sherlock Holmes to see that somebody walked through here and killed all these people. And then went over here, dripping off of a blade, killed these people. Went over here, killed this guy. Went around, killed these people. You know, like it looks almost like this. That it is
It's very methodical.
Yes, like this is a fucking Terminator came in here.
Gotcha.
This is where you are right now. This is where you guys are. But yeah, there's more. There's like, and I said that there's like a moth-eaten couch with a guitar on it. There's like a little place where they would burn a little fire and try and cook something. There's like a little place where they tried to, like a meal prep area, not meal prep, but like it's just a place to cut fish. You know, like this is a makeshift little place for people to live.
Yeah. Kind of like a little communal bunk room.
Yes. But yes, it's obvious. Like you can just tell from like there's no dust on any of this stuff. There are cobwebs that, well, we already talked about. You don't want to know what spiders are, but yeah. There's cobwebs on all this machinery that I will spare the arachnophobes in the audience.
Appreciated. Is it obvious, like, how long ago this happened, like, just from how dry the blood is?
That's a great question. Get a Benny.
Ooh, thank you.
The blood, it happened this morning.
Ooh.
Ah. I see.
Because the blood has a tackiness to it still. I feel like I should be psychotic for even saying that sentence.
It's just stuff you pick up from watching CSI or whatever.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Yeah.
We should look around their living area to see if anything looks like it was taken.
Okay.
If it wasn't, I can't think of why someone would want to kill this group of people.
Yeah, I can't imagine they had that much to take. Mogsby stands up from checking the blood.
Unless they knew something.
Oh, there's a thought. do you suppose is in that room beyond?
Yes, I
would-
think the answer might lie in the brewery itself. Look around some more.
Let's have a look around. Anything else jump out at us?
You want to inspect the living area?
Yeah.
Okay. You find books. You find things that like it's like I wouldn't say homeless because these people aren't like they're trying to keep this place nice, but it's literally an abandoned factory. Half of the roof is caved in because, like I said, it was fire singed. Like this part of this building caught on fire during the siege, but it was far enough away from it so that it didn't like collapse fully. But like it's obvious that there's rainwater that has gotten into this part of the area. That it's just kind of
damaged enough to be like a write-off for the business, but like not enough for it to be.
It's very obvious the person who owned this, either before the siege or after the siege, just fucking decided to take a long holiday. He's gone. Or he or she is out of there. But whatever they left by, they didn't seem to belabor themselves with the state of their investment.
Any sign or indication of how many people might have done this, or
You're saying like trying to find like footsteps?
yeah, like are there any like
Are there multiple footprints around here?
yeah,
through this blood you can detect. Well, I'm gonna give you information either way, but if anybody wants to roll survival for me, I could tell you.
That's what I was gonna check.
Yeah,
was
go ahead, Finn.
I was gonna say when we entered that room, he saw the bodies. He would have jumped over the, I guess, a railing from the catwalk and would start looking at those three that were right by the.
Yeah, these people were not.
The door.
It's you've had a taste of mortal danger, Finn, and you know how messy it can be. You know that people usually don't just take a hit and die. It's not like, there's no movies in this world, but it's like in Hollywood. People just don't like get cut on their wrist and go, ah, and then they just fall down.
Right.
But it looks like all of these people were, it's almost like somebody went to to a practice dummy. Like these cuts are purposeful, targeted. This is not a wild thing. You've got a taste of what somebody could. You saw Cal Kittering's body at the beginning of your first day on the job. That was pure. That was somebody stabbing someone 36 times in the back, haphazard.
Yeah.
This is not this. This is does it make sense to say something like someone can be combat calculated? Does that make sense? Someone,
Right.
I'm getting the picture, yeah.
yes, it is not. This is not a brutal like an animal attack. Do you know that like the brutality of it is not like
Yeah,
every
this
person
is someone.
yes, every person has been dealt with the same way. The same amount of brutal, efficient murder.
Someone who's real good at it
Yes.
came in here and took them all out one by one.
Yes. Who's really
Right.
well then deduce who's really good at murder.
Yeah.
Not
I've
specifically,
thought
I mean
to
in a
rule
broad
that
sense.
before, but in a broad sense.
Yeah, in a broad sense.
Suggesting it could have been. Oh.
I think that leads back to my question about how many tracks are coming through here.
Let's see that roll, Big Finn.
Yeah, let's do it.
You had a perfect
Um,
opportunity to give Finn his cool cop name, but you still haven't given it to him. He's been bloodied. You should get his cool cop name. But
Oh.
you get Make It Talk Mogsby. Boone is Booney the Bruiser. Finn doesn't get a cool name.
All right, I rolled a 5.
A 5?
on tracking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else want to take their shot? I don't think anybody else has survival. Like
Just
specific.
want to say,
You can roll investigation
Oh.
if you want to. It's more like it's a different kind of approach to it. But Finn can get the information that there's footprints all over the place. This place is covered in dirt, but only one pair of footprints are traveling through the blood and taking the blood with them from island of carnage to the other.
Looking at the bodies.
Yes.
Do the wounds inflicted on these people do they look like telltale signs of something I would recognize? Like,
Yes.
that's what I didn't want to hear.
Mm.
You couldn't have done it better yourself, even in your prime. There's a thing that you're taught when you're trying to earn your right to be a legionary in the Empire, and that's when you're on the battlefield, your whole body is like a muscle, and when you use a muscle, it tires and it becomes useless. So, to be the most worth to the Empress, you need to cut only when it will kill. There is no battering the enemy. There is no beating the enemy down. There is no flourishes. There is no kicking. There is no tripping. There is gutting them with one stroke. And then waiting for your chance.
I walk away from the squad while they're looking, and I will absently stand by the door while they search around.
Which door? You going to cask storage or the double doors?
The like towards the exit.
You want to
I'm
leave?
gonna wait. Yeah, I'm just gonna stand by there and wait for them.
Okay.
Yeah, right there.
What everybody else doing?
Finn follows the trail of blood and he looks at everybody.
Yes.
Uh,
You see old people, you see young people. You see pretty people, you see ugly people.
So he counts 12 in this initial warehouse, and then his gaze eventually lands on that door.
Store?
I guess we'll see what's through there.
Cask storage?
Along the trail of blood, yeah.
Anyone else going into cask storage?
yeah, let's check it out, see where the trail ends.
Okay. And August is not going.
No.
Heading to cask storage. You enter a room with rows and rows of barrels, or there would have been when this place was in business. Most of the barrels are gone, and what were left are being used to make a table where two doors have been nailed together to make a tabletop. A map of Selvasta is on it. Many little pewter, wood, and tin miniatures from various games are being used to mark parts of the map. To the right of the table, you see evidence of someone putting together a connected board. You can see names of people of power on the top. Castor Wellerby, Duke Arnauld, and even Simon Mansford is on there. Beneath him are a list of associated parties, as if somebody was making a list of those connected to the other people of prominence within the city. Mogsby can find his name under Simon's.
Interesting.
No bodies.
Huh.
Technically there's one. Like, if I didn't draw it, but
Oh, just kind of like halfway in.
yeah, he's only halfway in. This is kind of how it is. Just imagine, like, there's a couple barrels have been table like this, but it's two doors kind of gone like this, and there's all sorts of crap on this map of Selvasta, little token stuff. There's a board over here, lots of papers on it, places to sit. People, this is obviously a place where people make plans.
Is it obvious at all what kind of plans they were putting together? Like, apart from clearly keeping very close tabs on the upper echelons of the city.
You can see a lot of the little miniatures, because they're like little miniatures from games that have nothing to do with it, like little chess piece or squares pieces that aren't being used to play squares on the table.
Yeah.
Little just pieces of junk used as markers but painted so that they mean something. Some of them are blue, some of them are red. You You see a lot of red ones towards the center of the city. That once fashion mall. You can see that they marked where the main command posts of the K-Knights are. You can
Interesting.
You can see that they've marked the Tower of Questions with like the top half of a broken bottle, just like sticking up out of the thing. There's a bunch of little pieces next to it. The Duke's there's like in some game there's a king you need to capture, not chess. There's a not chess king sitting there. And there's all sorts of little schemes all around with little bottle caps all around the city, and whatever they meant probably were verbal. You don't see any like, these is our evil plan.
Yeah, they're not going to be keeping notes on a criminal conspiracy or anything.
And August, you can see this. You can see this map that's inside.
Yeah.
Now that they opened the door all the way and they're in there checking it out.
You said they marked where the K-Knight command post was. You
Yes.
said that some of these tokens were colored.
Yeah.
What color was the K-Knight command post?
Red.
Interesting. Is there another exit out of this room?
Nope. Dead end.
Curious. Mogsby's gonna look over at Finn and Boone are here, yeah?
Yeah. Finn's trying to make sense of all this, but
Yeah, I think Boone followed, but he's staying back. He's just kind of looking in.
I think for this one in particular, he's gonna zero in on Boone. What you make of all this?
Boone kind of would step into the room now and kind of look all it over and just be like, I don't know, they're planning something, but I couldn't tell you what.
None of this looks like anything you might run across just day by day. Nothing like... I think he's trying to think of a polite way to say, like, hey, were they doing rival gang stuff? Does any of this look familiar?
I was gonna say, I don't... It was, Boone kind of didn't know a lot about them, right? Just that he knew that they were around, sort of thing.
Yeah, you know insurrectionists exist, but you don't talk to any of them.
Yeah.
It's kind of...
Yeah,
Yeah, you already have your foot in two worlds. That's like putting it into a third world.
Mm-hmm.
That wouldn't make sense for your... Because your father wants peace, and the Goldcrests want peace. So while they are two... There's a criminal element and the element of order. They both want the same thing. Because your dad doesn't make money when his entire neighborhood is being caught on fire.
He sure doesn't.
Nope.
Yeah, Boone would kind of just look it over again. He just shakes his head. Your guess is as good as mine here.
Finn, you might find it incredibly weird that the most inquisitive person you probably have ever known is not looking around and snooping.
Right.
This is a person who reached into a dead lady's mouth to grab a note.
Yeah, after going through the warehouse with all the bodies and not seeing August join them in here, he would eventually peer out, notice that they're nowhere to be seen. I'm gonna go check on August. Give me a moment. He'll step over the pool of blood by the exit to the room and then make his way back along the catwalk. See if he can find them.
Yeah, August is at the entrance to the building, looking over the lady that was cut down with the nails in her apron.
You're all the way back at the beginning.
Oh yeah. He's got like 1,000 yards. He's staring down at her, but clearly doesn't see her.
Yeah, Finn would eventually walk up behind August.
August is like uncharacteristically kind of preoccupied, but not in the I'm thinking of a plan way. There's a look of like almost like regret or some kind of dread almost on his face. He's just staring at the lady.
And it's like you're looking in a mirror.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the only time he's ever worn a face like that.
We have 2 scenes right now, and we're cutting back to Mogsby and Boone. Are you guys proceeding through the compound?
I think at this point we should probably check out the double doors and see if there's anything else of interest there. Beyond that, stumped.
Okay, Starsky and Hutch going to the double doors.
What do we got?
The double doors have a body propping them halfway open. An old man, nearly ancient, has been near cut in half at the clavicle, pitched halfway onto his back. The wide hallway has open doors to the right and left, more private living arrangements in some, a painting studio in one, a makeshift armory in another. Rows and rows of mildly maintained weapons span it. There are more bodies at the end of the hall, towards a door that is closed. There are 3 men laying chopped and stabbed, all 3 with flat bows in their hands or nearby, 2 of which are unloaded. The third still having his lifeless hand on the bolt, but just not pulling back on the string yet.
Picture is starting to form here.
Can we draw it?
So there's a painting studio?
Yes.
Oh, yes, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure. I'll draw. Yes, there's a painting studio. It's not great. Could be better, but you know, when in disgusting Rome, you're gonna paint wherever you can paint.
All right, so it's not like up to the eerily high quality levels of the other
No,
artists.
But it's a place. If it's a place that somebody wants to quietly work, you can go inside.
Probably worth checking out. There has been a recurring theme of artists throughout this case.
It's all landscapes.
It's all landscapes, huh? There's signatures on any of these?
Not yet. They're all partially done. I mean, there are a couple laying on the floor, but you don't really see any signatures. But I will let you roll something if you would like to. It just depends. Do you think? I don't care. You don't have to roll it if you think Mogsby pays attention. Is he paying attention to this art that he's been seeing the past week?
I think he's got a hunch, I think he's got some kind of hunch brewing,
What's your hunch?
even if he doesn't really.
What's
So we know that Calliope and Albrecht were in with some kind of insurrectionist group.
Yes.
We know that Calliope at least is an artist.
Yes. Well, you know Albrecht is an artist.
Yes, and he's an artist.
Yeah, okay.
I'm wondering if this might have been a group they have crossed paths with in the past. Like, someplace they might have stayed, or this might be some part or cell of whatever organization they were associated with.
Wasn't also Calliope's, like, specialty landscapes?
I believe she mentioned that, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yes, because you found one that was inscribed to. Well, you have a bunch of evidence of it. For one, you went to her own bedroom.
Yeah.
And you talked to an art teacher who said that she was amazing at landscapes. and that she inscribed one to the brothel owner. To the lady of the night that always makes my day.
Yeah.
And that was from Calliope to, I just can't recall her name. Let me go look. Her name was...
I have this in my notes as well.
All right, I got it. Fitzcameron. Owner of the Golden Alibi. Starling Fitzcameron.
That's the one.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's more than enough cause to check out this painting room.
Yeah, you can walk inside. The other one, this is a little bedroom, more private, maybe for somebody who's important. Another bedroom. Doors open. Then you have 3
Just kind of piled up at the end there.
Yes, but you do see, well, you haven't moved that far yet, but you do, there's a blood starts here with no body to attach to it.
I see. Yeah, let's check out the studio real quick first, and then check out those last 2 rooms.
The studio. It's got there's a partially begun portrait of somebody right here, but it's in the very, very beginning phases. But this portrait, this thing right here is a landscape. It looks like it was a painting of this room in here, but from maybe a corner looking up at the ceiling. You can tell that the person who's painting it is getting used to not having 600 trees to draw, to paint. Trying to paint like metallic surfaces, reflections.
Reflective surfaces are difficult, yeah. Any indication of what I was talking about? Like if there's any sign that our 2 artists have been through here?
Yeah, these are Calliope's paintings.
Oh, okay, so they just are. All right.
Yes, it's pretty clear. Yeah.
Okay, so they are.
It's an art style on the nose.
Well, that clinches that. Let's check out those last 2 rooms.
Yep. Door. This is another. Oh, this is the armory. So this is racks and racks and racks of mildly well-kept spears, short swords, a couple of nasty-looking shields, whatever people can get their hands on.
Any armor in there?
A little bit. A couple pauldrons, a couple of breastplates. You know, those are in trunks at the back, like this. Shields, swords.
Anything that might have belonged to the Gold Crests at some point?
You see a few things, yeah. Some donations, perhaps. Or ex-members throwing in their carry weapons, like their everydays.
Yeah.
I said you lost a lot of gold crests in the siege. Not all of them were on the end of a Cainite sword.
Yeah, seems like quite a few end up here.
A lot of them quit.
Yeah.
What's up, Kota?
I was gonna say, on our way in, we saw that there was like a set of footprints, right?
Yes.
And have they gone in the other direction at all, or are they just
Yeah, so
heading down the
they're
hall?
going like this, but with blood, they're kind of fading. But then they start again here, and then they trail into this room that you haven't gone into yet.
Okay, but they haven't, like, there's not like someone leaving out of here, so they had to have gone this way.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Unless they took their shoes off somewhere over here and walked in their socks.
All right, throw open that last door.
Okay, Finn and August.
Yeah, Finn kind of knocks on the wall just makes his presence known.
August seems to wake up and what did you find back there?
Well, we counted 12 bodies, and there's some sort of office in the back, and there's a map with a bunch of locations that are marked. Tower questions. Looked like some sort of outposts around the city. I can't read, so I'm not sure where all of them are, actually, but the other two are still going through there. I want to check on you.
So some kind of operation was being held here.
Something. I haven't seen the back rooms yet. The other two are checking those out right now.
I see.
Are you doing
And-
okay?
Finn, what do you think the city thinks of me, the K-Knights, and my people?
Oh. Not everyone welcomes the presence of
Conquerors?
Kana. Yeah, conquerors. That much has been apparent in my short time here.
Our victory here left a mark on the city. A bloody one. And I have done my best. I have tried to the utmost of my ability to show this city that the Empire is not full of brutes and murderers, that it is a place where you can display honor, have discipline, dedicate yourself to a cause. But we're just people, Finn. And I can't stop people from being people.
Boone and Mogsby push open the door. Inside you find an overseer's office, but it has been rearranged to be a little comfortable hideout. There are painted easels, one with a half-painted portrait on it. There's a bed on the right wall. There's a bed on the right wall. There's a heavy K-Knight blade, slick with blood and grease, laying on the floor beside it. A suit of black armor sits on the bed, leaning backwards against the wall, 4 flat bow bolts sticking out of it, under the armpit, between plates, on the thigh, in the neck. The face of the Empress on its helmet stares implacably forward, hauntingly beautiful as it makes eye contact with you all. Blood soaks the sheets. The figure is still. A woman lays against the back wall under the portrait of Madame Le Céline, beautifully rendered, with her patient eyes smiling, with her mouth a fine line of elegant reservation. The woman is covered in red from her hair to her bare feet.
Oh no. I know who this guy is. Well, I know who this guy is. In character, I think Mogsby has a feeling he is going to very slowly walk over to the armored figure and flip up the faceplate or whatever is on there.
Legionnaire Casso stares his dead eyes forward. His mouth is a slack smile, teeth streaked with blood.
Damn it. Damn it.
I'm pretty sure Boone met them, right? Like I
Mhm.
took them in.
Oh, yes. Okay, yeah. Boone would kind of look over. Gosh, that's the... We were talking to that guy the other day.
At the brothel. He was the one who was sweet on Gretchen, I believe her name was. I believe he is no longer a loose end. I think that also clears our suspect of involvement in here. At least in the slayings, it seems like they did stop by here at some point. I didn't count them among the dead, so they're still loose.
Boone will walk over to the woman
Mm-hmm.
and check her out. Just seeing, obviously covered head to toe in red.
Mhm.
I'm gonna guess it's just blood.
What do you do with her? She's like kind of
He's just-
crumpled, face down, or her head's kind of slacked downwards.
He's just seeing. Obviously she's dead, but if she's anyone he would recognize.
You could, you can't see her face.
Okay.
You could pull her head back if you want to.
Yeah, pull it, kind of gently pull her backwards just to see.
It's Calliope.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Ah. Boone would kind of take a second to recognize, and he'd close his eyes and he'd slowly just set her back down and just go. Oh, never mind. He does not set her back down. And when he hears a cough, he would pause and then pull her, like, gently pull her backwards to, like, kind of sit up. You still with us?
Her right eye flickers open just barely. The other one is so drenched in blood that it's closed. She has a pretty nasty cut in her side.
Shit.
You,
Mogsby.
yeah, you hear that, Mogsby. You hear the girl in the
at
corner
that
cough.
first cough, I think Mogsby like genuinely startles in place, like whoa, what? And yeah, he'll rush over and see that it's Calliope. Oh man, is there any like hope of saving her? But like,
You're not a doctor.
yeah, I am extremely not a doctor.
Neither is Boone.
Are there sheets on that bed? We could just at least
Right,
try and
good
stop
thinking.
it.
Mogsby's gonna grab the sheets, bring them over to Boone, and say just like, Boone, stay with her. I'm gonna inform the inspector. We'll have to get some help. We'll have to move her somewhere.
What do you do? Do you call? Do you run?
Yeah, I'm gonna. Is there? Hang on. There's no. Oh, okay. So like the rooms are kind of close, but like there's no. Yeah, I'll run out and gather the other two.
How do you do that? Do you yell first, or do you just run? Do you don't say anything?
I'm probably hollering as I'm heading down the hallway. But once I notice they're not in the
What do
brewery
you holler?
area, I'll.
Like, what do you yell?
That is the philosophical question of our age. What do we holler?
You yell Khanov? Do you yell Finn? You yell August?
Considering the circumstances, probably not calling for Finn, but no, just Inspector, we have a live one.
Okay, August, you say, I can't help people being people. And that stands for a moment, and then you hear shouting inside the factory. You hear Inspector. And it's frantic. You hear it's Mogsby.
I shake off my haze and I immediately grab Finn by the shoulder and hobble down the hallway.
Okay,
Help August.
they'll meet you probably on the catwalk right here.
Yeah, we turn the corner and see the giant train that is Mogsby.
Yes. Fucking
Yeah,
almost
he's like
almost slipping on blood.
Just skids to a halt on the catwalk, just almost out of breath. Like, there's a survivor. Not doing so great. It's he looks and sees Finn and just for a moment hesitates, but there's no point in hiding, and he just says, it's Calliope.
What? Oh, come on.
And yeah, he'll
Towards
just
the back.
lead them back towards the back there.
Yeah.
I'm struggling to think of like there's not really. Do we have any way of getting her to like
Yeah, you carry her to North End Hospital if you want to.
yeah, we could do that.
Yeah,
we
we
are pretty
should get her
close.
to North End.
All right, you guys clear the
Yeah.
gap. You see the 3 dead crossbowmen, and then you get into the final room and you see Boone finaling like his 5th wraparound around the torso wound on Miss Swarden's midsection, and August and Finn, you see the K-Knight smiling in his final resting place.
I give him a salute just when no one's looking, when the other 3 are looking at Calliope. I see who they're holding,
Yep.
and I stare at her, and it's not concern, it's not shock. This is I have a plan.
Uh-huh.
I have hated chasing after Albrecht, and I finally have what he wants.
Oh my god.
Yeah, she's barely breathing.
Man.
Yeah, we need to get her to
Yeah.
the hospital immediately.
Okay, you guys start
Agreed.
booking it.
Yeah. Just bundle her up as carefully as possible and get her off the premises.
All right, you guys start pounding. You guys try not to slip on blood from this bloodbath on your way back out. You run past the moth pup saying it's a matter of taste, head out the front door, and you're out on the sidewalk. And somehow, some way, the mood in the city is still worse than the way you came in. Something's going on. People are running to their doors and locking themselves in. Some people are trying to find weapons. Some people are weeping in the streets. You could go. You just go if you want to. I'm not saying you have to stop. You've got, this is where you are. You go like this. You take over Docker's Bridge and you're at Northern Hospital.
I don't think we should stop, but I also think we should have Finn question some people what's going on while we keep walking.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's not a bad idea.
Because you're not trying to move her a whole lot, right? You're not trying to jostle her.
No.
Okay.
No.
No.
Whose
absolutely
arms
not.
is she in?
Probably mine. I'm the steadiest.
say.
Yep. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Faster than Mogsby.
All right.
I did catch a guy from the 3rd floor window yesterday.
Well, it wasn't me.
Yeah.
Well, obviously it wasn't
Lucky.
you. You fell from a 2nd story window. You were fine.
Okay, well you guys are a brisk jog, heading down the streets.
Yeah, while
people are
we're
fucking
jogging.
going mad.
Uh-oh.
You hear people screaming, "Not again!" And you hear people shouting for blades. Some people are saying, "We could still get out. We could still get out."
Oh no.
Oh, it's always something in that.
Finn, find out what's going on.
Yeah, on it. He's gonna. First person he sees.
Okay.
What's going on?
You see an old woman, and she's looking
Ma'am,
at you, and her
what's
lower
happening?
lip is trembling more than an old woman normally would. We won't live the week. It's over. We can't. I can't do it again. I have no more children to give to it.
Ma'am, please. What's
The
happening?
K-Knights are back. They're going to kill us all.
Finn looks over at August.
I have like a surprised look on my face.
You guys get around about right here. This is where you're questioning the woman. You can hear the marching. You know what marching sounds like. You know what 1,000 people walking in lockstep sounds like.
Uh-oh.
I turn to the woman, get the safety, and I go back to the group.
Okay.
Yeah, let's keep moving.
Okay. You head out of Brewer's Ward and hit the Harvester's Pike. Go like this.
Is the marching coming towards us?
It's going down the Lord's Lance. It's a parallel to you.
Okay.
You see panic at the Harvester's Gate, people running inside. Like a whole... it's a very organized riot coming into the city. They're running away from something.
Oh, that's no good.
Yeah, you see people running past you. They're complete.
I hate to split the party, but I think we need to deal with both things.
Who's going where?
If we can't be the order in the city, who is?
You can see that the gate people here, the gate squad here, completely overrun. They're not being attacked. They are just they literally cannot. They're trying to get people in, but they just won't stop. There's people outside, and they're not Selvastans coming into the city. You can just tell.
Mogsby, get Calliope to the hospital quietly.
Right, yes.
Thorne, Clearwaters.
Sir.
Good luck. Come with me. And I head down towards Lord's Lance.
Okay. You at that you guys diverge here. So Mogsby's going up to Docker's Bridge. You guys, the rest of you are going towards the Lord's Lance.
Yeah.
Like the moment you guys separate, you hear in the distance, outside of the city walls, 400, 500 thunderpikes go off.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Okay.
So I
Mogsby.
think it's clear what's happening, but the question is why.
Why are they... Dear.
Well, you're in position to find that out, I think. Mogsby, on the other hand...
is rushing.
He's rushing when he hears that many thunder pikes go off. I don't know what he's gonna react to that. It's worse than yesterday. It's happening again.
You're running fast. You're running.
Yeah.
And it's that hyper focused thing you get into when you have a mission. You've always been like this.
Yeah.
Addison shouldn't be this light. Why is she so light? She's as big as you are.
It must be all that adrenaline. I gotta get her to help.
Yeah. You gotta get her to the hospital now.
It's tunnel vision. Just gotta go. Gotta go.
The rest of you are heading down Harvester's Pike. You don't even need to roll notice. You see black ranks walking down the Lord's Lance towards this way. As you get closer, you get about right here. People are running away from them, obviously, as you do. People are cowering. People are flooding in this way. It's pandemonium. I've presented you with many moments of chaos in this game. I've given you like, okay, and it's fucked. This is really fucked. There's not a single two people in all of this city that are going in the same direction aside from these soldiers. But you keep going and you see that these aren't polished legionaries. Some of them are limping. Some of them have body parts missing. Some of them, their armor hasn't been cleaned. Some of them look like they've been fished out of mud. A lot of them have mud on their feet. This is not military doctrine of the Khanite Empire. You see some of them don't have weapons. You see some of them are like breaking, and it doesn't sound like a big deal to a normal person, but soldiers not stepping in step in the Khanite Empire is unheard of. They march everywhere. And if they don't, they get lashes. You see officers running for their lives when they should be the ones like summary executing bad soldiers that aren't doing it right. Like, it's shocking to someone who has grown up in your culture.
if I can reach one, I'm gonna yell at them in our language, like, what's going on?
You're going all the way up here?
Yeah.
Okay. Outside. Closer. You run up. You see
Yeah,
hundreds.
I grab
You grab somebody. You grab a fully a fully helmeted legionnaire.
Yeah, and I ask him, like, what is happening?
He doesn't have a left hand. Okay, he's breathing hard. It's clear that he's been running all day in his armor. Sweat is coming off of him. He shouldn't even be upright. You don't know when he lost that. It was obviously, this hand has been probably cauterized probably a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago. The fact that this guy is even upright is astonishing. Retreat. You don't even know the word. There isn't a word for it in Kana. Retreat. Unheard of. He uses some bastard word like advance behind, advance away. It's like there's not a word that means to give ground to the enemy because you want to save your own fucking life.
Oh crap.
No one's saluting you. You see someone weeping.
I
A lot of firsts.
think we need to find the Canine command.
Mm-hmm. You see a Thunderpike unit come by. Half of them don't even have one in their hands. Like they've lost them.
Oh dear.
Some of them don't even have. Like Finn's weapon is the cleanest Thunderpike in. Like you can see 50 of them in just looking with your eyeballs. Cleanest weapon.
I know what this means. I don't think Boone and Finn understand what this means.
No, absolutely not.
No.
I stop in the streets after I see this. Like it just
They're not stopped.
staring.
It's a tide of black coming into the city from the Lord's Gate. You see 3 legions on just so far.
Yeah.
It takes 10 of them to make what you would consider a modest sized army. You know, something you said at a big city. They're marching towards the Dukes. They're not marching. They're not really going anywhere. They're just trying to get into the city, get within the walls. You can try and grab somebody who has their shit together if you want.
Yeah, I want to try and find someone that looks like at least marching and ask them, like, where can I find anyone in charge? Anyone.
You find one and they point ahead, like towards the bridge. Or even like towards the front of the column. Command section up front.
Let's go. I grab. I'm running. I'm trying to run as fast as I can as I hovel.
Kind of help August as we're hurrying along.
Okay.
Yeah, Boone will help too.
Yeah. Boone, you saw Canites en masse during the Red Hour, but nothing like this.
Yeah.
They were like boogeymen. They were like they moved in. They walked in lockstep into a section of the city, and then everyone inside of it, it's like they just snatched the life out of everybody. Like they all just floated into the sky.
Mm-hmm.
And this is scary. It's scary at how, like, what could make these people, these beasts, be afraid. Terrifying.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, you guys start heading up the bridge. Mogsby, you're like down the street from North End Hospital. You see people getting into boats that they don't own. They're getting into boats and they're trying to make it downriver before the big gates that go up and down on these drawbridge things get down. You see people stealing boats. You still see crews that are like crate row. Let me turn all these off. Crate row, like workers just taking ships. Anyone who knows how is trying to get out of the city. fleeing for their lives as you pound the pavement. Addison looks up at you. Where are we going?
Save your strength. We're going to the hospital. Gonna be okay. It's gonna be all right. He's looking at the chaos. He's looking at people just like piling into boats, and he's just blocking it out. Just like, I just have to get her. I just have to get her to safety. I have to save her.
It doesn't hurt so bad, Broderick. Really. It's just like going to sleep.
No. Don't go to sleep. Don't close your eyes. Come on, stay with me.
Do you think you'll find someone else?
Don't talk like that. It's gonna be fine. You're gonna be okay.
You're running down here. You guys are going this way, and something happens up here, and you hear thunderpikes go off inside the city. And I know it scares the shit out of Mogsby. You probably duck for cover, as if like somebody's firing at you. But somebody is unloading up here. It isn't a line of like it is outside. You hear tactical or drill. You hear firing outside. Somebody's directed fire. This is like something happened. You don't know what happened. You hear gunfire. You get up to North End Hospital. There are people on the front door. The people are trying to bang on the door and it's locked. Like, that's closed. The people can't get in through the front door.
So that's no good. I just realized something, and I don't know if anyone else has picked up on this. We're all wondering what's gotten them to retreat. It seems like whatever it is, they're still shooting at it outside.
Oh, I know what it is.
That is even more worrying.
Oh God.
Yeah, seeing that the hospital has battened down, Mogsby he's distraught. He sees the people banging on the doors, like everything blocked up, and is just no. He runs up. Like, are they barricaded? Are they boarded up? Are they just locked?
Would Mogsby even think about this? His wife is dying in his arms.
Absolutely right. He would absolutely bookend this session with another shoulder tackle into the door while carrying someone in distress.
All right, you blast the hinges off. Boom.
That sounds about right.
You send an orderly flying on the other side, and the people behind you start flooding into. There are so many people in here already that it's rancid with rot. And they're mostly Canites.
Oh my God.
You see two Canites draw blades on you. They bark in their that horrible sword tongue. But they don't. They look like shit. Like their swords aren't even sharp. They don't look sharp. They look like they've been hard used and not maintained.
I'm wondering if this is enough to snap Mogsby out of it, but I think at this point he's gone.
Okay, what do you do? What do you say?
It's a good question. I think at the Canites that draw at him, I think he just snarls at them and moves past, just looking for anyone who looks like they work here, anyone who could help. Just like, please, anybody, somebody. I need Addison. She needs anybody.
Your snarl makes one of them drop their sword. It just clatters on the ground, and he like takes a step back. The other one doesn't swing at you. You push through, and you see wounds that you've never really seen before. It doesn't make sense. Like, why are these people like what is this disease that's wasting them away? It's like, you've never seen Canites without muscle mass before. You've never seen Canites that look like they haven't eaten in 6 months. Something is wrong with them. You see the lovely, the memorable Nurse Eckers, the woman that helped you guys before, and she her hair's down. Her hair's not even up anymore. She's got blood all over her gown. And they're holding somebody down to take his arm off because it's putrefied.
At the sight of someone he recognizes, Mogsby just blocks everything out, just tunnel vision.
Okay.
He just
It's like your vision
barrels
flattens. It's like a fisheye lens. You zoom in.
He barrels up just like, Eckers, please, Addison, anything, just stop the bleeding.
Sergeant? She points at somebody and they take her place. Like the nursing staff is completely overwhelmed. Okay, third floor. Can you make it up the stairs?
Yeah, I can. I have to.
Yep. You start. She follows you up to the third floor. There's posted guards. You hit up one set, and then two sets, and then the third set, and you step on the squeaky floorboard that you promised her you'd fix, and you're up into your bedroom. Wait, that doesn't make sense. It's not your bedroom. There's lots of beds. You see Galloway in his bed, and he's up. He's like up and like looking nervously out the window, and he looks at you. And Eckers points at a bed. You're lucky that there's one spare. Almost everyone is filled up in here, but it's very clear that they're keeping the Goldcrests that were still injured from, like you see Adder, the one that got hurt at the beginning of the Crate Row incident.
Yes.
You see the possum that had got grievously shot. He's still recovering. He's not awake yet. You see a couple other people wounded. You see some people you see a couple people that was maybe from South River last night. But this is obviously like the whole first floor has been covered with K-Knight wounded.
Yeah, Mogsby, he heads in, he goes past them, he's just muttering under his breath like, I'll fix it tomorrow, Sergeant, I'll fix it tomorrow. And he settles Addison into the open bed.
Okay. All right, we snap back to you guys have probably made it past Clearwater Bridge, past the Lady Mercy. You see a dead a dead civilian laying on the side of the road, just blasted with a thunder pike.
Oh my god.
Who knows what he tried to do or what he didn't do. You just keep going. They're flooding into Martyr Square. And
we gotta follow, I think.
Yep, you're going in.
Yep.
Okay. You see a little bit more order, not a lot, but quite a bit more order than you'd think. Who are you looking for? Biggest set of armor, the most elaborate Empress helmet.
Yes.
Okay. You can find essentially like a chapter master, like the guy who would be running a decent sized army. You can walk right up to him if you want to. He's standing there with an entire command group. He's got banners, most of them lightly touched, not really that dirty. You see that he's got blood guard around him, people that are sworn, like literal family members that are sworn to protect him and only him. And they lock ranks and to get in your way. Nobody's approaching him. What is this?
Myself.
He just pushes one away. Who are you?
I am August Khanov, the chief inquirer of the city.
Chief. Chief of what? This piss stain? He points around. This is now the last citadel of this shitty army.
What is the meaning of this? Why are you... What happened?
What happened? We were massacred, you fucking insolent dolt. Who are you?
As I said, I am August Khanov. I was appointed...
Khanov? Faustus's brother.
You know Faustus.
Of course.
Yes. Is he alive?
No, of course not. He was one of the first to go. The damn Thrayans had us by the throat. They could tell where we were going. They knew everything we would do. They used some sort of witchcraft to harness the fucking skies against us. Everywhere we went was mud. Everywhere they went was solid ground for their cavalry. Empress, guide me. I hope I die soon, so I don't live to see this. He points at at everything around him.
Well, what is the plan? When do we counterattack?
We will stay here for reinforcements that will never come. What a fool we were. What a fool. If only there was one strong enough to cut my head off. But I'm at the top of all this. I'll cut the heads off of each and every one of you. Maybe drown myself in this river. Go up on the battlements if you want to see. He throws his helmet off. I need to kill something. Bring me that heretic.
Who's he pointing at?
Nobody. He's just somebody runs off.
Oh, okay. We need to establish some semblance of order in the city if you're going to stay here.
He looks down his nose at you. I suggest you go find a little hole to die in, little pup.
I turn around and go to Boone and Finn.
Okay.
I pull them aside. I get us away from that group.
Yep.
What is happening?
Boone and Finn. It is a momentous day in the Empire. The Canaanites are retreating.
You hear some sort of roar outside. Like 10,000 people all saying the same word at once.
They're retreating. You're telling... From what?
It seems my people have finally met something they can't squash under their boots. I look to Boone. I am not confident that this city will survive a second time.
Another roar. And another, in reply, there's another but smaller barrage of thunderpike shots. Diminished.
It covers his ears.
It's still distant. Probably out in the field, outside the city. You could go see what's outside if you wanted to. Because, remember, the Ducal Palace is the central area of the Martyr Square, is set up above the rest of the city. You have to walk up to it, and then you could get up to the... You could get up to the next.
Let's, Boone and Finn, you don't want to be here. Let's go. And I lead them up.
Yeah. Oh, and I forgot to mention, probably every single ducal guard is outside the front of the palace. And it's really hard to know how many because they don't really come out of that little compound. Maybe there's 50 in their big fancy hats with their big long halberds, and none of them look smarmy anymore. They look scared, holding their pikes out so none of the Canaanites get close to them. You head up. It's literally just it's a circular staircase, one of those little circles up there, and you head up and you can see over. You've never been up this high. You know, I don't even think you've gone over the 5th floor of the Tower of Questions because that's where your room is. But you can really see all of the city from up here, and you can see it as a wounded creature. New Selvasta takes whole new, as if somebody had poured acid onto the city with a little dropper and just let it kind of smear outwards. South River looks like a overcooked biscuit compared to everything else. It's completely charred. And outside you see, it almost looks like a sea of diamonds. Because what else sparkles like that? What else can the light catch but a diamond with a thousand facets? But it's pikes. It's the tops of tabards or tops of flags. It's spears. It's helmet crests. The Thracian army is outside, and there's thousands and thousands and thousands of them. They have no singular color. They're all houses. You see blues and purples and reds. You see yellows. It's like somebody spilled a metallic paint all across the countryside. You see it everything's moving so slowly, like it's suspended in amber, like it's going through molasses. Like these little dots are like not even real. You see a bunch of a little black smudge just get eaten by it all. You see it shoot one last little puff of smoke that looks like somebody just blowing smoke out of a pipe, and then they're just all gone, eaten completely, enveloped, and they're just gone, eaten by this monster. You see 1,000 flags all fluttering in the breeze, and you see the last of the retreating K-Knights get through the Lord's Gate, and the gate's sealed behind them. You hear a cheer down in Martyr Square for some reason, and you can see Martyr Square easily. It's literally open down below. You see a little white speck, or not speck. You're not that high up. You see a white figure, being led by a K-Knight with a blade out, coming from the Tower of Questions. A pretty colorful white speck.
Yeah. Oh no. I can't believe I'm doing this. Help me down the stairs.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
I can't promise we'll survive this, but well, that's it.
I
think we're dead.
You break in. You get back into Martyr Square. You push through the throng, and you break into the little circle that's formed. You see the chapter master with his blade. You see Aravante Escada on his knees, and he looks at you guys, and he's no longer smiling. And that's where we'll end it.
No.
Oh.
Oh my god, everything went to shit.
God damn. You know, previously you kept it to one everything gets worse moment per session.
I mean, I don't even know how we survive this. Like,
I don't think we will.
yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think the
I don't
party
think any
died.
of us are getting out of this.
I don't think a murder on the loose is our main concern anymore.
No.
Not so much.
Oh my god.
There you go.
I will be so upset if I have to die for Aravante.
Why? Look at his little face. Oh, look at his little face.
He's so handsome.
Die for that.
Oh,
I'm just kidding.
Oh my god.
All right, see you next week.
Oh yeah, just like that.
Jesus Christ.
Hi everybody. If you're watching this on YouTube, unfortunately, the Chapter 6 of this game was lost due to a user error on my part. on the recording software for I had a box checked on OBS that was not supposed to be checked. So me and my players are going to do our best to recreate in a little round table discussion of what happened in Chapter 6, Little Lost Flame, which is our official Lost episode. You know, it had to happen. So we're going to go through it right now so that everybody can be caught up, moving into, who didn't get to see it live, moving into the final chapter that we are doing tonight. So I will start, and I want anyone to stop me if I forget anything. I went over before the call, or in the call before starting the stream with a couple of the players, but if Aurum or Kota, you remember anything, or just, I'm going to go through different facts, and you just let me know if I'm on the dot, okay? So
Yeah, I remember being the hero of this story.
okay, all right. We'll see.
Yeah, I remember all the stuff that happened last session. I mean, aliens invaded.
Yeah,
We all got Sentai suits. It was a whole thing.
So let me go ahead and turn this music for the stream off and bring in music for the there we go. So it'll be on the recording. So chapter 5 ended with the party realizing that Selvasta was under siege again by the neighboring country kingdom of Threya, which has been brought up a bunch of times in the game, but
they suck.
Yeah. And they were coming from a crime scene where they found Calliope, the girl that they met all the way in the first chapter, as a witness to the Northern Observation Tower murder. So if you guys remember that. Mogsby was running Calliope to the hospital while the other members of the party were dealing with the Knights who are coming in, who are completely and utterly demolished by this opposing force of Threya. And that's how chapter 5 ended, was Mogsby getting her to the hospital, and that's where we started in chapter 6. Let me know if any of this is wrong, but Mogsby has finally was able to catch some Z's. He did a good job. He was hallucinating, perhaps a little bit. He did not see He did not see Calliope as her. He saw it as his dead wife, Addison. So he had a little bit of a mental episode. He's not slept in a week, or at least 4 or 5 days. He's not been having good sleep. So for a moment, he had a moment of respite before the killer comes into the room, but not to kill him, and obviously not to kill Calliope, because the players found out that Calliope and Albrecht Clearwaters are an item, or were an item. Albrecht came to Mogsby in the hospital to talk and to ask him for help because he wants to kill and assassinate the Duke. And he wants to do that because the Duke has sold the city to the Knights and is a traitor. And in exchange for helping him, Albrecht is going to tell Mogsby who killed his wife. And Mogsby agreed to help him. Sound right?
Yep.
Okay.
I don't like this characterization of the Duke, who is a staunch ally.
We moved over to a scene with August because at the end of chapter 5, the disgruntled, enraged commander of the Knights that had come back into the city, being chased by the Thrayans, wanted to kill somebody because he wanted to, because he was pissed, and they found Aravante Escada, a fellow Knight, but he is a heretic because he doesn't follow the Empress, and he is he's a weirdo. So they knew that this guy ain't right. And the end of that session was Aravante being led and pushed down onto his knees, and the party that was there saw him no longer smiling, his trademark grin, because he's about to be executed. And the scene comes in. August bargains for Aravante's life with the commander. And I can't remember the exact arguments. Do you remember, Aurum, what August said that you need him?
I did mention that he was like an important part of the city, but it actually came down to me proving the commander was a coward.
Yes. So August, knowing that his countrymen are the Khanite Empire is like a wolf pack given the form of a country. They follow the strong, the alpha wolf, no memes aside. And that August forced the case that this man is a coward for running away from battle. They don't even have a word for it in their language. August grabbed some random trooper to tell him what was going on, and the trooper had to say, "We're advancing away." He doesn't even have a word for retreat in the language. Retreat backward, yeah, or advance backward, essentially, yes. And then suddenly the Superio, which the Superio is a character that they had met because they were looking for a rogue Khanite legionnaire. If you know, you know. And Superio kills the commander and then gives August the baton of office, because in the Khanite culture, the person isn't in charge is the person who can draw the shortest line to the Empress. And because August is in the Inquisition, he is technically above everyone else present. So he is given command of this broken legion and begins setting up the defenses of Selvasta. Sound right? Am I missing anything?
The copious amounts of sweat that I had on my forehead while this was going
on. There's an audience with the Duke that is essentially him saying, solve this. He's kind of losing his shit a little bit. I think that's accurate to say. He's acting a little erratic. On their way out from the Ducal Palace, they meet Savro Seiko, the emissary to the Thrayans, and August pretty much sent in to negotiate. And August makes the call that he needs to no longer breathe, and tells Finn Thorne, his trooper, to shoot him from from a grassy knoll style, let's just say that. And Finn goes through with it, which is quite it's hard to put into words because this is all missing, but it was a struggle for Finn to cold-blooded murder this man. And he pulls the trigger, and his thunderpike is the frizzen of his thunderpike is completely soaked wet, and he doesn't know why, because he checked his powder a second ago, and then suddenly it is his frizzen where the powder was is struck by the match, or the match cord, and it is sopping wet. And Savro Seiko goes in and speaks with the Duke. Missing anything from that scene?
Finn's panic attack on the side of the building.
Yes, he has. Yes, he has a bit of a moment. We call that a gamer moment. His gun didn't go off. He needs to rebind his shoot key. But yes,
it's all this lag.
Yeah, he got on an EU server. It's okay.
He's playing on Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Wi-Fi's okay if you're close to the router.
We had a little bit of a hard game moment where we had the defenses of the city set out by Aurum and Cal and everybody figuring out the defenses of the city. We had it up on the map. I don't have it with me right now, but we set up all of the different, if you think of it like a war game, all the pieces on the map to defend and people stuff. They added hidden benefits that you guys didn't get to see. It essentially, the amount of time that you had was because I knew how much Thrayan force was being put into the different gates. You didn't, and the amount of stuff you put at those gates bought you time. It was never going to hold but it bought you time. And I was doing some rolls behind the scenes too. The siege begins. August is informed that the Duke had the emissary killed and thrown over the walls. Do you remember that?
Just as planned.
Yeah. Which never comes up again. I don't think anybody asked him later about why he did that. The siege begins going poorly. Positions begin to retreat. Outer walls fall. August makes a speech telling everyone to allow him to take responsibility for everything in the aftermath. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. Big move from the boy.
He's no coward.
Mogsby leaves the square because all the essentially the headquarters for the defense is in Martyr Square. Leaves the square to meet with Albrecht to give him what he needs to infiltrate the palace to kill the Duke. He is informed that Boone Clearwaters was the one who opened the Lord's Gate to the Knights to let them in during the siege 6 months ago. And to Albrecht, this is essentially telling Mogsby who killed his wife, because his Corporal Boone, and this is Kota's character, from the very beginning had done this under the request from his father, Mr. South River, let the Knights in so that things could go back to normal again. I don't know what Mogsby thinks about that. He had a moment, I believe, if I'm recalling it correctly, he was flabbergasted and
completely, yeah.
Yes, and didn't believe him. But that's where it was left. Albrecht goes off to do whatever he's going to do, and Mogsby's left with that crushing fact weighing on him that Boone is the one that ended or let the Knights in and let the Knights do their red hour of bad things that happened after a siege, which likely led to Mogsby's wife's, Addison's, death. Duke calls for an emergency meeting to report on the siege. He's really fucking losing it now. And he tells Boone to remain as a guard. Do you remember that, Kota?
I do, yes.
Okay. And would it be safe to say that he begins acting a bit strange towards Boone?
He was a little weird. It was strange.
How would you categorize it? Because I don't want to like.
He was kind of freaking out. He was kind of talking weird towards him. He kept looking him in the eye.
Yeah.
A little weird.
I believe he might have said something along the lines of "I know you."
Yes.
He asked who your parents were.
Yes.
Yeah. And then he got a halberd through the chest.
He did.
Yes. A ducal house guard walks up and kills him in cold blood and drops him like a sack of shit on the ground, and it's Albrecht Clearwaters. I weep for the people who do not get to see or hear Kota's role-playing during this moment. This was sublime. One of my favorite moments of the whole thing, and it sucks that I didn't click a fucking little button so that everybody could see it. But Boone and Al exchange words, quite serious words. Al blaming Boone for everything, that he's gone through his list, and he regrets not being able to kill Boone sooner. That he killed his sister, or Boone killed Albrecht's sister with his actions. And then we are caught up. Sound good? Did I forget anything?
That's good to me.
Okay.
I can't think of anything that's missing.
Okay. Yeah. Of course, I'll remember all of it in the novelization in 3 years, where I make $1 million off of this awesome story, and I never send anything to you guys. I steal all of your likenesses and change the. No, right, I'm just kidding. All right, so
Just like The Expanse.
We're ready to go. Is everybody ready to go? I'm ready to go. Okay.
I'm ready to rock and roll.
Ooh, deep breath. I am going to organize my stuff, so I'm no longer looking at chat. Just to let you know, if you've been here before, chat is no longer being looked at. Sorry, but I gotta give this my full attention. You guys are on your own. We are going straight into the good stuff. But relax, enjoy, get a snack. It'll be fun. And I think we're going to pull up this for the... Actually, I like this. I like this here. Let me make sure that it's nice and even. Yeah. Okay.
That looks so good.
I can't wait to mail them out to you guys. I'm so excited to print them out. I'm going to hang them up on my wall for sure. Okay, here we go. Tower of Questions. Final chapter. The end of all things. Royal blood seeped through the grooves in the polished tile of the ducal throne room. The lines of red oozed on their path forward, snaking to the left and right around new tiles, to find fresh territory to surround, conquer, and congeal. Duke Galahad Arnott, in his own way, still sauntered madly towards Boone Clearwaters, even after his heart had stopped. Time no longer became measured by numbers constructed by math makers in the far past. Time was how many breaths were taken before the first blow rang. Time was how many beads of sweat formed and streaked. Time was how many doubts rose in the mind and then were stuffed down by the heart. Albert Clearwaters takes a step to the right. The armor of the ducal house guard he wore is disguised clinking together, the individual plates offering each other reassuring metallic kisses. His eyes were hard and afraid, like a beast who could smell death in the air. Islands of Duke's blood tapped on the tiles beneath the tip of his stolen halberd, forming lonely colonies far away from the slow-creeping mass of red territory branching out from their owner. The second siege of Selvasta might not have been happening outside. It was so quiet here, so deeply serene. The dead thing that once ruled the city was silent, crumpled like a discarded doll in front of the throne. The only source of heat came from the white cat's eyes. The hatred behind them burned so hot. Boone could see that Alberic's right hand shook slightly as he brought up to smear the sweat away from his brow. Boone often gifted people on the wrong side of his fist the tremors of fear, but these were different. The man before him, in the slow moments before they fought, was working his rage like a great furnace, fueled more and more with every passing twitch, step, breath, and gradual inching of the great red dukedom. With a pivot of the ankle and a tightening of the grip on his halberd, Albert springs forward towards you, a light of cold vengeance clear in his corpsey blue eyes. You want a card, Kota?
I would love a
All right,
card.
I'm going to draw you a card. 7 of spades. Al drew a joker. Okay.
No.
Yeah, he's good. He's an artist.
good.
He's an artist. So in this game, just as a reminder to everybody, Savage Worlds initiative system is drawn out of a deck of cards with the jokers inside. If you draw a joker, you get to go anytime you want. It's a 2-person little duel here. So Al is going to go first. He gets a +2 on all of his trait rolls, and he immediately gets a Benny. Characters in this game are called wild cards. The players are all wild cards. They get bennies, which they can use to reroll dice, soak damage so they don't get wounded. Albert Clearwaters is also a wild card. They're very rare because only the most important NPCs are also wild cards. There's only been 3 in this whole game, and he's one of them, and he's going to swing. Your parry is... What is your parry? 6? That's a
6.
hit. It's a hit with a raise as a 9. So he's going to get an additional d6 of damage. Oh, he also rolls wild dice. So just like everybody else, he gets an additional d6. So let me grab a d8. And he's going to spend a Benny to reroll damage. Your toughness is 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So 8, 9, 10, 11 is 1 wound. 12, 13, 14 is 2 wounds coming at you. And remember, you can adjust those with bennies.
Yep.
Okay. So he swings the halberd and it goes, it's a millimeter from your chest. What are you going to do? You have 3 bennies at the start of the game.
I'm gonna have to spend 2 of them to soak, right?
So you use a benny to soak a wound.
Yeah, and then but I'm getting 2 of them.
Yeah. So you're gonna roll vigor. You have to beat a 4 on vigor. So
Okay.
it's your wild dice plus your vigor dice, which is you're a big beefy boy, so you're D10.
I'm a big beefy boy.
So this is the first soak roll.
5 and a 3.
All right, that's soaked. Good. And the second one.
Another one. 6 and a 7.
All right, you're good. So this halberd goes, cuts through the air, and it just barely, it actually cuts your Goldcrest strap. It just, your strap goes flying, your belt gets a little looser. And you take a big step back. You're up.
He's gonna waste no time, and he sees an opening as he whiffs by him, and he's gonna try and go straight for a punch in the face.
Alrighty.
Just to try
And
and
that's your
knock
fighting.
him down.
It's your fighting dice, which is a respectable D10, and your
10.
Yep.
And wild, alright.
Yep. And I'll let you know. And remember, if you roll the highest number, explode.
Didn't explode, but it is an 8.
Okay, that is a hit. That beats his parry. So you go straight into
Okay.
damage. I'm assuming you're doing your brass knuckles.
Sure am.
All right, D8 plus a D4. Yep.
D4. That is a 4 and a 4 on the 4, so that's an explosion.
Yep.
And a 3, so 8, 9, 10, 11.
Okay, that is enough to wound him, and he will try and soak. Let's see if he gets it. He's good. So he's down at Benny. So you,
Okay.
you like punch one of the pauldrons off. This outfit, this ducal uniform does not fit him well. So you use your return slam with your brass knuckles. Flies off. All right, new cards. The Joker is now back in the deck because every time you draw a Joker, you re-put it in. All right, you're getting a 8 of clubs. He's getting a 10 of hearts. He's going in for a swing. He's gonna wild attack you. He is pissed.
Oh God, okay.
So he's gonna swing. He's gonna get +2 to hit and to damage, but you're gonna get +2 to hit him.
Get it. Yeah.
Yep. Here it comes. That 6 explodes. 9, 10, 11. What's your parry?
6.
All right, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So it raised it once. So he's getting the additional D6 damage from raising your parry. Here it comes.
Okay.
The 8 explodes on his D8. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So your toughness is 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So you get wounded and shaken. So we didn't do the shaken last time. Let's just roll with it. You should have also had a shaken to deal with because it's like walking backwards. So you now have a wound and a shaken result to deal with.
Okay. I feel like I don't want to use my last Benny.
And remember,
It's very dangerous.
every wound that you have is a cumulative -1 to everything you do. You can only take 3 before you're out.
Before you're out. Okay. I'm gonna save my last Benny because I'm scared.
Okay.
So
So you're taking the wound.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys are in close combat. You just dealt a punch. The other end of this guy isn't a fighter. He's not a trained soldier, but he whips the back of the halberd out, and you feel a tooth come out of your mouth. Ding, tack, tack, tack. And your bells has been rung. You are shaken, which means it's now your 8 is up, and you need to even activate. You need to pass a spirit test,
Spirit test.
or
Okay.
you can spend your
No,
Benny
with-
to instantly succeed.
Okay. Is it with the wild dice or just the
Yes,
8?
everything. You roll everything with
Okay.
the wild. Yeah.
All right. That's an 8.
All right, so you're good. So you can act as normal. You are no longer shaken.
Okay. Yeah, he's just gonna keep going. He's gonna just keep wailing
Okay,
until he
you
gets
get a +2 to hit.
He sees this guy
You get
down.
a raw +2 to hit because he
Ooh.
went all out.
He went all out.
Yes.
Okay. Shiz. Okay. D10 plus D6. I'm shaking in my boots. That is a 7.
That's a hit. Right on the parry. Yep.
8 and a 4.
Swinging.
That is a 5 and a 3. 8.
8. That is a shaken result for him.
Okay.
Okay. So he is currently shaken, but we're gonna see I'm gonna play him like he's also a player. He's gonna wait to see how the
Right.
cards fall before he decides to, because you can pop a Benny at any time to be unshaken. He's gonna hold his bennies. He's got 3 left. All right, next round. Your card, 6 of spades, his jack of diamonds. He's going to insta unshake. So he's down to 2, and he's swinging all out. That's a 7, which beats your parry, but it does not raise it, so he's just getting his. Lord have mercy. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
It's been really nice being Boone. I love playing this game with you guys.
In a moment drawn out like a warmed, stretched candle wax, you feel the strength leave your muscles, and a wavering, nausea-like powerlessness stuck into the vacuum that remains. The tile floor rises up to meet you, but you don't even feel the pain against your cheek. You fall as gently as a perfectly baked cake tapped out of its pan mold. The world swims, and there is a high keening on the very edge of your ear, a distant siren from deep within your brain, calling to you. Death. Dying. You're going to die. But the sudden tremor of a blade sticking into your belly doesn't come, only the sensation of moving, dragging. Your tail kinks at an uncomfortable angle as you're dragged by your collar across the tiles, past the great doors of the throne room. A statue of a long-dead duchess leers down at you, disappointed. Mom? No, you don't have a mother. Only 3 square blocks of city streets and scarred men that weaned you into the world. Where had all that time gone? You have to see what you've done. You caused all of this. Her name was Avina, you know. She loved reading. She loved catching bugs. She was proof of miracles are real. Do you hear me? She fell into the river and the river carried her out. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. And you let those fucking wolves in and they shot her in the neck. She bled to death in my arms. You feel the cool night air now. It smells good. It smells like a nice cook fire outside. You find it hard to breathe for a moment, like there's something chunky in your throat. You cough. It feels better. But now there's a coppery stench clogging your nostrils. Every person I've hurt, every person I've killed, they didn't care about Selvasta. They didn't care about anything but themselves, money, or... You are no longer being dragged. You feel your head thunk against the cobble pathway. It barely stings. Mogsby, you see 2 bastards. A dog on the ground, your corporal, and a cat standing over him, an artist, in a stolen ducal household guard's armor. Are they through the gate yet?
Mogsby crosses his arms and says, "This weren't the deal, Albrecht. You wanted the Duke. Boone is mine."
Then you can have him. There he is. He could probably still feel it, too.
Good. Mogsby approaches.
Okay. Albrecht is at ease around you. He's looking down at Boone. And Boone, you can see blurry images. There's a white blur, and now there's a gray blur coming closer.
Mogsby walks up to Boone's. He's like on the ground on his back, yeah?
Yes.
He kind of sidles up, takes a knee, and leans in. Close enough, I'm sure, for him to see my face. Hey, Corporal.
Boone will cough out. I trusted you.
We've all made mistakes. I have something I want to ask you.
What?
Want to know why you did it. And I don't mean why you were told to do it. I want to know why you did it.
Is everything I've ever known was going to die. Even if I opened those gates or kept them closed, it was only a matter of time, and my family asked me to do it.
Mogsby lets out a breath and nods. And when you saw what happened after, Red Hour, was it worth it?
No. I was there with you. It was hell, Mogsby.
Mogsby, you feel the halberd tap you against your side. He's offering it to you. Just finish it. Don't listen to him.
He takes the halberd. He looks down and says, I can't believe that whole time, you and I together, you knew what you had done.
I did. What
And
was
you
I
kept
ever going to say to you?
And you kept going. You kept going day after day, knowing that the state of things, that everything that happened, the occupation, the sacking of New Selvasta, was all on your head, by your hands. How'd you do it?
I do what?
Keep going.
I don't know. I don't have an answer for you that's going to make you happy. I just had to keep going. And at some point, it was either going to catch up to me or I was going to get away. That's it.
I ain't looking for an answer to make me happy. That ship has sailed a long time ago. Addison is the only thing I love more than Selvasta. As you can see how I've turned away from her too. Took Albrecht, of all people, to make me realize what had happened. It weren't just Addison that died that day. I simply resolved in my characteristic stubbornness to keep moving until I found the one responsible. You have anything to say for yourself?
Get it over with.
Yeah. Yeah, all right. Mogsby takes a deep breath, raises the halberd. And he swings, slams it into the tile next to Boone.
You fucking coward. I'll do it myself.
Yeah, no, you won't.
Yeah. He is unarmed now. And he's staring at you. I'm not the only one who can't keep a deal then, I guess.
What can I say? In the end, Maybe it really does come down to what you decide in the moment. No grand design. Just feelings.
We're cut from the same cloth. I told you at the hospital. Just let me go. It's all over anyway.
Well, you're right about one thing. It's all over. I don't think I'm about to let you scamper off into the dark, disappear back into those crevices. There has got to be a reckoning.
Everything I did was for the city.
Everything you did was for your ego. Nothing you did brought back those killed on that day.
My sister, not my ego. I did it for her. You would do it too, if you had the balls. For your dead wife? But you're just a coward. I wouldn't have had to do it if you would. If you were a man.
I know what you try to do. I got bad news for you. It's working. If you wanna see this out the hard way, Mogsby rolls up his already rolled up sleeves, but he checks and makes sure they're secure. Puts his mitts together, cracks his knuckles. You're gonna come quietly, or hell.
You see his eyes look over to the halberd and then back at you. Are you gonna let him make the first move?
Absolutely not. I'm gonna wait for him to start for the halberd, and I am going to body check him.
Okay. We're drawing cards. You get a 9.
All right.
He gets a 4. He goes, you see the first pivot of his foot, and you see his body weight shift. And you can go.
All right. Yeah, I am going to, let's see here. This doesn't feel like a called shot. This feels like just straight up unarmed. I am bowling into him with my weight and force.
Sounds good. You've got a whole stack of bennies ready to go. And he's
he's
down a couple.
He is down.
He's down
quite a few.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. How many do I have?
You start with 3.
Oh, yes, 3. Gotcha. All right, let's see here. So that is unarmed combat. That is, let's see, unarmed. I roll strength plus d4 for that, but we'll get to that once I actually do a combat.
Yes, so you're rolling fighting and your wild die, which is
fighting and wild.
Your fighting is a d8 and your wild die is d6. So roll them bones.
That is a 7.
That's a hit.
And a 4.
Yep. Oh, so you okay? Yeah, you're good. That's a hit. Now you can go
Excellent.
to your unarmed, which is strength.
Strength and d4. Strength is another d8.
Yep.
And a d4. That's the pointy one. That is a 1 and a 2.
You want to reroll?
I think I do want to
All right.
reroll that,
Pop a
actually.
Benny. Yep. Go for it.
Oh.
So he is unarmed. So his parry went down by 1. By the way, don't let me forget that. His parry is down by 1 because he does not have a weapon in his hands.
Gotcha.
And
All
he is
right,
not
rolling that damage roll.
Yeah.
That is a 4 and a 2. That is significantly better, comparatively at least.
So 6 total.
6 total.
That does not mean. Okay, no, that doesn't beat his toughness. That matches his toughness. You need to exceed it to stun.
Oh,
So
I see.
Your body check goes like that, but he has to swing back on you because if he moves away from you, you get another free swing on him.
Yep.
Because he is unarmed and he's trying to move away from you, so he's going to swing. Hoo-yah! And he misses. A 3 and a 4. New
Was
cards.
that a fighting roll?
Yes, he missed a fighting roll. That's very good.
He did indeed miss a fighting roll.
He
That is
was
going
screwed
to be
either way.
Yep. This was it's always gonna end this way. That's another fighting roll on my.
Yep. Because Mogsby has the counterattack edge, which is a free
indeed.
attack
However,
against
that is
1 foe per turn. Oh, go ahead.
That is a 4 and a 1.
You could re-roll if you want.
I could re-roll.
You could also just see how the cards go. I mean, You get a free hit on him. I don't know. That's tough. That's why it's.
Is it really going to be a final battle if I take him out in one round? No, I'm fine. I'm fine with this engagement lasting.
Okay, so
I'm just I just smack him and make sure he's paying attention after he whiffs that roll.
Yep. So you're gonna let him. You're gonna let it go.
I'm gonna let it go. I want to see what he has.
All right. Cards. You are on a king of diamonds. He's on a king of clubs. Technically, you are higher suit. Because I believe it goes. I believe it goes. Well, no. It goes spades. Shit. Spades, clubs. No. Spades is the highest. He gets. I think clubs is at the bottom.
I always forget the exact.
Let me go. Oh, damn it. Order.
Wikipedia, save us.
Of card suits or tiers. Shit. Chat, save me.
Spade, heart, diamond club.
Spade, heart, diamond, club. So yes, you're going first.
Ah, excellent. Okay.
Thank you, Kota.
No problem.
Thank you. All right, yeah. After that one with the reaction, I'm gonna take another swing with the other arm from the other direction, catch him off guard.
Okay. And you could go. You could go an all-in attack for +2.
I could do that
if you want. Just letting you know.
I'm tempted to do that. In fact, I am gonna do that.
Okay. So you're +2 to hit.
+2. Remind me, is that +2 die sizes or just +2?
Just +2 straight to the roll.
Gotcha. All right, that is another D8 for an all-out haymaker here. Why am I rolling so badly? That is a 3 and a 2.
So the 3.
Oh wait, but it's +2. It's
Yes.
+2.
Yeah. So the 5 hits.
5, 6, 7.
Yep. Oh no, but you don't add them together. For the fighting roll, you don't add them together. For the damage, you do. But that 3 goes up to a 5, and his normal parry is a 6, but he's unarmed, so it's a 5, so you hit.
Ah, gotcha.
Now you're
Sorry, I've
plus-
been playing
no, you're
Fabula
good.
Ultima lately.
You're
so
good.
It's throwing me off a little.
So now your
Okay.
D4 plus D8 is added together, and you add 2 to that because of your all-out attack.
And 2 to that. Come on, no whammies. Oh, 7, 8, 9. That is a 9 plus 10 and 11. 11 damage.
Okay, so a toughness of 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So you do 2 wounds and a stunned result. He's going to try and soak 1 and fails. He's going to soak a 2nd and fails. And I swear to God, I rolled a 3 and a 1.
Ooh.
And then he's out of bennies. He was down to 2 bennies. So you have a 2 wound stunned Albert Clearwaters in front of you. So that was a boom to the jaw. That was, you spun him like a top, and he's wavering.
Yeah.
Knees are buckling, and he has to pass a spirit roll to even act. A 1 and a 1. So you get to, okay, let's draw cards.
Man.
You get a 4 of clubs. He gets a 2 of clubs. You're up. So he's currently stunned. You get +2 to hit him.
Hey, I just had a very silly idea. You said that he goes into kind of like a spin after that last hit.
Yes.
Is he facing away from me?
Yes.
I think it's finally time to use an item I've had in my inventory this entire time. I am going to pull his arms back and attempt to manacle him.
Okay. It's a opposed strength roll between the 2 of you. And let's roll off. And you can use bennies to reroll this. It's a trade test.
Gotcha.
But you still get your wild die. We both do.
Yeah.
His highest was a 5.
D8.
Which I believe
My
he's...
highest is a 7.
Yeah, and he's also taking a minus for being stunned. So you grab him and you've got him.
Slap those cuffs on, spin him back around, and just seat him on the ground.
And we're going to cut to a different scene really quick. Khanov, I've been on every side of a siege. If I'm on that side right now, I'm very, very happy. But I'm on this side. And right now I usually start scuttling towards the secret exit that I arranged myself if things go like things are going. August, you've seen a spectrum of emotions from Aravante Escada in the short time you've known him. Smug indifference, snide optimism, apathetic resignation, sheer drunken joy. But you've never seen the dread and worry that has smeared itself across his colorful, dyed features. His thumb fidgets with the open mouth of the fish-shaped pommel on his sheathed sword. His posture, normally also quite fish-like in its lack of bone structure, is a painted picture of rigor mortis. Is this the time where you'll tell me that you've already made those arrangements?
Well, I have a hidden bottle of wine underneath my desk. I suppose we can die drunk.
He laughs at that. The huge wood and iron doors of Martyr Square had been closed a half-hour ago, when the last of what remained of the carefully arranged troops had fled for their lives to the safety of the upper ward. Knights from all the different detachments stood ready around the statue of the little girl in the center of the square. Gunners without ammunition, legionnaires with blunt blades and battered shields. A poor soul screams from the steps of the Tower of Questions as his left arm is sawn off. A meager pack of wolves huddled into their den, bewildered at the fact that there may be a predator more fearsome, more cunning, and more hungry for blood. For a moment you feel the great war machine of the Empire, which had been in the back of your mind, slowed, then reeled, then lurched, finally to a stop with a thunderous silence. The fear you see in your countrymen and women's eyes is such a foreign sight that it almost feels like looking at a color yet undiscovered on a portrait of a creature not of this world, an unknowable thing that sinks into the soft tissue of the mind and begins thrumming, subtle vibrations of doubt that soon turn to shaking fear, which morph into tremors of panic. Your people are a hair's breadth away from breaking. A young wolf rushes down the stairs leading up to the retaining wall, too young to even think of bearing a blade. You've seen so many youngsters gleefully splashing in puddles and fishing off of bridges in the past few days. He's hardly much older. His helmet is too big for him. He clanks up to you. The enemy is offering terms. They wish to speak with the commander.
I suppose that would be me.
Aravante smacks the little baton in your arm.
Very well. Let them know I will negotiate with them.
Well, maybe they'll surrender.
Perhaps they've seen how strong the Knight Empire is.
Aravante laughs.
They no longer wish to test against us.
I suppose we can...
When the child begins to
Yeah.
walk away, I'm going to turn to Aravante. I have in my quarters a spare officer's outfit. If I am killed before the morning comes, you have my blessing, Aravante, to take my uniform, and you just might be able to pass off as an officer and escape the city. Assuming my countrymen get to walk away.
You're too fat. It wouldn't fit me.
Oh.
No, I think for once in my life, I will see something through.
Oh, well, I'm going to make a soldier out of you yet, Aravante.
Shall we go and bark at them from above the gate?
Yes, I suppose it's time we dealt with this.
Gonna head over there? You can follow the child. He came back right from where...
Yeah.
Okay. As you reach the top of the wall, you see the few meager troops still manning it, sitting with their backs against the battlement. One grizzled veteran sharpens a blade with a whetstone, while a younger she-wolf prays to the Empress beside him. It's clear that this is where the Duke would address the city, as there is an extended part of the center of the wall, above the gate, that juts outward slightly. A perfect place to give a speech. Below, in the dim blue light of encroaching dawn, your eyes adjust to what they are seeing. It is as if it is as if the ocean itself has washed into Selvasta and filled it to the brim with colorful coral, bright sparkling flowers, and gleaming polished armor. You have never seen anything like them, an army of men to which not one man matched in uniform, armor, or even banner. It is as if the entire world had come to bring war upon you, with every family knitting cloaks of their heraldry for every son they sent to put you down. So many colors that your eyes nearly panic to place themselves on any single one. A voice rings out. It is strong, spiced with a foreign tongue, a voice of command. My name is Silvert Sacco of House Hallspear. I am called the Knight of Stars. That line rings out and echoes around the square. Not a word is said. You feel the eyes of 1,000 men staring up at you. What is your name? What do they call you, my worthy foe?
I lean over the battlements, looking out, trying to stand as imposing as I can.
Mm-hmm. What's your expression?
This is the same expression I would give if I was looking over my own troops. Like, I'm trying to look stoic.
A stoic, reserved commander?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's I think the best I can offer.
Okay.
I am August Zan Khanov, leader of the Knights, Inquisitor of the Empress.
Have you any titles to your name, sir?
No.
You just say, but you can think for a second. It's obvious that Thracian culture is all about your titles. This guy's the Knight of Stars.
Yeah. Maimed Wolf of the Empress.
Maimed wolf. Nice. Okay. Sorry, you didn't say that. All right. This city has been liberated in the name of High King Osmond of House Thray. He is the Uniter, the Saint of Blades, the Oathkeeper. He has sent me to free our Selvastan allies from your occupation, and will slay all those who bear her mark. But my king is merciful and just. He will allow all those who lay down their arms to keep their lives, so that they may be judged by the greater power. We have taken many prisoners, and this mercy will be given to them as well, should you surrender. We live to make war, all of us, but the thirsty earth has been quenched with the blood of my people and yours alike. Let us end this with no more bloodshed. Open the gates so we may speak like warriors.
I look to Aravante and then look behind me really quick at all the other Knights. Very well. Let them in, I shout to the other guards.
The doors to Martyr Square begin to swing open, groaning and whining with every step backwards. The high noise of hundreds of armored men, mounted and on foot, advancing slowly into Martyr Square like a colorful wound that had just had its stitches burst. Looking closer at your enemy, you see that there is no true uniformity to any of them. Some bear elaborately hammered helmets, some wear great feathered plumes, and some are painted head to toe in enameled armor that shines more and more as the sun breaks over Selvasta. August Silvert Sacco approaches you. The Knight of Stars is tall, black-bearded, and built almost as broad as the Gold Wagon. His armor has been painted in the deep blue of the setting sky. Thousands of white and gold stars dot his armor. They nearly seem to sparkle and twinkle as he moves. The man is calm, but not careless. The man's gaze is soft, but not weak. A man who knows that he has won, but knows the battle is not yet truly finished. Dismount and relieve our worthy enemy of their weapons. Silveret points, and dozens of knights dismount their armored mounts. The beasts offer apathetic clicks and chortles, their dozens of eyes hidden behind layered visors and colorful fabrics. Wolves, Goldcrests, South River gangsters, and scared civilians all relinquish whatever weaponry they still clung to as the knights pressed forward. The throngs of soldiers and civilians are moved and pushed off to the side to sit in orderly masses. Chaos begins to dissipate as an uneasy silence fills the absence. You see Aravante Escada slide the fish blade out and offer it to a knight in red. The Superio follows suit. The Knight of Stars takes a step forward, looking down at you, August, with an almost sad expression. Empathy plays in the deep purple of his squinty eyes, though it's clear it duels with a number of conflicting emotions. I have been told your people have never known surrender, that you do not have a word for it in your tongue. It is customary in the South to offer your blade in defeat, as a gesture. Many think of it as submission, But in the eyes of the greater power, the acceptance of truth washes away the sin of pride. I have offered my own blade to my enemy many times. It is never easy. He holds out his hand expectantly to you.
I painfully, slowly unhinge my officer's saber and reach over to hand it to him, handle first.
Okay.
I say to him, you are the first to truly test the might of the Empress's soldiers. My people, you are correct, have never had to learn such a lesson. But we are students of war. I'm confident we will learn.
You see approval flash over his face. Like this was an answer. This is just about the best answer you could give when handing your sword to an enemy that had defeated you in battle. +1. Good job. You impressed him. The old knight takes the blade and hands it to what seems like a younger version of himself behind him. The younger man smolders at you, rage clear on his features, even in the shadow of his lifted visor. The unsettling silence seems to somehow grow in the enormous space of Martyr Square. You were here when it was empty and quiet the other night, yet now it is even more devoid of sound. The statue of the ratty urchin girl seems to slump even more. The Knight of Stars gestures with a hand and you feel yourself seized from right and left, August. Your leg screams as you're forced down onto your knees. And thus begun the interrogation of the Inquirer. Did you organize the defenses of this city?
To the best of my ability.
Name K-Knight sympathizers in Selvasta, those who aided you. Who are your allies here?
We have no allies besides the Duke.
Where is Duke Galahad Arnott?
In the palace.
I spoke to the leader of this army at the Valka River before our battle here. Battle there. Where is he now?
Dead.
He tilts his head a bit more at you.
By our hand.
Why?
It's as you said. We have no word for retreat.
Where is Simon Mansfield?
We're not prepared.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry,
No, you're good. You're good.
say my people were not yet prepared to invent one.
You see something growing under his skin. The kettle's on and it's starting to scream. Where is Simon Mansford, also known as the Slitter?
Dead.
How?
By my hand.
Why?
I needed to prove that I was in charge. He challenged my leadership, and I solved the problem, as K-Knights do.
Through your actions, how many people have you put in the earth? By your own hand or by your orders?
Since I have taken control of the K-Knight forces here, perhaps incountable. Hundreds?
Why did you butcher my son and throw him over your walls?
That I did not do.
Who then?
That was done by the Count himself.
I knew Galahad Arnott as a sickly, mewling scholar, not a tyrant. You would have me believe that he turned to barbarism like yourself so quickly? That he lost his mind?
I would have you believe that he was a power-hungry man who saw power slip from his grasp. He knew that if he surrendered to you, he was a dead man either way. So he forced our hand and forced the K-Knights to defend him.
He told you that with his own words? Or is this
He didn't
conjecture?
tell me. I know how cowards think. I've killed many.
The silence returns to the square. The line of shadow cast by the high walls now cascades down the front of the ducal palace as the sun rises beyond the outer wall. The Knight of Stars stands silent for a long time, staring down at the scarred wolf on his knees in front of him. Finally, his voice rings out to the square. The greater power knows all, but we who follow in her long shadow are mere pretenders, ignorant children at play in the ruins of better, dead men. We are imperfect. We follow false idols. We can conjure great duties of ourselves and make ourselves like precious stones. But we are mere pebbles in a stream bed. The great water of fate pick us up and carry us along to greater wicked ends. The Knight of Stars holds that hand out, and his tongue breathes him a great broad blade. It shines as it comes free of its scabbard. My son was butchered. My imperfect body knows not the grace of the greater power. I am full of wrath. He looks out to the crowd. This wolf is no less than I. We are two vagrant stones swept by the same current to distant shores. I will take his life not because the greater power demands it, but because my son was butchered. I know my imperfection, and I will pay the price when I ride forth into the world beyond. 3 swift steps, and he's standing to your right, August. You feel the back of your head shoved forward by the knight holding you. The cold steel of the blade kisses the back of your neck as Silvered Seiko lines up this cut. Speak your final word and be cast back to your empress. You hear the old knight rear backwards. The air groans as his sheer depart. Oh, sorry. You go. What's your final word?
Give me 1 sec.
Take your time.
I will say, looking at the ground.
You hear Arante scream no
gaze.
from, like, where he was taken. You hear him scream no. And then struggle with a knight.
Arante, don't! One day the Empress's gaze will fall upon you. And I hope that your gods protect you on that day.
You hear the old knight rear backwards. The air groans as his sheer depart. You feel the faint idea of pain on the back of your neck, and the world snaps to white. You feel water around your feet, August. Cold, but not uncomfortably so. It reminds you of the sea, far away on the peninsula. Or is it closer now? You don't know where you are. Water spans in all directions around you, perfectly clear and fathomless. It is a mirror that expands into infinity. Like a dream, you find yourself looking at something that was there the whole time, just out of focus. A little girl stands before you. She is a young dog with matted cream fur and dirty travel-worn clothes covering her skinny, malnourished limbs. She holds a doll in her hands fashioned from a corn husk. Judging by the twine crown on its head, it looks to be some sort of royalty. Her eyes are bright blue and shine against the contrast of her muddy, filthy fur and clothes. Father?
No, child.
I'm sorry. It's so hard to see faces. Usually they're all blurry. It's like smudged. But I see you clearly. Can you see me clearly?
What? Yes. Yes, I see you.
She smiles. You've never seen such an earnest smile. I'm not used to being able to talk with someone. Normally I just talk to them and they don't know I'm there. A long time ago, I could sometimes get them to see me, but they just look right through me now. I'm glad we're able to talk. The little girl kicks the water gently with a bare foot. The ripples eventually make it to your leg. Are you a good man?
I tried to be.
Tried.
Who's to say what's good, what's not? I did my best with the tools I was given.
Were you born with dark hands in your heart?
No. I was trained. I was forged.
Are you sorry for what you've done?
I don't think I need to be sorry for everything. I hope I did some good.
She turns away and points. I started walking from that way and never stopped. It never ends, the water, but I like it here. Are my people okay? Did we make it to a new home?
There's a moment of understanding in August's eyes. Your people they're doing their best as well.
I'm glad. They were so scared. Sometimes I feel their love here. Like when somebody thinks of you in a faraway place. My father used to say that when you get an itch, that was someone thinking of you. Do you have a people to look after and are responsible for? My father looked after my people, but he told me how scared he was. We didn't have a home anymore.
I can tell you that your people think of you often. I've seen it firsthand. Mine. I don't know if they deserve a protector. I'm not sure.
Don't you think everyone deserves someone to look after them?
I look at the doll and I look at her. Maybe you're right. Maybe they just need a little help.
I try to call out sometimes to my people. Most of the time they can't hear me, but if you do, there's this little mouse I talk to sometimes, and a white cat who is so sad. I want them to be happy. I want them to be safe and becalmed.
I can tell you that they may not understand the message that you're sending them. I know that they hear you.
I wish I could talk to them too. I haven't been able to see you until now, but I feel everything down here. Every moment of sadness and happiness. It seems like people are more sad now. The world is closing in on them. I wish I could do more. Do you think you deserve mercy?
I kneel down in the water next to the girl. Is my leg still busted? Can I kneel down?
Your leg doesn't feel hurt at all. Your leg is perfectly normal.
I look at myself in the reflection of the water, if there is one, briefly before I
No
grab
scars?
the girl's hand. I hope I do. I did truly try my best. I tried to lead by example. And I wanted that example to be just, fair, by the book.
She holds your hand, and her hand is warm, and she puts the corn husk king in your hand. This could be you. You have the heart of a king. I think you care a lot, but there are dark hands in your heart. Will things be different in the future?
I think there are still many lessons to be learned. many hard truths to bear. There's still room for a lot of pain, but I think the people out there are working, and there are those who can listen. I know there are those who can hear you. They will try.
She smiles.
They'll do their best.
Will you tell the little mouse I said hello? And that I know that his heart, there are no dark hands there. And that it's okay that he tried to do what he tried to do. I saved him from that path.
That was good of you to do it.
She smiles. She's missing a couple teeth.
It was a mistake to put him in that position, and thank you for saving him.
She puts her forehead against yours for a minute, for a little while. You've never felt so at peace and so calm in maybe your whole life. She leans back. I'm going to send you back now. I don't think that you're a bad man. I don't think it's possible to be born with dark hands in your heart, but sometimes they crawl their way down there. Go back to your people. I think they're lost now and need a father like mine was. Take them and go forth, like my people did. Find your river and start new. She smiles broadly. Bye-bye.
August is just weeping, maybe for the first time in his whole life. I don't understand, but thank you. Thank you.
August, your neck is soaking wet. Your entire upper body is drenched. You see your own reflection in a pool of clear water on the stones beneath you. The Knight of Stars finishes the sweep of his broad blade that began a fraction of a moment before, but his blade doesn't slice through your neck or clang against the cobbles below. It is water. Water in the shape of a great killing blade. Silveret Seiko gawps, eyes bulging as he stares at the watery metal, dropping to the cobbles with a splash, leaving his hands empty and dripping. There's a strange sound all around you, a guttural, mewling cacophony that has no place here. Weeping. Every knight in the Thracian army is weeping. Even the old knight has begun to cry. Men begin throwing off their helmets to keep from drowning on the water that pours down their cheeks. You've never heard 100 men bawl their eyes out until now. Your eyes are dry. Aravante Escada's eyes are dry. Finn Thorne's eyes are dry. Only the Thracians reel and whimper and blubber down on their knees, holding themselves as they do. What do you do?
I take a step backwards as I climb to my feet, and I do so totally oblivious to my leg. I stand like a normal person. And I look out at the crying army.
They look like they're being tortured. Like if a bereaved person could be attacked by grief, like with knives. They're being stabbed by it. They're rolling on the ground. They're screeching.
I turn to my people and the defenders.
Aravante's already running at you.
They cry for us, for you. Do you see it? A true miracle.
August, no speeches. We gotta go.
What? I like kind of come out of a haze, like I've been slapped.
No speeches. No
What?
speeches. Come.
We have to get everyone out. Let's.
Mogsby,
Yes.
Are you carrying Boone with you? Finn, what are you doing? I'm sorry, you've been a little overlooked with all the crazy shit going on. What is Finn doing right now? You just saw a sword turn in to water as it almost cuts August's head clean off. And everyone around you, you were being like, your thunderpike was taken away. No one's really was like guarding you like you were some great threat. But the knight that was nearest to you, his eyes are bloodshot red, and he's crawling towards you. He's screaming apologies, that he's sorry.
Finn is completely taken aback. He made his way towards the gate initially because he heard all the commotion.
Yeah.
And then he was disarmed and witnessed that all happen.
Mm-hmm.
He looks up to August and Aravante.
You see,
we need to go.
The mouse is right. Aravante starts yelling at K-Knights. Like all of these K-Knights are looking around bewildered as well. They're all stunned by what's going on around them.
All right, I'm good.
Yeah,
sorry about that.
Yeah, Mogsby is also, that's when you come in. You come in to witness August being decapitated, but not being decapitated.
Yeah, I'm just picturing him. Yeah, he's scooped up Boone.
Yeah.
Goes out the door, witnesses that, and as he's like trying to go down the steps as quickly as possible, the rest of this happens, and his steps just slow in bewilderment until he reaches the square.
Imagine like I don't mean to harangue on it, but imagine a mortar just landed in the square, but instead of it being shrapnel and explosion, the sound of hundreds of men bursting into tears at the same time. It would be like a thunderclap. It would be shocking, like a flashbang going off, and you're in a dark room. Probably it makes you
completely speechless, just mouthing something silently as he looks around. He meets up with the others down here.
Yeah.
You see Boone Clearwaters looking like he's been through it. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know. I guess while this is going on, August is going to try and rally the K-Knights to meet south at the gate and get out.
Okay. And you just shout to them over and over, like, get up, get moving, move out, using words that they understand, the K-Knight tongue,
military
of move out.
jargon.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Move, or it's move or execution. Go. Like you're motivating them.
Yeah.
Hey, they're motivated. They notice that all of them, they don't even grab weapons. They're like hauling. Yeah. The ones that are missing limbs are being carried by others. All of these wolves start rushing to the gate in Martyr Square.
There's a moment where August is like barking commands at someone and turns, and I lock eyes with Finn in the crowd. It's like I just found a needle in a haystack.
Okay.
And I stomp my way up to Finn in an uncharacteristic manner.
August is walking like his arm, like his leg isn't mincemeat.
And I put my hands and I death grip Finn's shoulder, like painfully. I'm looking at him, gripping his shoulders. I look down, and unblinkingly, I just stare at him, and I say, "You hear her. She speaks to you." And then I go back, like I didn't even register what I just said.
Okay.
Finn is in shock after seeing everything that just happened and then that interaction. He lets August keep walking and barking orders at people, and
right.
He just stands there.
Half the K-Knights are heading out. Aravante says, "I'll catch up with the front and make sure they don't fall in the river. You better.
Don't die.
You're not staying behind, right?"
No, I know a miracle when I see one, and speak to one, and see, and yes.
Aravante starts to run, but then stops and looks at Mogsby and Finn, and then at Boone. Is he okay?
He'll live.
I'll talk to him.
Tell him I said sorry for being an ass. He just starts running along with his kin. And then
yeah, Finn will start going after August.
Okay. 80% of the Canaanites are out of the square, and yet the knights are still rolling around. There's almost no Canaanites left. Yeah. Some of them have. Have you ever heard of the phenomenon that some people get so cold they start tearing their clothes off?
Yeah,
Yeah.
paradoxical undressing.
Yeah, there's some of them are doing that. Some of them have their armor halfway undone, that they think that there's some sort of thing on them. Like, you've seen people do that when, like, insert one of my weird bugs from this world jumps on their back and, like, does like a jockey on them.
Yeah.
You've seen that. People do that before it happens. They're doing that as if some sort of invisible creature is on them and making them weep.
God.
I think they're being attacked. What's happening? Are they being attacked?
You see a thin line of blood on the back of August's neck.
We've been given a second chance, Mogsby. I don't know how to explain it. She's real.
You stare at him.
It gives August a very...
Yeah, I just like stare.
No, I'm asking
staring
Mogs.
at,
Is
like-
Mogsby just staring at August?
I think there's like when he mentions that we've been given a second chance, there is just like a long, just slack-jawed moment where he's just trying to process this, and then I think he just starts laughing. Just a second chance. Okay, let's go.
The little wolf boy that had come down to yell at you is standing at the gate making sure that his countrymen are all leaving. You hear him scream "Commander" to you, August. You're one of the last ones in the square.
Yeah, I turn in the middle of. Yeah, August looks like he just had like 6 shots of coffee. He's like so strangely animated.
What do you say? What do you do?
We need to get everyone out. We grab our supplies, and we need to follow the river. We have to advance in another direction. Not back to Cana. And I kind of like drag the kid with me. We make.
Oh, you
our
said that to
preps
the boy. You
gate.
said that to the boy.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I was saying to the boy.
No, I thought you were talking to your squad 3. Okay.
Oh no.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, this is the boy.
Do you?
And
Okay.
then-
Yeah. And he nods. He nods. He looks like he has his shit together more than most.
I turn to Squad 3, who I guess this is goodbye.
Mm-hmm.
Mogsby, Boone,
There's-
Finn,
Boone,
You saw
I'm
what
sorry to
I-
interrupt. Boone, you can hear this. You're doing better. Mogsby did like basic triage on you. You're conscious. You're just weak as hell. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have like August has like vague understanding that Boone went through something, but it's not really.
Yeah, I just
registering.
want to let Kota know that Boone is seeing in all of this.
You saw a fraction of what I did. I saw something inexplicable. I felt it. I spoke with it. I just want you to know that I'm sorry for what we did. I'm sorry for not doing enough. And the next time you have a moment and you're alone with that river, thank her. I want you to thank her. And I grab the kid and I head out the gate.
All right. August and Khanov walks out of your lives. Down the steps of Martyr Square. As you're on your way down, August, you see a little black dog and his progeny. You see Simon Mansford scaling the steps with 6 or 7 of his sons, all with weapons, all armored. He's in his uniform of a gold crest. You see Mr. South Rivers with him, and you see the fellow, I don't know, have you ever met Three-Eyed Theo? I don't know if you have yet. I don't think you have.
I haven't.
Haven't? You see a guy. you see a couple gangsters with him. You know Mr. South River. I don't even think you've met Mr. South River.
No, but I know of him.
Yes. Well, you would know him by seeing, but you see Simon. And he watches you. He's going up and you're coming down.
I look him in the eye as we're like 2 ships in the night passing as we're going down, he's going up.
Yeah. He won't say anything if you don't. But he does not look concerned that you're leaving.
As I kind of look at him like I'm a loss for words, and the kid is like half dragging me down the steps.
Yeah, the kid wants
And-
you out.
I get like 2 steps past him before I turn my head and look at Simon. I told them you were dead.
I am not. He smiles.
Don't forget to thank her. I don't even explain further and continue down the steps.
Exit stage left, August and Khanov. Claps. Those who remain in Martyr Square, you see the little tiny black triangles of Simon Mansford, the ex-chief inspector. I'm sure he needs no introduction. Boone, you've stood at this man's door your whole life, pretty much, as a gold crest. You all know him. He walks in with his sons. You see your father, Boone, Mr. South River, also known as Cormac Gant, and your uncle Three-Eyed Theo is with him as well. Once they notice you're wounded, they start running to you. Mogsby, what happened? Simon asks you.
Where to begin? The Duke's dead.
Good. Boone,
He kind of raises an eyebrow at that.
Boone, can you hear me? Sit him down.
Yeah, I can hear.
Yeah, Mogsby goes and just kind of sets him down on like a stair or something, so he's got a bit of a seat.
Finn Thorne, go get Nods and Smiles. I'm sure he's still at his post.
Yes, sir. Right away.
Boone, I
I'll
need
run
you to...
off.
Okay. Boone, I need you to listen to me. The moment is here. It's now. We haven't been truthful to you your whole life. And for that, I'm very sorry. And you see Mr. South River nod and kneel down. This isn't... this is him speaking. This isn't how I've wanted it to happen. Simon leans in. You have a choice now. You can have a choice in your life now. Your entire life, everything has... You've been adrift. I know it. You're not... We didn't find you in the streets, Boone. Your mother is Ilda Stanek. 20 years ago, the High King Osmond came to visit Selvasta, and she was a part of his court. You're the son of Duke Galahad Arnott. You were born with the name Calhaig. You are the rightful heir to Selvasta. The Duke came to me once he knew of her pregnancy and told me to take care of you both. I knew he had gone mad. Cormac and I decided that day we would keep you safe. Keep you close. Keep you with one foot in two worlds. So you could be untouchable. The time has come, Boone. I'm not going to force you. But you can make a change in your life right now. All you have to do is nod your head yes. Your mother's alive.
What?
She's alive. She cannot wait to meet you. But we could not risk her coming to the city, not even from 100 leagues from here. The Duke would have her killed. Do you want this?
If Boone didn't look exhausted before, he's just so confused. And he just kind of looks to them and looks to Mogsby and looks back like, I don't...
Mr. South River kneels down and puts an arm around you. Don't worry, you can still call me Dad. We'll be with you the entire way, Boone. You will not be alone. We'll help you. Simon, Theo, me. I promise. We can take Selvasta in a different direction. You'll make a great Duke. You know what it's like to want and to suffer.
All right, as long as you help me, all right.
They embrace you. Your father, your uncle, and you didn't know this, but your godfather, Simon, essentially. They hold you close. Nods and smiles, comes padding out. He has been in the bunker this whole time, just waiting to be useful. And then you went in there to find him, and you did not find Felicity anywhere. Go figure. Felicity Barnum. I don't know if you remember her.
Yeah.
I know August remembers her. She's nowhere to be found.
She'll find me.
Oh my gosh.
We fade to black on that moment, but it's not
One
over
sec.
yet.
Can I
Go,
interject?
go. Please do. Please do.
At the revelation of this, just like when they embrace Mogsby, who has just been alternately flabbergasted and just bewildered. Just again, it's like the previous outburst. He just says under his breath, like, Boone, the heir to the Duke, and just busts out laughing again. It's just like end of a sitcom episode laughing, just belting out of this huge man, just a second chance. Duke Boone. And it just fades out.
I have a couple questions for some people. And the answers depend on where we go for these. The last three of you get your final scene. I need to know, first of all, what Finn does at the end of all of this. Because there is no more fighting, and your long week is over, and you get paid. Does he go home? Does he stay in Selvasta?
I think Finn wants to continue supporting his family.
Okay.
The majority of the money that he earns, he would send back to them.
Okay. Does he go to visit?
And, sorry?
Does he go to visit?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So your final scene will be that, but that's granted. So you stay on in the Gold Crests.
So he can keep earning and supporting his family.
Boone, who do you elect to be your next chief inspector?
Well, there's this big guy that helped him out, and it'd be a real shame if there wasn't a Chief Inspector Mogsby around.
Does Chief Inspector Mogsby accept the position?
That is a very good question, because when you told me the other day that we were fixing up to do the last session, I thought this was going to end with me either dead or resigning from the Gold Crests. I think this twist, I think he's back in.
Changes a bit? Okay. Okay, then we will slide in to 1 month later. Sound okay?
All right.
Yeah.
Your Highness, your counselors are waiting for you in the throne room. Ever since your coronation, you've been hounded by this small, boring man every day to keep up with an ever-exhausting schedule. Your room on the 5th floor has a view of all of Selvasta. You can even see South River from here. Another rainy day. But from up here, even the dour weather has its hints of serene beauty. What sunlight struggled through the overcast shone on the roof of the northern observation tower, making it glow. They're waiting, my Duke. I'm sure you're clasping a brooch around your neck or something. Well, does Boone dress like a duke? Does he go in, or is he a humble dresser?
Oh, humble dresser. I think he'd rather be dead than wear anything fancy.
Okay.
So
yeah. Do you still keep your knuckle dusters on you?
Yeah,
Okay.
those are always in the back pocket, just in case he needs to get a little.
Nice. He's a rough and tumble kind of royalty. Got it.
Yeah.
Do you head on down to your throne room, my lord? That's out of character.
Takes a sigh, because
yeah, this guy's annoying as fuck.
He's annoying as fuck, and even after a month, he is not used to it. And yep. Let's go.
The throne room had been somewhat reorganized in this past month, made smaller by a long table. You've had a few uncomfortable dinners with people you didn't even know, asking for things you didn't even know you could give them. But the company today was familiar. Simon Mansford sat at the table, a black speck in a giant chair, yet still somehow loomed. Cormac Gant, once called Mr. South River, has relinquished that title. He was one of the Duke's advisors now, yet still dressed like he had just been let off a shift down at the dockyard. He did clean up well enough to wear his little pin of office. Beside him was Three-Eyed Theo, ever amused at the ongoing lark of having been a pauper and a gangster all his life, to living in the ducal palace as the head of your ducal household guard. He looked silly in that uniform and found any opportunity to shed it. Your throne, polished by so many dukes and duchesses before you, stands eager and willing to put a pain in your tailbone at the head of the great table. Your Highness, just a few points that need your attention, and then we will free you to your afternoon boxing practice in the gardens, Simon says, standing from his seat.
All right.
Sit down?
Quick then. Yeah, he will go and he will sit down.
Probably one of the most uncomfortable chairs you've ever sat in your whole life.
It's awful.
Firstly, the lackluster state of the Treasury has been fully assessed. We've been given a budget to work with. The math makers have outlined 5 pressing matters that require your attention, but only the budget to cover 3. They are the following. 1. The recruitment and outfitting of the Gold Crests, including renovations to the Tower of Questions, as well as the building of a second precinct on the other side of the city. 2. The rebuilding efforts in New Selvasta, including housing and care for those who were displaced during the K-Knight invasion. 3. The mustering of a new standing army for Selvasta to aid in future military action. 4. The pursuit of taking K-Knight weaponry left after the occupation and reverse engineering it for our own use. This will take the College of Metallurgy considerable time. And 5. The pursuit of opening new avenues of trade with our neighbors, as well as purchasing rights to trade all the way down the Miracle River, all the way to the Southern Salt Sea. Which 3 would you prefer, Your Highness? I can go over them again because there's a lot.
It was Goldcrest.
Yes.
Uh,
Rebuild this entire part of New. Rebuild this section of the city. Standing army.
Standing army.
Reverse engineer K-Knight weapons, and then look into better trades. Reinvesting in the docks and trading all the way down the Miracle. You only trade with a section of the Miracle River, but you could buy rights to trade down all of it, all the way to the sea, which is huge for the economy.
Yeah. That'll be his first one to get the trade going, because if they're lacking funds, they need more that'll help with things down the line.
Your father nods on that one. He agrees. Good choice. What else, Your Highness?
Oh. Well, probably Goldcrest too. We need people around here to help, and that'd be my guess, my choice.
Theo nods along. And your final choice?
Rebuilding. People need a place to go.
You hear Simon scrabble a little bit and then sign the document at the bottom and hands it off to a clerk who then runs it off, immediately setting your plans into motion. On the matter of Augustin Khanov and his Lost Legion, I've had word from contacts in Valistad that they've been spotted approaching their border. Do you wish to inform them of August's nature? Do you want me to send any sort of message at all to them?
A message to the people that August is... what's that what they're asking?
Valistad is a troubled country, at war with several of its neighbors. They may look at this Lost Legion as an enemy. You could, my lord, inform them of August's and who he is to you, if you wish.
Yeah. Let them know that he's all right.
Simon grins a little bit at that he's it's hard to see that he smiles because he has a big bushy like Scotty dog beard, but it quirks a little bit and he writes that down. Very well. Finally, there's the matter of Albert Clearwaters and his punishment. As you know, he currently resides in East River Prison. What would you have done with him?
Can I talk to him before I decide that?
Of course. I will ink a meeting next week. At your pleasure, of course.
Right.
Simon closes his book and nods. Cormac leans over. Well done, son. I mean, Your Highness. Theo grins as well. Time for you to punch my lights out again, my lord?
Your favorite activity.
And so, Duke Calhaig Three Crowns, son of South River, stepped into a new chapter of his life. Long may he reign. Everything looked the same, smelled the same, sounded the same. The roof was poorly repaired, just like your sister said in the letter. So that would need some doing. It had rained recently and you could smell the mud and the dew on the trees. The river gurgled as it sidled against the rock bank. A little hollow chime on the front porch let out tiny notes. It was as if you never left. As you approach, a figure appears at the door, Finn. Startling to see such a tall person coming from your front door, till you realize it's your father. He hasn't been able to walk without help in a year. The old, scraggly rat smiles, bracing himself against the door. You can't hear him, but you see him speak to the darkness within. The cream blur that comes rushing out of the cottage is almost too fast to be seen. Then she has you in her arms. In a hug too tight for such tiny limbs, that she nearly pops your arms out of your joints. I'm so glad you're back.
Hi, Anya. I hope you've been well.
Ragged,
Oh, it's so good to see you.
ragged footsteps come up from behind her. Your father walks without a cane, just very slowly. There's my little soldier. Welcome home, Finnegan.
Dad, hi.
You're
Good to see you out of bed. How are you feeling?
Oh, I feel like I'm 30 years younger.
Anya taking good care of you then.
Of course. He like leans away from her because any scrutiny on Anya would be hell to pay. Your sister stands back, gleaming. Did you find me a knightly husband?
Well, I searched high and low throughout the city, but I don't think any of them are worthy of your hand.
So well said. You're quite right. She grins at you. Leave him be, Anya. Let's go inside and eat. I'm sure he has plenty of big city stories to tell. Your father turns and starts his way back up the rock-laden path. Anya offers her hand to you.
He gladly takes it.
All right, she's going to skip. It's up to you if you'd like to skip as well.
He'll try to keep up, yeah. Probably a light jog.
Before you head inside, something catches the edge of your vision. Something that should not be there. There is someone in the river. No, on the river. Standing on the surface. Waving at you. A little shape. A hole in the world. But when your eyes finally swivel to look, it's just the river. It flows with its slow current. Between the reflection of the sun on her surface, the concentric circles from skimming insects, and the tiny splashes of breaching carp, the river smiles. She smiles at you. Clap emoji for Finn, my favorite character. They finally fixed the window in the chief inspector's office, Mogsby, but it didn't help it feel any less cold. For the first few days, it was almost unbearable to sit in. Always better to find an excuse to be out of the tower. But then your sleep came back, and your dreams began to lighten. It started to hurt less and less when you saw Addison's face in a passing crowd. You found yourself with more and more furniture, maps of the city, little pieces of Addison you kept nearby, taken from sad boxes in the closet of your home to be with you here. Then you started to smell her, once a day or so, a tiny waft of her perfume. Months ago, this only brought you agony, but now it made you feel a little lighter, a little stronger. The hole in your heart was still a great chasm, but the chasm had shrunk by an inch, and that was something. She smiles back at you she smiles back at you from the little painted portrait on the desk. You had it touched up by an artist. Her smile glows at you brighter than the sun, and then the daydream is cut short. Chief Inspector? A voice from the door. Sergeant Razmi stands there. The rodent had not changed physically in the last month, but he seemed taller, broader. He no longer seemed afraid.
Sergeant?
There's been a killing, just like the one 3 days ago, a corpse found in a shipping crate. One of my troopers said that she's likely only been dead a day. I've cordoned off the area and detained 3 suspicious individuals that were lurking nearby. I believe they may be more cooperative if you are present, sir.
Agreed. We'll have to see to this.
scoot back the impossibly small chair to fit your giant body. And you head out with the sergeant on this next case.
Yep, and I wanted to note Mogsby is standing up a bit straighter.
Oh, yeah, because he needs to be even taller.
Well, listen, I mean, he's had a rough
No, you're right.
6 months. No, he's standing straighter. He's walking a little more confident.
Maybe
he's less
trimmed his mustaches. Maybe had a haircut.
Oh, not on your life.
Okay, he's still scruffy.
They're styled a little better, but
Okay.
they're still.
He's
there.
still
got
scruffy,
the
scruffy
mustache.
boy. All right.
Yeah, he's less like he projects less the aura of brute force, an unmovable object, than just like confidence.
Good.
He has purpose.
The golden man once more descends the steps from that old gray spire. Another case, another killer loose in the City of Miracles. Broderick Mogsby gives chase, as he always has, but this time it's different. He is no longer alone within the halls of his own heart. The beast that haunted his dreams slinks back into its hole, replaced by the radiant light of love's memory. The Tower of Question looks on across the skyline of that great, beautiful, ugly city with its winding, patient river. The light above catches on the good man's crest of gold. It sparkles in that great expanse of gray stone. His path is a long and dangerous one, but he has the river. It smiles on him too. The end.
Oh my god.
Bravo.
Phenomenal.
So
That was so good.
I thought I was dead.
Amazing. I thought you were dead.
Yeah.
I was screaming when that happened. Oh my god.
I was literally typing to Carl. I was like, I'm dead.
Oh my god.
I don't have a credit sequence because it's kind of a weird way of doing it, but I just want to thank the four of you so much. Your enthusiasm for this game has reignited a creative part of my life that I didn't think was ever going to come back. So thank you so much. And everybody give a huge round of applause to these four people, these amazing players. My A-team. I've been calling you my A-team the entire length of the game.
Thank you.
This was a ton of fun.
It was. Oh
It was so fun. Bigger round of applause, BB, for doing all that and bringing us together and putting this because it was crazy. It was so good.
Yeah.
The writing,
Absolutely.
so good.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I have some fun facts. With this session, it'll be 35 hours of game. So thank you guys for more or less. We're going to see how much the final tally is with editing. 94 pages of Google Docs notes from my end. So I'm glad that all this writing. I didn't write before this game ever, and it gives me joy to write. Again, I guess. I don't know. I don't. It's a hobby that I've never really had, and this makes me just want to do it more. Would you believe me if I told you there's a post-credit scene?
Ooh. Nick Fury's gonna recruit us to the Avengers. I goof.
It's been a very long trip from Selvasta, August. Aravante is on his third war story of the day, one you've heard 4 times already, but he tells it well. And I told the man to retie the damn knot 6 times. But that's one thing you can say about all people who lead men, is that they always think they have the right notion of things. I wager it's a matter of ego. He sneers ruefully at you before holding up his sword high, calling back to the marching line behind you both. Camp here. He points at the cliffside to your right. Hug the ridgeline. And so your kinfolk stopped their long march and began to set up camp. Look at them go, our eager little workers.
Yes, they've really taken to this different path.
Well, they don't know anything else, but you've been teaching them well. They don't understand sarcasm, though, and it makes it very difficult for me to communicate.
I imagine some lessons are going to be more different than others, Aravante.
Hundreds of your fellow... Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, please.
No, you're about to say something. I want to hear it.
I want to say, Aravante, you're not nearly as annoying as I thought you were when we first met.
That's because I was drunk most of the time, and when I wasn't, I was well paid. Now look at me. I don't have I don't have two pfennigs to push together, to rub together. But we get by. He looks down at you see little smatterings of K-Knights. They're getting pretty decent at putting tents together. They're not very good at it, because that was usually taken care of by the back end of the army, and now they have to put tents together. Some of them are still a little wonky.
They're learning.
It'll just take time. He puts a hand on your back. You guys have found a couple of spare mounts. I haven't decided what the horses are in this world, but they're those big multi-eyeballed things, and you guys are both found scrounged together something to buy yourself some mounts. Hundreds of your fellow K-Knights, now beasts with no den to return to, had limped across the countryside for the past month, doing their best to find food and work from anyone not too terrified to flee from their very sight. You saw men who had never once thought for themselves slowly change. They became resourceful, and, may the Empress forbid, even curious. And they looked to you for guidance as their leader, your army of soldier children, growing for the first time outside of their prison up north. Aravante Escada has not changed at all, though, a little less wild after having become stone sober, but still wild. What do you think, west or south? South is the sea. I bet this lot has never even seen a beach without 1,000 knife rocks sticking out of it. That might be fun.
That's true. We could also, maybe pick up some new skills along the coast. Who knows? Maybe some of them will learn how to fish.
And then there's west. West is scrub lands, not many settlements, and those who are there are rough and tumble. Luckily for us, Valistad is still at war with 3 neighboring countries, last I heard. We do not want to linger in their shadow, I promise you that. Double March tomorrow is my counsel, my emperor.
I think we ought to go west, where the people are. I have a feeling that's where we're needed.
You catch the stray stares of your soldiers, your wayward kin, as you look around the budding camp. Fear and reverence play on their scarred, stone-like features. So far from home and no war to fight. Merely the oldest conflict known to all, that of survival. And so, August and Khanov pressed on with his stray wolves, in search of a new home and new purpose. 400 paces away, a spyglass snaps shut. Is that them? Yes. Positive? Mm-hmm. Do we get closer? No. We wait the night and see where they go next. If they head past the border, we go into Cantersburg and muster the militia. Anywhere else, and we go and give a report to Lord Goling. We could go in and slit the half-wolf's neck, and it's done and dusted, no? The pups will scatter. That is not our directive. VKP Agent Carcer pulls out his timepiece and looks down at it with cold emeralds. Dark soon. He turns it over in his hand, showing the carved emblem of Valistad, a silver star with 2 hands reaching down, one opened and one a closed fist. The lost K-Knights would have to choose which they would prefer. His eyes wandered over to Agent Freeling. Her agitated posture and fidgeting with her dagger made him nervous. The Valistad Knights of the Peace were taking any cutthroats that rose up out of the army chaff, it seemed. He was getting too old for knife work. Hopefully this operation would be his last, and he could go find somewhere quiet up in the mountains. Hopefully the stray wolves would make the right choice. To be continued in the next story, Under the Silver Star. And now we're done.
Oh
So
my
good.
god.
Yo.
I knew what that was leading into. Oh, I was getting excited.
I haven't wrote anything yet, so don't get excited. It's not like next week, but I will be inviting my A team back for more. So long as they like I've written the prompt for it, the little blurb, but stay tuned for that. I'm not done doing streamed games. This has been an absolute joy. So yeah, look forward to that.
Thank you,
yeah.
BB. This has been so much fun, and you are truly an amazing dungeon master. Like the writing and the effort, and just the thought process, the world building. You go the extra mile on everything, and
Well,
it shows.
Thank you. I wanted to open up to be an open book to any questions you guys have about the series. I mentioned it like 3 hours before we started. If you guys have any questions about anything that happened during the game, I'm more than happy to answer them. I won't. The veil is up, but it's up to you. If you have any questions or if any of you want to give your absolute top moment of the whole game too, I'd be happy to hear that. Because to tell the viewers at home, we after every game we usually do a little thing where we kind of talk about our favorite moments from the session and what could do better, or change, or anything like that. And I get to enjoy those, but the audience does not. So if you want to do that, you don't have to. But if you have any questions, it's still, you're being conscripted. Congratulations. Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, that still sticks with me as well. I feel like that was like that moment in particular is what changed Mogsby's view of August.
Yep, that was chapter 2. That was during the Dockers Row incident.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed the freedom that you gave us to explore the story. Like, I know you had the story beats down, but exactly how everything happened. I'm curious to know, like, were there any major events that were downright changed because of the choices that we made that you didn't expect?
That's a great question.
Ooh.
Shoot, I should have anticipated a question like this.
Got him.
No, yeah, you got me. I believe that there was a chance that I was 40% sure that you guys would fight Aravante Escada at Castor Wellerby's mansion, and I had stats for all of them. I'm glad you didn't, because he has become more. He was just originally a snide mercenary, that's working for some dickhead.
Yeah.
So that was a pleasant surprise. Yes, there was a chance that August would be held hostage by Albrecht in chapter 5.
Oh, yeah.
I wrote myself down 3 possible things that could happen, but then you jumped right out of a window. And that kind of that was the end of that. But I'm glad you did, because that was a very unique little story. Do you have any questions about where NPCs go, or what happened to any of these NPCs? I'm happy to tell you. I have notes.
What's the fate of Calliope?
Calliope Swarden finds out that Albrecht killed her mother, and she no longer, obviously there was no, that reunion was a bittersweet one, and probably never even happened. She, unless Duke Calhaig 3 Crowns goes and speaks with her, or maybe Mogsby does a checkup on her, or even Finn, that her fate relies on player input. If there is 0 player input, she is likely to leave the city. Too much pain. Probably go to some foreign college for painting, maybe. Maybe she gives up painting entirely. But that's kind of up to it's kind of up to if Finn or Boone or Mogsby go in and talk to her.
I feel like under Mogsby's tenure as chief inspector, yeah, he would have people check it up on her, probably maybe even visit in person, because he was the one that saved her.
Yeah. And yeah, that's totally valid.
I think if that's the case, Finn would probably volunteer to go see her in person.
Okay.
Ah.
That could lead to any sort of things, any sort of friendship between the two of them. Maybe whenever Finn is in the city, they begin talking, perhaps. OTP. That's Calliope, yeah. Calliope's a rough one. She really got done dirty by this campaign. And I mentioned to you, you could have found out if you investigated her tackle box with her paints in it, her paint box. Yeah, I did mention that. And there were times where I had written down where Albrecht was, and you got so close. I can't remember. You got so close to like being right where he was.
Oh, wow.
I'm trying to remember. But it was literally because that's why I broke it down into hours on those 2 games. Like those 2 sessions where moving around the city, you spent time and hours and stuff, because I had what he was doing that day. Because he was gearing up.
Oh.
He was gearing up
So
to... Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say she were like literally like moving him around like a game piece when we were also doing the same. That rules. That's really good.
Oh, thanks. Well, there was a small chance that you could get him. Did you know that all of the themes from all of your ending scenes are the same themes that you started with? In chapter 1.
Huh. Oh.
August's theme is called Old Scars. And it's crazy. In this game, you said that August started weeping while he was in the other place.
Yeah.
And that was the name of the next track because all the knights started weeping. Officially the knights of the Thrain Kingdom of Threya is still they left after the Canaanites left because
that was my next question. Yeah.
They're your ally. That guy wanted to kill August for himself. Yeah. Simon was the one sending letters the entire time. Every time he went to his office, he was writing a different letter to Threya, keeping them informed and telling them when to strike, because there were times that it was good and times that it was bad. And that's why he left, because he knew
a siege was coming.
The siege was coming.
That's how he knew.
So
and I saved him.
Mm-hmm. You did. And you want to know what else? He knows Albert Clearwaters as well. And when he went in to see the brothel, because Albert Clearwater says, I'm going to kill the Superio, I'm going to kill the Duke, I'm going to kill... He didn't, but he didn't say Boone Clearwaters. Of course, Simon would have objected because he's his godfather, but he didn't say the woman. And did you remember when the Simon goes into that room and he sits on the bed and he is like fucking devastated?
Yeah.
Because he did the same thing that August did. He let someone have too much a leash and people died because of it. Mm-hmm. Because August allowed Casso, the legionnaire, to see the woman, his lover, and he did his own investigation and found the resistance in the Brewer's Ward and went and massacred them and Calliope himself. Yep. That was not in the script. There you go. That was 100%. You could have found, the original thing was that you found there and did a bust on yourself, and you chase Albrecht out of there because he was there when he fled when the legionnaire came in.
Casso showed up.
Yeah. But because he had that gold crest with him, he was having that gold crest work for him. So he was like upstairs when it started happening, and they escaped down like a fire escape. But Calliope was downstairs painting in the paint studio, and she got sliced up. I love that moment when August realizes what he's done.
Yeah.
Are you a good man?
I tried. That was a really great scene. I'm so pleased that he got a moment to be honest with someone.
Yeah.
That was beautiful scene with the music and everything. I may have gone a little misty-eyed there.
Any other questions?
I have one question. You said like for the finales, depending on what we were planning to do.
Mhm.
I mentioned that up until like the very last moment, I was gonna have Mogsby resign. What would be his fate if he had left the Gold Crests?
I don't know, that's kind of up to you. Would he leave the city?
I know it's kind of like where he wants to go, but I'm curious like what kind of like prep you did for that.
Well, the problem with that is that it's so open-ended. I literally have a note that says stays in Goldcrest, paragraphs, leaves or resigns self to depression / grieving. It's blank. Like, I did no prep. I don't know what you would. I would have to be full.
I'm actually kind of pleased at that, because Mogsby had the potential to just give up the whole time, and I thought for a long time that that's where his arc was heading. I have in my notes when I was discussing with some of my friends, they were like, "Oh yeah, he's definitely gonna go out in a blaze of glory. Let's get you some really hard last words here." So I have like lines prepared.
That's
for,
awesome.
Like if he sacrificed himself. And it wasn't until the last session here that I felt any kind of glimmer of him going in the other direction.
Okay, so, and I was talking with Roof about this campaign, and we kind of talked about it before the game, is that my intention was not to make a horror game, but the more I look back on this, there is a lot of, would you say that this has been a very stressful campaign?
It's very heavy.
Heavy, yeah.
Heavy's a good word. I
Yeah.
wouldn't say stressful. That feels like it has negative connotations.
No, I don't.
I will say that once again I have been pacing with white knuckles during some sequences, but in a good way.
And I also, more of a thriller, I guess. And I'm very pleased with the amount of comedy that has been in this game. I could talk about that all day. It ended kind of brutally, but finding the stark raving mad man in the first session when you did your beat.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes.
There was, I think, 4 or 5 things that you didn't see. I think we talked about that at the time that you rolled a dice to see where in Selvasta you popped up. That was very funny. There's a lot of very funny moments. And I'm glad that, because I would consider this game a bit grimdark. It's not like, it's a bit, it's heavy. And the problem with those sorts of stories is that they can lean, if you don't have appropriate levels of comedy splashed in there, it could get a little bad. It could get rough. But
yeah, you gotta let the pressure out every so often.
Yeah. Anything else before we wrap it up?
Can I say that I was very stressed during the first session? Because that was my murder and you guys were solving it.
Yeah, that was fun.
Right.
That was so scary.
That was fun. Let's go into.
And there was a moment where you were supposed to go get Boone's armor plate and no one did.
Yeah. So Boone's armor.
Oh, yeah, we never did that.
Yeah, it's still laying down there. Oh no, corporal.
Right.
Corporal.
Mhm.
Or trooper. There's a trooper that came back to, and he was shot by Albrecht after jumping out the window.
I remembered on like day 3.
And he
shows up and gets shot.
And he was holding a muddy, destroyed piece of, because you told him to go down there and dig it out or find it. That was, yeah. So everybody in every game moving forward, and the way I've done in the past, I've only done it a couple times. Everybody has a twist. Everybody has something that's weighing on them, and that, because I feel like, personally, my philosophy with any sort of storytelling is that characters that are happy and content are kind of boring.
Yeah.
And Finn has been receiving messages from me all game.
Yep.
In Discord. But they are vague but they have to do with. Let's go over a few.
Sure.
Oh, that was her. That was the river. What's her name? I can't remember her name. But the miracle
martyr,
girl
right?
of the river, the martyr. Yeah, the orphan.
Okay, this is from the first session. When Finn met Boone, when Boone's coming across over the outside, he's practicing with Sergeant Galloway with his thunderpike. When Boone comes by, the message I sent was 3 golden crowns, 3 missing teeth, 3 terrible hours. Referencing the 3 terrible hours of being attacked by Cal Kittering and having to make a murder scene. This is August's introduction. Long ago in a garden of dead flowers, he fought his own blood. His portrait will never be finished. Oh no, his portrait will never be finished was so the one for August was long ago in a garden of dead flowers, he fought his own blood. Then you remember the old guy that died in the night, the old lieutenant?
Yes.
When he started talking, I sent his portrait will never be finished because they mentioned your portrait painter is here because he died.
So I knew something was going to happen to him immediately.
When you went to the domestic violence call, you remember that with the boy on the stoop?
Yes.
Finn got the feeling her nose is broken. This is the 3rd time since they met under the olive trees. He even got, I'm gonna call him Shines because it's like The Shining. His shine with the dead body was his name was Cal and he loved collecting beetles.
And you called that back when we were in the bar because there was the guy from the other gang that was like drunk. He was like, he just loved collecting beetles, man. And I was like, oh no, I know that.
Wow.
When you guys walked into the Golden Alibi, I sent him someone is sketching you. Albrecht was in a building across sketching you guys.
Oh.
So I sent Finn someone is sketching you as soon as you guys were like dealing with that mob because they're all freaking out because the woman got her head cut off.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right there.
Okay, and then this is I'll do 2 more. I'll do 2 more. There was another one. Actually, okay, so this is referencing August pairing off to go back to the tower questions during the night of the meet with Mr. South River. I said a man made of nothing stares at a broken wolf in a dark room.
Yep.
And then these are like literally like probably 2 or 3 minutes before the ambush I start sending you shit.
Yeah.
I said he places a flatbow bolt in the slot and checks the tension. That was meant to make Finn think that it was Al doing it. But it's actually the pointers above him getting their flatbow bolts ready. Then I said he nods to the others and motions them to follow, creeping through the dark. And then in all caps, I put literally like 5 seconds. I said, men above, kill you now.
Oh, that explains. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Finn jumped under the table with like
he was panicked.
no prompts. Because initially I thought those had to do with August, because August went off by himself.
That was intentional to like to be like, oh shit, August is in trouble, which he is, but you are also in worse trouble.
Right.
Because there are. Yeah. You see, that's the thing. That's the thing about Savage Worlds. You guys beat the shit out of 12 dudes with guns, but Boone can't beat an artist in a fist fight. That's just kind of how it goes.
3 turns.
Yeah. That was crazy. I rolled like a psychopath. Unironically, there was no fudging. I promise. I was more than happy to not read you any of that stuff for beating him because I didn't think Boone would kill Albrecht. Maybe. But I figured that you would take Albrecht out and then meet Mogsby to then get your lights potentially beaten out by Mogsby. I had no idea how Mogsby was going to take Boone's.
To be real with you, up until he chunked that halberd into the ground, I had no idea what Mogsby was going to do.
True conflict.
I just blanked my mind and was just like, emotionally, what is he doing at this moment?
Yeah. That's it. Yeah, that's all of the so Boone had his the thing about Boone is that not only he had double because Kota didn't know that Boone was the heir to Selvasta.
Nope.
Did you notice that? I'm sure you did. Did you notice that he has 3 crowns?
Yeah,
And-
that was I remember seeing that and being like, oh, that's a cool post. And then it like
Oh.
got towards the end of meeting the Duke, and I was like, oh my god,
Yeah.
he's related to it.
Did you see that Finn looking this way is him shot from behind here? And this is the place. This is the other place. There's a bunch of
It's
little.
really
Oh,
good.
that's
Do you see we associate Boone with fire?
Oh yeah.
Well, I didn't even know that when here that his entire world will get burnt down.
That's so good.
And this is probably my favorite thing I drew, him hugging his dad. Anyway,
Oh, I love that.
Really
do you see the martyr in the background?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. That's
I was
really good.
the Empress, but I
Ooh.
guess it could be the Martyr.
And we talked about Mogsby and I talked about it, but the specter in his dream that started the whole game, which there's a great symmetry because technically the first scene has to do with Mogsby dreaming, and the last scene is him daydreaming about his wife. It's the same dream,
Yeah.
but not clouded by unresolved guilt and mourning. So technically, the post-credit scene don't count. Post-credit
Kind of
scene,
bookends the whole thing.
yes. But yeah. I will be sending out a copy. These are all on 8.5 by 11. I'll send you a copy of with text and without text, and I'll just get all your addresses. I'm gonna be I don't know. I'm conflicted on whether or not to sell this as a little print set for like $5 on my site, just for people who like the game. Maybe, I don't know. It's kind of weird because this is such a labor of love. It feels weird to sell it, but I want people to have these in their house.
Yeah, those are gorgeous. Absolutely. I think you'd have plenty of takers.
I would love to also
Sure.
print you guys a bunch of fan art. I need to go to Sentai Joe. I got to go to Roof. I got to go to Hip. Everyone who's drawn fan art, I would love to send those along, along with copies of Kota's awesome PNGtubers
So
that
good.
we did them. We used them again because of the lost episode, because they were used in the lost episode, but you know.
Had to make sure they showed up on the VODs.
Yes.
These are really good. I considered for the finale making, like, you know, I had that shadowed one of the one
Yeah.
I made.
Just like
I
permanent.
considered doing that, but like the face half in shadow on this one works so well.
I mean, that's his character.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you did a great job with those, Kota.
Thank you.
My favorite moment of Finn was him. I love the moment where he met mortal danger for the first time in the furnace, in the alleyways outside, in session 5, when you guys were running away. Nope, session 6. You guys are running away from it's session 5. You guys are running away from the burning South River. South River was on fire, and Finn got hit for the first time, and he like panics. And I love that moment. Boone's best moment. Yeah. Boone's best moment was never going to be seen by anybody who wasn't there. It was his confrontation at the end of last session with Albrecht. I don't call me crazy, but Mogsby breaking cover in the Dockers Row incident and just bounding towards the danger would be my favorite. I don't know why. It's not
Train.
it's not your best role playing moment. You've had amazing role playing moments. You picking up, me putting down that Mogsby is hallucinating from a sleep deprivation, that he's carrying his wife, and then you just picked up on it instantly. It was masterful. Perfect.
That was a perfect moment. Yeah.
Yeah. And then,
But yeah, no, that breaking cover thing, I think I get you. That was the moment where like we saw just the pain train for the first time.
I loved it. I loved because I didn't expect it. I expect you guys to like get into cover and August to be super tactical, and Boone. I expected Boone to bound out like a psycho before Mogsby, but I loved it. I loved, and then August. I think August's interactions with Aravante at the gala were very. No, I'm sorry. His Boone and Aravante interacting at the gala was awesome. August interacting with Madame Le Soulin at the gala.
Oh, I liked her.
Yeah. Rest in peace.
Yeah, I'll miss her.
And my favorite moment from me was playing the psychotic pointer, who's like schizophrenic. I liked playing him because breaking like moments of lucidity, because I've seen people do that in real life where they're like completely raving mad and then they're lucid for like a few moments where they realize that like they're like begging for forgiveness and stuff like that. Like that's harrowing to me. So I thought
it was a harrowing moment. Yeah, that was really good.
And then I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I could talk about this game. I could do a post-mortem for hours and hours about this game, but I'm very excited for the next story. And I hope to see everybody back. If not, that's okay. I hope to see all the viewers back. It's gonna be different. It's not gonna be it's a mystery. I like doing mysteries, but it's not a murder mystery like this one. I pitched it to Aurum, and Aurum was like, hey, "This is cool, but it feels like another military fantasy. I'm not super crazy about it." And I said, "What if I told you this is my take on a ghost story?" And he's like, "I'm in."
Yeah, that's exactly.
So the next game is a ghost story, my take on a ghost story. So we will see how that works. But sorry for lying to you that my world doesn't have any magic in it. It's not magic. It's just weird.
It was a really like that divine intervention moment was such a cool reveal, because I, and I'm sure most other people, expected me to just die.
I was 100% certain.
Yeah, I was like, okay, this is cool. It's fitting for my character. And then when you brought that out, it was really cool. It was a great reveal.
A little bit of tactical misdirection. It worked out so well.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
All right, y'all are off the hook. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the viewers. And this has been a crazy project. I hope that the next game will have fewer things. We started in October and now it's May 3rd, but we got her done. Glad to put one in the books. A lot of online games never get done, so
yeah.
I will keep posted. I'm gonna go find me an editor and dump all of the VODs on them. Be like, edit out all the stupid stuff that I say, and get this into a nice, hopefully 25-hour chunk, and then we will. I will release it, and we can have that so you can go and relive all of all your favorite moments from Squad 3.
Thanks again, BB.
Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Anytime. You're my A team, and I mean it 100%.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
See you later.